Rhodi's Light, The Rhodi Saga, Book 1, written by Megan Linski, narrated by Liana Walsh. On Disability. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. Be aware that depictions of these illnesses, their side effects, and conditions are featured within this novel. Major depressive disorder. Depression is a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness as well as loss of interest. It leads to a variety of behavioral and psychological symptoms, which include impacted sleep, lack of energy, poor concentration, low self-esteem, and suicidal thoughts. Self-harm. Self-harm is intentional injury to one's self for a psychologically motivated reason, such as to avoid experiencing emotional pain. There are a variety of forms of self-harm, not just physical. Trauma, mental illness, and intense life stressors are known causes of self-harm. Post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is a disorder in which the individual experiences difficulty recovering from a traumatic event. The condition causes intense emotional and physical reactions when triggered by reminders of the event, as well as nightmares and invasive thoughts. Blindness. Blindness is known as the inability to see or lack of vision. It is a loss of sight where vision is impacted on a scale from poor vision to complete blindness. Total blindness is referred to as someone having the complete inability to see anything with either eye. Cancer. Cancer is a disease in which abnormal cells divide uncontrollably and destroy body tissue. Multiple bodily systems and organs can be affected. Chapter 1. Escaping.
Diliana, wake up! Get out of bed!
The girl sleepily raised her head off the pillow and looked around, her sharp eyes piercing the darkness. Her father stood beside the bed, fully dressed and standing as straight as a board. He was pretending to be calm, yet she knew better. The face her father wore was one that she knew all too well, the one she hated and was frightened of. It was an expression of urgency, of fear.
It's time. Your mother is getting Devin up. We have to leave now.
Dylan shook her long hair out of her face.
But I don't... Now's not the time. Come.
The small 15-year-old pushed back the covers and jumped out of bed, her day clothes on. She knew better than to go to sleep in pajamas anymore. What was the point? They always seemed to flee in the night. She was a very pretty girl, with golden skin and particular orange eyes that glittered fiercely even in the darkness, but you'd never know it by the sour expression on her face. She wore baggy, tomboyish clothes, and her black hair was tangled. She swept it sloppily beneath a backwards baseball cap as she clambered drowsily to her feet.
That's my girl. Grab your bags.
Her father handed her a suitcase, a large bag of his own at his side. Her father was muscular, rugged from years of hard work, with stubble crowding his face. His black hair was trimmed short, his golden skin beaming and radiant. The feature his daughter could see most in the shadows were his two green eyes, vibrant and unrelenting in hope. She didn't understand how that hope could still be there after they've been uprooted so many times. Dylan bent down and took hold of her suitcase, knowing if she dawdled, they'd all be in danger. She slipped on her shoes and followed her father out into the hallway, down the stairs, and to the front door.
Is everyone ready, Yeshua?
A woman asked, her voice a low whisper. The full moon outside trickled through the window and lit up her face. She was a tall woman with long, wavy hair that nearly fell to her hips, and orange eyes just like Dylan's. Dylan often thought her mother's face was the look of a desert heiress, the face of a woman who should be living in royal luxury, not desperately trying to survive. Her mother's thin eyebrows narrowed in worry.
As ready as we can be, Killam. How's Devin?
Yeshua asked.
Sleepy,
a voice at Killam's side said. A boy Dylan's age yawned and blinked at his sister. Although nearly identical in features, it was obvious from the beginning that the twins couldn't be any different. There wasn't a hint of a wrinkle in the boy's neat clothes, and his glasses were polished to perfection, though too large for his small green eyes.
"You'll get over it," Yeshua promised. "We're leaving now."
The family picked up their bags and headed out of the house. As they passed through the front door, Dylan noticed a window had been broken during the night. She wanted to ask what had happened, but thought better of it. After everything had been loaded into the car, the four of them set down the road, only taking their bags. They left the rest of their possessions behind. Dylan hardly cared. It wasn't like they had much to call their own in the first place. The two teenagers looked back as they abandoned their home, but the adults seemed to sag in relief. "Where are we going this time?" Dylan asked with a sigh. It seemed like they were always running, always scared of something.
"Out of Marcelino," Yeshua said, "and into a state called Aros. It's very far away, but it's closer to your aunt and uncle. We'll have to cross several borders."
"Out of Marcelino?" Devin repeated, and Dylan's heart sank. They moved constantly, but never out of their own country. Marcelino was their home. How could they leave that behind as well? "We've switched countries before," Killam reminded them. "That was when we were babies. It doesn't count." Dylan crossed her arms.
"Marcelino is too close to the Far East. It's not safe to stay here anymore,"
Yeshua said. "Nowhere is safe for us," Dylan thought dully, watching the willow trees rush by her window unhappily. Marcelino was beautiful with its gondolas and small stone streets, buildings that sat by long rivers crowded with artists and musicians. Aros was probably very different. "Does Uncle Keaton know we're coming?" Devin asked.
"No, it's better if only we know for now."
Dylan made an irritated sound and shook her head. She wished her parents would let her know who was after them or why. Whenever she asked, she was told not to speak of it. It hurt that her parents didn't trust them enough to let them know what was going on, even though their fleeing consistently interrupted their lives. After a while, bitterness had begun to sink in. She gave up asking and supposed that if whoever was after them caught them, she would die or be kidnapped without ever knowing why, and that would be the end of it. Not her brother, though. He always had to ask questions every time they ran away, and tonight was no exception. He'd guessed multiple times, but never quite got it right. That didn't stop him from trying now.
"Mom, are we running away from the government?"
Devin asked. There was an icy tremor in the car, one that froze the very air and vibrated into their stomachs. "Yes, love, that's exactly what we are doing," Killam said reassuringly, though her voice wobbled. The twins looked at each other. This was the first time their mother had ever given a hint of any kind, although there was something in her voice that didn't exactly ring true. After about an hour, Killam said, "We should have sent a letter to Keaton and Razia."
"Keaton and Rhonda," Yeshua corrected her. "And no, it was too risky. You know they watch the post and the phone lines."
"Not all of them," Killam protested. "And I don't care what she calls herself now. She'll always be Razia to me."
"She had to change her name to stay hidden, you know that," Yeshua said, before adding, "In fact, it would be a good thing if we were to change."
"They've taken everything else from me, save my children. I'm not going to give them my name," Killam shouted.
"Are you going to give them our lives instead?"
Yeshua said softly. "What kind of freedom is this? What kind of freedom did my sister receive?" Killam asked. "She was so grateful that Keaton bought her freedom that she married him without question." The twins listened closer. Their parents rarely, if ever, talked about their past. Their ancestors had come from the Far East, a land of deserts and dancers, thieves and sultans. Both of their parents had grown up in slavery. Their mother's sister had been bought by their Uncle Keaton and had been saved from a life of hardship. But they never knew how their parents escaped slavery themselves. That was another secret they kept behind closed lips. Dylan often wondered if the people they were running from had been their parents' former slave masters. But could they still be looking after all this time?
Her parents had escaped slavery before she and Devin were born. She has grown to love him, Yeshua reminded her gently. Their children are very happy and she has a nice, safe home. It's all she ever wanted. We cannot judge her for her choices. Married at 16, leaving me to be a slave. She didn't abandon you, Killam. She had no choice. Her mother's voice wavered as she said, He didn't rescue us, you know. He couldn't afford the price for all of us, Yeshua said. A lie, and you know it, Killam whispered softly. Don't give me falsehoods to comfort me. He left us behind despite my sister pleading with him to save us. He bought a wife. She knew what she was giving up, and she never believed in true love anyway. She was happy with what she received. If the Rhodi didn't save us, we'd still be under the lash, Killam said quietly. When the twins heard this word, their ears perked up. Rhodi? They had never heard of such a thing. Yes, and look how we've repaid them, Yeshua said, his voice dropping to a shameful tone. Killam looked out the window. And what a mess it's thrown us in. We didn't know at the time. Like you said, a woman does what she has to do. They said nothing more on the subject, and the twins weren't stupid enough to ask any questions. But as time went on, they began to wonder, who were these Rhodi that had freed their parents from slavery? They supposed it didn't matter. Aros would be the next state in Crescentia they would go to until they needed to run again and again. Who's to say it wouldn't be Adamaris, or Dundee, or the Far West next? Nowhere was safe for them. They couldn't even return to their ancestral roots in the Far East, for fear that slavers would find them, or the bordering country of Alistan, due to the civil uprisings that always seemed to be going on there. Crescentia, though a breathtaking and large continent with a variety of forests, deserts, and mountains, always seemed to have a boatload of problems to go with its beauty. They came to a border that was swamped with guards. This time of night, there were no other cars. The twins tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible in the back seat. Yeshua pulled up to the station and rolled down his window. A tall guard strode up to the door, a sword glinting in his belt. His partner walked up beside him, a small, crouching man whose eyes twitched from one place to another. Your passports, the first guard said. Yeshua handed 4 small books to the man as if this was a tedious and not a dangerous job. Their passports were fraudulent. It was too risky being registered with the government. None of them had birth certificates. As far as the continent of Crescentia was concerned, none of them even existed, and they needed it to stay that way. The guard scrolled through the pages. Yeshua, Killam, Diliana, and Devin Fairson? He asked. Yeshua nodded, and Dylan blinked. Fairson. Was that their name now? Their mother could protest giving up their first name, but their last one was no objection. Dylan knew she couldn't live like this forever, glancing behind her everywhere she went, and having her last name changed so many times that she had forgotten her real one. As the first guard looked through the books, the second peered into the windows. He had a spear in his hands, and smiled at them as if they were something to eat. The crooked guard leaned over and said, This vehicle looks suspicious. Think we should check it? That won't be necessary, Yeshua said, panic rising in his voice. Times are tough. We can't take any chances, the first guard said, handing him back his passports. The family got out of the car and watched as the first guard ruffled through their belongings while the second guard kept watch. Dylan saw her brother grimace as the guard went through their few possessions, throwing them around as if they had no value. Her eyes glanced over at the second guard. She didn't like the way he kept looking her over, his eyes greedily scanning her body. He licked his lips and adjusted his pants, giving her a smile that made her feel disgusting. You have a beautiful daughter, he said to Yeshua, giving a little chuckle as he reached out to touch a strand of her hair. Yes, I do. Yeshua wrapped his arms around Dylan and glared at that crooked little man, so threatening in his stance that the guard turned away with a disgruntled face. Everything seems to be in order. Sorry for the trouble, the first guard said after his search was over, tipping his hat.
The family clambered back into the car, and a shiver raced across Dylan's skin. The first guard raised a hand in farewell and said, "Have a nice trip." Yeshua didn't wave back. The border had long vanished from sight before they all began to relax. Dylan glanced over at her brother. She could tell by the angry expression on his face that he was remembering the way the crooked guard had gazed at her. Dylan shivered. There were at least 3 more borders to cross, maybe more on the way to freedom. She stared into the car window, her reflection bouncing off of it until it was the only thing she could see. All she could fathom was her reflection, but she wasn't really seeing it. She imagined the crippled man looming behind her, an army of unknown enemies at his back, eager to tear her parents and her brother to pieces. A shiver of fear rippled between her lungs and she choked, trying to breathe. Before she escaped the vision, she gazed into her reflection and thought she saw a missing piece of herself, and the fact that it was missing caused her to nearly scream. She tried to cry out, but nothing came from her mouth as she began sinking deeper and deeper into panic. Her head was spinning. She began to gasp for air, her breath shallow and vacant. She was either going to die or pass out, and so great was her fear that she wished either one would happen, just so the fear would go away. The car was slowing, she knew that much, but she didn't care. All she wanted was to calm her racing heart and beat back the feeling of bleeding, of suffocating, and of drowning all at once. She couldn't keep doing this. She couldn't keep running, couldn't keep giving up her life and feeling like someone was after them. Her family was in danger, but she didn't know from who or what. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. From very far away, she heard the words, "Is she all right?" and "panic attack." Her mother put a cool hand to her face, and Dylan tried to feel it, wanting to find a way to cease her trembling. Nothing was working. Nothing she tried could help. Her father glanced backward at her and took his eyes off the road. Before she knew it, all Dylan could hear was metal twisting, the sound of the car snapping and crunching as the vehicle flipped over and over, rolling down a hill before finally sliding on its side. The last thing she saw were her parents flying through the windshield, their bodies twisting amongst the brightness of the headlights. Chapter 2. The Unexpected Visitors. Waves washed upon the columns of the dock that was built on strength but seemed to be created out of sorrow. The dock was made out of weathered, beaten planks of wood that seemed to speak of too many past arrivals walking on top of their sagging backs, hearkening back to times when refugees sought out Aros borders. Soon it would welcome those refugees yet again. The old dock was barely big enough to hold a little boat, but had held larger in its time. The seagulls flocked along the port, gazing out at an ocean that seemed vast, wide, and free, so unlike those dingy little rafts that floated on top of it, tied to the ankles of the shoreline. If one moved away from the sandy shores of the beach, they would see a dirt trail leading into trees, tall, whispering beings that seemed to breathe tales of the unknown. Continuing along the vast line of trees were bushes and creatures of all sorts, masking themselves inside the leaves as they poked their eyes out to wonder, friend or foe. Near these woods was the smallest town one had ever laid eyes on. Aging buildings raggedly stood out from the crooked streets as donkeys wandered by on cobblestone roads. Looking to the right, the road led to a highway and eventually a city, spiraling upward in a swirling pillar. Going down, one would come to the end of the cobblestone street and to the start of a gravel road. The eerily serene trees would continue. As one re-entered the trees, it would seem there were too many memories stored up in them, as if the trees themselves knew something the rest of the world didn't. This would appear impossible to most, but not to those who lived in Aros. They, of all people, were used to witnessing impossible things. At the end of the gravel road was a strange sight. An old man sat waiting on a bench placed inside of his pagoda. The old man himself was very proud of the structure. It was one of only 2 that were inside the small town, and he had built both with his bare hands, although that was in far younger years. Behind the old man were his dwellings, a yellow 2-story house with white shutters. The backyard was filled with training equipment such as balance beams, punching bags, weights, and targets. They looked as if they hadn't been used in years, contained in a dirt arena the size of the house itself. In the front of the house was a pasture where 2 lazy horses bathed in the midday sun. The backyard and the forest itself were rolling hills, massive mountains of great strength and wonder. The old man, with his short gray beard and wildly cropped hair, waited. It wasn't long before there was a wooden staff stabbing into his back. "Miss me, master?" a girlish voice asked. The old man smiled, and from the roof dropped a young woman in her early 30s, her shoulder-length violet hair swooshing around her blue eyes as she dropped to the ground, her lavender dress clinging to her hips. She wore no makeup and didn't wish to, for she was incredibly beautiful. "Savannah!" The old man rose to his feet and embraced the woman, and she hugged him back. "I missed you." She giggled and said, "It hasn't been the same since we left. I really missed this place." As soon as she stopped speaking, a cloud of dust rose to their faces. They broke apart, coughing as several shingles fell to the ground. A young man swung himself gracefully off the roof and onto the ground, shaking the pagoda as he did so. "Hey, old man, it's been forever." "Tadan," the old man growled. Savannah's twin brother stepped forward. Like her, he was muscular, and he was as handsome as she was beautiful. The only difference between them was that his eyes were an amethyst instead of aqua, and his hair was black. He wore a red shirt with jeans and a black belt with several knives dangling from his hips. "Tell!" Savannah screamed. She threw herself against him, burying her head in his chest. He laughed and murmured, "I've faced a lot of bad guys lately, but you're the scariest thing I've seen in ages, little sister." "Oh, stop." Savannah laughed as she hit his arm playfully. "It's been too long." "I know." He shook his head. "It's been what, a year? I really missed you." The old man put his hand on his shoulder. "It's good to see you, Tadan. It's been far too long." "I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me," Savannah said. "We could never forget about you, O chosen one," Tadan said dramatically, performing a mock bow. "Cut it out," Savannah said, rolling her eyes. "I'm not some chosen one. That's such a stupid name." "Okay, fine. Miracle child," Tadan said, smiling even broader. "Would you shut up?" Savannah said with a laugh. She brought up her staff so it smacked Tadan across the chest, causing him to tumble backwards over the fence of the gazebo. Savannah jumped over the fencing, and the brother and sister began to battle, Tadan pulling out 2 small knives from the belt he wore. "You might be surprised. I've learned a few new tricks while I've been gone," Tadan said. He slashed his knives at Savannah's face so quickly that any normal person would have never seen them coming. But Savannah was far from normal, and she easily backflipped out of the way. The 2 began dueling fiercely, Savannah's staff connecting with every one of Tadan's offenses. Tadan swung his knife downward, but Savannah caught his arm with her leg, balancing on one foot. She easily kicked his arm away, knocked his head sideways with her staff, and then swept his legs out from underneath him, catapulting over him in a twist and landing so her staff was at his throat, tossing her hair out of her eyes carelessly. She had made the fight look effortless. "You forget, brother. I'm the only one you could never defeat in combat," she said, jamming her staff into the ground. It folded upon itself instantly as she slipped it inside her dress with a satisfied smirk. "Are you 2 done playing around?" the old man asked irritably. "I didn't summon you just so you could squabble like always." Tadan put his knives away and dusted off his clothes. "I wouldn't have come if you did, because quite frankly, I'm tired of getting my ass kicked." "It's about damn time you admitted it," Tavanna laughed. Taladin smiled, but the old man's eyes didn't seem to have the same cheer, and he noticed.
Master Odon, what's wrong?
Taladin asked. The old man got up from his seat and began heading inside. They followed him into the house, helping him up the steps of the porch. He sat down carefully in an armchair as Tavanna brought him some tea, while Taladin flopped lazily on the couch.
What's up, Master?
Taladin asked casually, propping his legs up on the coffee table.
Odon put his hands on his teacup.
First things first, did you find anything on your travels?
Taladin shook his head. Nothing. No sign of the weapons.
And talking to the other nations has pretty much been useless. Nobody wants to take a chance of making Rachel their enemy, Tavanna said with a huff. Not even Dundeen? Odon raised his eyebrows. That's hard to believe.
The searchers aren't in on this, Taladin said. Being a Rhodi has never given us any popularity, not even with the spies.
True, but if what you say is accurate, I suppose my worst fears have come true. We are the last line of defense between Crescentia and the Hunters Guild, Odon said. A tremor seemed to pass through the air. Taladin's face turned to stone and Tavanna bit her lip, adding, There has to be some sort of way we can stop her. We can't keep hiding out here forever. I told you, Tavanna. The only things that are going to stop this Hunters Guild are finding the weapons and translating this. Odon pulled from his pocket a thin piece of paper, handing it to the woman. Tavanna took it warily, staring at it blankly. Strange runes covered the paper. It was clear from her expression they were indecipherable. But, Master, we've been over this. This is ancient Rhodian. I can't read it. No one can. If anyone can read it, it's you, Tavanna. There has to be some way to translate that letter, Odon said insistently. My magic is strong, but I don't have powers that enable me to do whatever I like. April would be better at deciphering this, Tavanna argued. April has tried and failed, but I assure you, I have a feeling that the answers we need to defeat the Hunters Guild are in those runes, Odon argued. Our ancestors left us the answers to defeating Rachel and bringing down the Hunters Guild in that document. If we're going to have a chance of defeating her and bringing peace to our world, we must know what it says. The siblings looked at each other warily. This was a long and tiresome argument that both of them had been over several times with their master. Ever since Odon had inherited the letter from his master long ago, he was convinced there was some sort of secret code inside the runes that would end the Rhodi's war with the Hunters Guild once and for all. Tavanna didn't see how a short little letter could contain something that important, so she suggested they put it away, while Taladin simply attempted to burn it behind his master's back. There wasn't a single soul in the world that could read ancient Rhodian, so it was virtually useless to them. But that didn't stop Odon from trying to make it seem useful.
Master, please get to the point,
Taladin asked, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Odon cleared his throat. As you know, we aren't exactly the most numerous group in the world. Besides the three of us, there are only 2 other Rhodi in the world. 5 of us against thousands upon thousands of Hunters Guild. He paused. And to be completely honest, I'm not sure how much longer I have in this life.
No!
Taladin lunged upwards from the couch, his fists clenched.
You're just as good a fighter as Tav and I.
I'm honored, Tal, but you know that's not true. I'm old. I'm not going to live forever. You know it, and I know it. That only leaves a few of you to carry on the mission. Without us, the Hunters Guild will turn this world into chaos. The only reason Rachel hasn't killed us all is because she cannot break through Yolanda's veil around the house. It protects us and hides us for the time being, but it cannot last forever. And if all of us die, there will be no one left to carry on our mission. You both are ready. It is time you had your first students and became masters yourselves, passing on the ancient art of Rhodi."
Tadan snorted loudly, shaking his head. "Oh boy," he said. "This should be good."
Tavanna hesitated. "But, Master Odon, we're still active soldiers. It's dangerous to be out in the field. We have no time to train others." "You'll have to make time," Odon said. "Our life is a dangerous one, and it's rare that a Rhodi makes it to be my age. If you're gone, who will fight the guild? Either one of you could die tomorrow."
"Thanks, Mr. Optimist," Tadan snapped.
"Tadan," Tavanna said.
"What chance do we have against them?" Tadan hissed back. "None whatsoever. I haven't got time to be training some little brat while I'm busy trying to save my own neck. The Hunters Guild is growing stronger, and that's a fact," Odin said, his voice booming loudly over Tadan's. "It was foretold by our Rhodian ancestors that one among our ranks would rise up to defeat the Hunters Guild and bring an end to their tyranny forever. Rachel knows of this prophecy. That's why she will never rest until all the Rhodi are dead, and that's why we cannot allow her to destroy our kind. No matter how many numbers she has, thousands, millions, if there is even one Rhodi left to put up a fight against her, the Hunters Guild is at risk, and she knows that."
"I never put much worth in prophecies," Tavanna muttered, crossing her arms. "I understand your reluctance to trust in what was foreseen, but despite wishing to run from your fate, you cannot escape it," Odon said firmly. "Rachel is taking this prophecy seriously, which means we must as well. You both need a student to carry on the traditions. Who will protect Crescentia if we're gone?"
"Master, training more Rhodi would be a waste of our time. We should be out there trying to stop Rachel and do something to stop this war," Tadan argued. "We should be out there plotting some kind of assassination attempt on Rachel. If she's gone, the guild will dissolve."
"We've tried," Odon growled. "Clearly, it hasn't worked yet, and even if we eliminate Rachel, other hunters will rise to take her place." "Master, nobody wants to join the Rhodi," Tavanna said softly, looking at the carpet. "It's considered suicide. Nobody's foolhardy or desperate enough to risk their lives for something they all figure is a lost cause. How are we supposed to get people to join us?" Odon rose from his chair and grabbed his cane, shaking his head. "I am unsure. All I know is we cannot give up. We must pass on our traditions to the next generation before it is too late."
"And where are you going?" Tadan asked, throwing his hands in the air.
Odon didn't look at him. "To think." The sunlight was especially beautiful this day in Aros. It lit up the busy villa in the fresh spring air, filling the town with birdsong and chatter. Odon hobbled down the sidewalk. Some people waved, calling out a greeting cheerfully. He returned the favor and continued on his way. He cherished these precious times on his daily walk. He could still remember a time when he was the fiercest Rhodi warrior in the land. It might as well have been in another age. As he passed by an alley, a shadow caught his eye. His Rhodi instinct took over his senses as he shuffled down the walkway, suspicious that something was lurking in the darkness. Small footsteps pattered behind him with the intent of harm. Instinctively, he whirled around and snatched a teenage girl by her wrist, her hands reaching toward his coat pocket. "Let me go!" the girl snarled, trying to pull away. Footsteps were behind him once more. Odon stuck out his cane so that a boy who had been running at him tripped and fell onto his stomach. "Ugh! Leave my sister alone!" the boy shouted, holding onto his stomach tightly, and the girl let out a ferocious warning. Odon let her go. She rushed to her companion, helping him up off the filthy ground. The girl was looking at Odon menacingly, with orange eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul. She clung tightly to her brother, who gazed intelligently back. These two were definitely not from Aros. He'd never seen them before. The girl pulled on her brother's shoulder.
"Come on, Devin, we have to run!"
The boy shook his head sadly.
"We're trying to steal from an old man, Dylan. What's the point? We can't go lower than this."
The girl dropped her gaze. Both teens were desperately thin, and their clothes hung on their frame. There were too many like them these days. They looked like they hadn't seen a meal in days. Pulling some gold out of his pocket, Odon handed it to the boy. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe that the old man was offering him money. "Well, take it. I'm not going to stand here all day," he huffed. The boy reached out his hand and took the money carefully. With the gold in his hands, the boy smiled, but his sister tugged impatiently on his shoulders. As soon as they had appeared, they vanished once again. Odon watched the two slip back into the shadows. He then began to smile as an idea formed all too quickly.
"Get no students! Can you believe it? He acts like we're going to die today!"
Tadan and Devin were at the grocery store, picking up supplies. Tadan still hadn't gotten over the conversation that had happened yesterday, and Devin desperately wished he would shut up about it. "Come on, Tal, don't be so grumpy. You know we're going to miss him when he's gone." Devin reached up and grabbed a loaf of bread from the shelf.
"Miss him? I won't miss him. I'll just not have as much free time to party, that's all. Taking on a student just gives me more responsibility on top of everything I have to do already for the cause,"
he mumbled lamely. Devin rolled her eyes. Two children reached up from beside them and grabbed some bread. Devin laid a hand on Tadan's shoulder and went to say something more, but before she could, she heard the voice of the shopkeeper yell, "Thief!" It was seconds before their training kicked in. "I'll take the back, you take the front," Devin yelled. Tadan nodded, and the two sprang into action as they left the store, looking for the anonymous thief. Tadan spotted the two criminals in an instant. Without dropping his gaze, he pulled a curved blade out of his belt, with a blue hilt that shined dangerously in the sunlight. He chucked it, and the sword curved in front of the thieves, causing them to fall against each other in a confused heap. Tadan arrived quickly by his side, pulling a net out of her pocket and throwing it around the two so they were tied back to back, unable to move.
"Yes! Score one for the good guys!"
Tadan cried, catching his blade. "Tal," Tadan said, sighing, "don't act like you've saved the entire continent of Crescentia. They're just kids." Tadan saw that his enemies were indeed just children, and his mood soured.
"Still counts," he said, crossing his arms.
"Barely." Tavanna's face sunk into a frown as the fat shopkeeper waddled out of his store as quickly as he could, practically floating with happiness.
"Thank you, great warriors, for capturing these vandals," the man said, rubbing his hands together greedily.
"It was different! We had money this time!" the boy cried, trying to push his glasses up his face by tilting his head back.
"Yeah, right. I've heard it all before. You can tell that to the judge when you're spending the next year in prison, you filthy degenerates. Nothing will make me happier than seeing you rot in jail."
The man smiled a nasty grin, and Tadan looked at her brother.
"There's no need to be an ass,"
Tadan said, towering over him as he said the words.
"An ass? These children have stolen from me time and time again. I don't see how you would understand, Rhodi," the shopkeeper snarled. "But some of us actually have to work for a living." "Oh, I'm sorry," Tadan said as he walked to the children and cut their bonds. "Since we don't work, we're sorry for interfering. I'm sure you can handle it by yourself next time since you're such a hard-working guy and all."
Once they were free, the boy dragged his sister behind him, leaving the food behind. The Rhodi made no attempt to stop them.
"What have you done? You just let them go!"
the grocer exclaimed, all joy fading from his face.
"And you just pissed off a guy who gives his life up every day to protect you, your business, and everything you value," Tadan said. "Not a great decision on your part." "They were thieves! Any personal insult is beside the point when it comes to justice," he babbled.
"They had money. I saw it sticking out of the girl's pocket, Tavanna said in a tired voice.
Defending them now, are we? I'll see to it that the law hears about this. The shopkeeper spat at their feet before lumbering back inside, muttering insults and curses.
Just what we need, Tavanna grumbled. First day back and we're already causing trouble.
Who cares? We're Rhodi. We are the law, and this town knows that if they get rid of us, they might as well kiss themselves goodbye.
Tadan flipped his blade up in the air and sheathed it carelessly. A few days passed without event, and the town of Aros slept, if not peacefully. It was near midnight one starry night, and Tadan couldn't sleep. He wandered aimlessly around the large house, smiling as he recalled memories of his childhood. He remembered training to be a Rhodi, learning what it meant to fight with honor, becoming a warrior. It had all happened here, most of it in this old house. Dissolved in his fantasy land, he didn't look where he was going and slammed into a figure in the dark.
"Tadan, watch it!" an aggravated voice whispered.
He peered through the black and whispered,
"Tavanna?"
"No, it's a ghost. I can just talk to you for no reason."
"Of course it's me,"
Tavanna whispered, and he held her up.
"Oh, someone's grouchy. What are you doing up?"
Tadan teased, not bothering to repress a smile. "None of your business. What are you doing up?"
"None of your business," Tadan repeated.
Tavanna suppressed a grunt of irritation and leaned against the wall.
"Reminds you of old times, doesn't it? Sneaking around and all?"
Tadan chuckled. She nodded, but added heavily, "Couldn't sleep. I suppose you couldn't either?"
"No." He frowned. "What's bothering you?"
"Just what Odon said. I don't really believe in prophecies, but maybe he's right. If we are the last hope for Crescentia, we need allies, more of our own."
"The Rhodi are a dying breed, sis," Tadan said softly. "Honestly, I thought once we corked off, the Rhodi would die with us."
"You don't want to pass down what you know? Don't tell me you've never thought about it."
He shrugged. "Not much of a point, honestly. I figured I was going to die alongside you, trying to stop Rachel from taking over Crescentia. But let's face facts, sis. You and me, we're just prolonging the inevitable. Eventually, Rachel and the people that work for her are going to have large enough numbers that they'll be able to take on any army in all of Crescentia's states. Then she'll knock the governing states off one by one until she owns the entire continent. No prophecy is going to stop that."
"She's still afraid of us."
"Not enough. And since we're being honest, we're more afraid of her."
Their conversation was interrupted by a crash in the living room and small voices hysterically snapping at each other. There were intruders in the house, perhaps more of Rachel's hunters here to bring upon their end. Tavanna's eyes widened and she put a finger to her lips. She brought out her collapsible staff from the belt that she always wore, which unfolded quickly and ruffled her nightgown. Tadan, who was fully dressed, unsheathed his blade and held tightly to the curved hilt. Silently as spiders, the Rhodi slunk through the hall and into the living room until they both jumped and attacked. Tavanna's target screamed and went silent. Tadan's victim knew he was coming and tried to dodge, though whoever it was couldn't avoid him. It was smaller than his usual opponent and shockingly light. He crashed into his victim, tackling her to the floor. He let out a triumphant cry as he pinned the burglar, but it turned into a groan of pain as the thief bit him.
"Tal, you okay?"
Tavanna asked, holding her prisoner down.
"The little sneak bit me," he whined.
Although his prisoner was putting up a valiant fight, there was no technique and no strength. He held her easily, flipping from hand to hold the thief down as he was bitten and scratched. The lights turned on. "What's going on here?" Odon said. The old man looked exhausted, leaning on his cane and wrapped in a light gray bathrobe. Tadan looked down at his captive.
"You,"
he said. It was the same girl from the store he had seen days ago, tangled in his arms.
"Let me go,"
she shouted, giving him a terrible glare.
He didn't release her, but loosened his grip, feeling stupid for attacking a kid. If he had moved too quickly, would he have smashed her? He shuddered at the thought. Tavanna's thief was the boy. Tavanna was simply grasping the teen by the shoulder. He made no attempt to escape, only pushed his broken glasses up over and over. "You two again?" Odon mumbled, and he rubbed his eyes. "You know them?" Tavanna asked. "Of course. They tried to steal some money off of me." Odon hobbled into the room and eyed Taladin with a tired gaze. "Let her go, Tal. I'm sure a skilled warrior like you can handle a pissed-off teenager." Taladin opened his arms. The girl tore out of them, backing herself against a wall and shaking like a cornered animal. "Dylan, cut it out. They're not going to hurt us." The boy spoke for the first time in a wary voice. "How do you know? I don't trust anyone." The girl bared her teeth menacingly, staring at Taladin like she was going to pounce on him at any moment. "That's weird, since you're the ones who broke into our house." Taladin stepped forward and pointed his blade at her. "Will you put that down so we can settle this like sane people?" Odon snapped. Taladin reluctantly put the knife away. Tavanna had already stashed her staff in her belt. Odon shuffled into the kitchen, and Tavanna and the boy followed him. The girl cast a dark look at Taladin. "You should follow," Taladin said to her, "or else." "I'm not afraid of you," the girl said. "That's cute." The Rhodi and the girl stared each other down before she finally relented. They sat down at the kitchen table, and Odon mumbled, "Would you two mind making dinner for these young people?" Taladin gasped and said, "But Master, come on! They just tried to break into our house and we're feeding them?" "If I recall, I got you out of a few tight spots when you were young, Tal. You can do the same." Odon narrowed his eyes, and Taladin reluctantly rose to his feet. Taladin turned to the stove to prepare some food, complaining the entire time. Tavanna, who had a bit more compassion, gave the two glasses and a large pitcher of milk. They drank it down quickly and then watched Taladin make the meal with large, hungry eyes. The kids waited patiently until dinner was actually on their plates. Then they gobbled everything down. The three adults watched, a little horrified, as an entire pot of noodles, rice, vegetables, and beef were devoured within minutes. When they were done, the Rhodi cleaned the table and the two teenagers stared at the three grown-ups fearfully, as if just now realizing what kind of trouble they were in. "Hunger can do some strange things to people," Odon said, chuckling. The children didn't answer. "Why did you break into our house?" Tavanna asked politely, leaning forward to look at the boy. The boy looked down. "We wanted to thank him for giving us money," he said, glancing at Odon. "We asked around and we were told this is where he lived. We went to go buy food, but that's when the shopkeeper said we were stealing and you caught us." He glanced down, red-faced. "We lost the money and hoped that if we came here, you would feed us." "And so we did," Odon said, nodding. "You could have just knocked on the front door," Taladin said, crossing his arms. "We were really hungry," the boy mumbled. "Yeah, so I'm sorry if we didn't exactly show good manners," the girl snapped, sneering at Taladin. "Breaking and entering should probably be the first lesson of etiquette school. Yes, I agree," Taladin said back. "Tal, would you just shut up for 2 seconds? We'd break too if we hadn't eaten in days," Tavanna said shortly. Thank you, by the way," the boy said politely, "for doing this." Odon leaned forward and asked, "Where do you two live?" The boy looked down. "Where we can." "Why do you steal?" "You'd steal too if you were hungry." "How long have you been living like this?" "I have no idea. Dylan, how long have we been alone?" The girl crossed her arms and refused to answer. The boy shook his head angrily and turned away, avoiding his sister's gaze. "I'm not sure how long we've been on our own. We tried to get jobs, but no one will hire us because we're different. No one around here looks like us."
Just because you look different doesn't mean you shouldn't get treated the same, Tavanna said gently.
Yeah, but the people are weird here. It's like they have more to fear.
Tavanna and Tadan glanced at each other. Unknown to the children in front of them, it was years of fighting between the Rhodi and the Hunters Guild that had made Aros so wary of strangers in the first place. The question that nobody else wanted to ask was hovering precariously in the air. But Tadan had little time for tact. "Where are your parents?" Tadan said. "Shouldn't they be stopping you from running the streets?" "We don't have any," the girl shouted, and her brother closed his eyes as if he knew this had been coming. "They died in a car crash a few months ago, and we were the only ones who made it out, so is that okay with you?" The room went dead silent. Tadan broke the awkward silence and said, "Do you have any family?" "We have an aunt and uncle, but we have no idea where they are, so we're basically alone." The girl's voice was harsh and bitter as she said the words, her lower lip trembling despite her anger. "We're sorry," Tavanna said gently. "That must have been terrible." "It wasn't easy." The girl dropped her gaze. "So, if we're done here, you can shove us back out into the streets because it's not like we have anywhere else to go." A sudden light came into Tavanna's eyes. She grabbed her brother's sleeve, pulling him into the next room. "Tal, these are the ones," she exclaimed in an excited whisper. "The ones?" he asked, totally lost. She hit him on the arm and said, "Seriously, do you ever pay attention? They're it, our new students." "You can't be serious," Tadan said, his mouth agape. "Look at them, they're perfect." Tadan peered around the corner. "Well, I guess the boy's all right, but I don't like the girl's attitude. She's a brat." Tavanna grabbed her brother's hands. "Trust me, okay? They have nowhere to go, and it's Rhodian code that we take care of the less fortunate. What kind of Rhodi would we be if we turned them out in the cold?" "Don't you think you're just taking advantage of these poor kids?" Tadan asked, crossing his arms. "Oh, look, a couple of orphans. They'd be great fodder for Rachel out in the battlefield." "It wasn't long ago when 2 other kids came to Odin's doorstep, begging for help," Tavanna reminded him. "Do you regret the choice we made now?" Taladin's look was harsh. "You know I don't. But becoming a Rhodi is a choice that should be made because someone wants to become a warrior, not a choice made out of desperation. I don't regret becoming a Rhodi, but I do wish I had made the choice under better circumstances and said yes because I wanted to, not because I felt like I had no other options. Now we're doing the same thing Odin did. You're taking advantage of these kids." "We'll make it be their choice. Offer to house them anyway, but not force them to train," Tavanna offered. "Then, if they wish, they can go their own way." "But can we trust them? Really? Out there on the battlefield, you've got to trust your fellow Rhodi with your life. These kids aren't exactly trustworthy." He peered around a corner, and the girl caught his eye. A shiver went down his spine as she returned his gaze. It was clear that she was someone who would never back down from a fight, no matter how foolish. If she didn't turn on him, she'd put him through hell trying to train her, and Tadan wasn't interested in being her teacher. "But they could be. They just need someone to believe in them," Tavanna begged. "Believe in a couple of thieves? These are the kind of people that the Hunters Guild recruits, not us." "I didn't think you were that judgmental," Tavanna said, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow at Tadan. Tadan sighed reluctantly. "Of course you bring on the guilt trip. All right, fine. I guess you're right. We really don't have any other option. I guess I'll just roll with it." "That's the spirit," Tavanna said, clapping him on the back. They continued back into the kitchen. Tavanna elbowed him in the gut to speak, and sighing, Tadan asked, "Would you guys be interested in becoming Rhodi?" "Rhodi?" the boy asked. "We're warriors, ones who protect people from evil," Tadan said. "We battle injustice and help out those less fortunate. Mostly, we fight the Hunters Guild.
They're a group of pretty bad people who are trying to take over the free states of Crescentia.
We know about the Hunters Guild, the girl said harshly, and fighting them sounds like a terrible idea. Tadan shrugged and said,
It's what we do. We won't turn you out into the streets, and you're welcome to stay here as long as you like, but we would also like to offer you training as warriors. Just think about it.
I'm not going to think about it, the girl said, rising from her chair. I'd rather die out on the streets than stay here with a bunch of weirdos. Dylan, don't be silly. We'll stay, the boy said quickly. Whatever you've got in store for us can't be worse than what we've faced out there. I am not going to stay here, Devin, Dylan yelled, facing her brother. We don't have anywhere else to go, Devin shouted back, and I am not spending one more night out there. Dylan crossed her arms. Whatever, it's not like I really care anyway. We want to join you, Devin said, with a sharp look at his sister. We weren't able to defend ourselves while living on the streets. We want to know how to protect ourselves, and it sounds like you guys know how. This isn't a decision that should be taken lightly, Tavanna warned. The power you will experience as a Rhodi will be immense, but our lives are dangerous. Power? The girl seemed interested for the first time, raising an eyebrow.
Yes, Tadan responded. Our training is tough, and it takes years to become a master. But once you do, you become strong and nearly unbeatable in battle. We use that power to protect others.
Then I'm in, Dylan said instantly. If you can train me to get revenge on the people who hurt us, I don't care what you put me through or what it takes. I'm tired of being taken advantage of. I'm tired of running. I want to be strong, too, and I want to make people pay for what they've done to my family. She extended her hand, and warily, Tadan shook it.
A Rhodi doesn't believe in revenge.
This Rhodi does, Dylan replied harshly. So I guess you'd better make some adjustments to whatever code you have and get used to it.
Oh, swell. She was going to be fun to train. Take some time to consider before you agree, Tadan said, pulling his grip out of hers.
We don't need time. You need students and we need training if we're going to get people to stop hurting us, Dylan said shortly. It's a mutual agreement. I will join my sister and become a Rhodi beside her, Devin added. Both of us have been looking for our place in the world for a long time. Perhaps we can find it here. Odon chuckled.
These two remind me of some kids I used to know, he said fondly, glancing at Tavanna and Tadan. Well, whoever they remind you of, it sure wasn't us, Tadan grumbled.
He was talking about us, you idiot, Tavanna said, rolling her eyes. Do you both see my point? Odon said, breaking the argument. He looked at both his students, a calculating look on his face. As head Rhodi master, I will decide who shall train who. Tavanna, you shall teach the young Devin. Tadan will instruct Dylan. What? Dylan and Tadan yelled at the same time. Tadan and Dylan stared at each other in revulsion, while Tavanna and Devin simply smiled politely at each other. I have to learn from this loser? Dylan asked, pointing at Tadan in disgust.
I have to teach this little snot?
Tadan whined, putting a hand in his hair. Odin grunted. You two are perfect together. You're both stubborn, quick-tempered, and emotional. You'll keep each other in check. Tadan looked at his trainee. She narrowed her eyes, appearing like she would enjoy nothing more than to tackle him to the ground and claw out his face. Slowly.
You get to be a babysitter. Oh, joy, he thought.
Odon turned out of the room and mumbled, Now, will you two please find somewhere for the children to sleep so I can get to bed? I'm too old to be up this late. Tadan and Tavanna escorted the twins into a small guest room. We'll go to the furniture store and buy beds for you tomorrow and set up your rooms, Tavanna said. But tonight you're going to have to sleep here. They didn't seem to mind. On the contrary, Tadan thought they were happy to at least have some place to sleep. He could remember that feeling well enough. He wasn't exactly a stranger to being hungry either. He opened the door, and a white double bed came into view. The twins sighed in relief and clambered up on the bed, collapsing into it. "I know it's not much, but—" Tadan trailed off. They were already asleep. Tadan and his sister crept out of the room silently. Tadan still had his doubts.
They're so small. How does Odon expect them to hold up in a fight?
They'll grow stronger. You weren't exactly buff when you first started, oh great master of the Rhodi. Tadan's mouth curved. Sure I was. Get over it, miracle child. Tadan groaned and walked away. Tadan pondered if his new students were the future of the Rhodi. If so, they had a long way to go. Chapter 3. Hidden Mysteries. Dylan awoke sleepily, her head comforted by a soft pillow. At first, she wondered why she wasn't in the alleyway that they had been sleeping in for weeks until she remembered the night before. She sighed and snuggled deeper into the sheets. She hadn't slept this peacefully in a long time. Hey, Dylan, wake up, Devin whispered next to her. He stood at the side of the bed, shaking her. It's time to get up. Go away, she groaned, turning over on her side. Don't be like this. Not today. He kept shaking her. Dylan sat up and buffeted him with her pillow. Leave me alone, she said, and tried putting the pillow over her head, but it was no use. She was already awake. Where's my hat? Dylan asked, her hands flying immediately to her head. It's on the side table with my glasses, Devin said. She made a face and slammed her hat back on her head. I don't like people touching my stuff. Really? I had no idea, Devin said, rolling his eyes. The door opened and Tadan came in carrying a tray. Good morning. I'm glad you're up. You need to hurry because we have a busy day. She smiled and sat to their breakfast on the side table by the bed. Devin beamed. Thanks, Master. She giggled. Devin, there's no need to call me that yet. We have to make it official first. She went out the door. Tal, do you have those clothes for me yet? I'm coming. Stop harassing me, woman. Tadan came in carrying 2 bulging bags of clothes, setting them at the foot of the bed. We went shopping in the morning and got you some clothes. I hope you don't mind, Tadan said. If they don't fit, we can always go back later. We would have asked you for your opinion, but we figured you needed them sooner rather than later. Dylan got up from the bed and peered inside the bags. Miraculously, the clothes seemed to be the right size. She couldn't argue that Tadan had good taste. Tadan sat at the edge of the bed. Like I said, we have a busy day. First, we have to take you to the doctor, and then we can get started on your training. Doctor? Devin asked. We need to make sure you're healthy enough for training, Tadan said. Dylan and Devin both went to separate bathrooms to change. When they were both dressed, they walked to the kitchen and waited for the adults. The twins sat at the kitchen table, feeling extremely awkward. Why are you guys so stiff? Tadan asked while pouring a cup of coffee, his hair wildly ruffled. What do you mean? Dylan said, glaring at him. You're acting like you're in prison. This is your house, too. Really? Devin asked. Seriously, you're living here now. If you're going to be a Rhodi, then this is your home. Are we going to move? Dylan asked apprehensively. Tadan raised an eyebrow. Why would we do that? I don't know, Dylan said, looking around. The Hunters Guild? Tadan shook his head. Master Odon has been living in this house for over 30 years. He'd die before the Hunters Guild forced him to move off the front porch. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. That was one thing they didn't need to worry about, at least. She didn't want to move houses again, ever. Not after what had happened the last time. They had a quick breakfast, then left the house to venture into town. Nice car, Devin exclaimed when he saw it. A shiny black vehicle sat low to the ground, the edges sharp and clean. Taladin got a gleaming look in his eye. Isn't it? I spent years saving up for this thing. It's got great speed. He trailed off as he saw Odon frown. But we won't be driving it today. Aw, Devin sighed, and they were led over to a standard utility vehicle. They got in, and Odon grumbled, Don't be driving like a madman today, Tal. I don't wish to die of a heart attack anytime soon. The young man smiled. Don't worry, I'll take it easy. Taladin slammed his foot down on the pedal and they flew back against the seats as he took a wild turn, laughing loudly. For crying out loud, Tal, slow down! Tavanna gripped the door handle as they nearly avoided a man in a green sedan, who gave them the finger as he flew by. Taladin grinned maliciously. Dylan cringed, hating this wild, reckless racing. The rest of them clung to their seats, and Devin put his hands in front of his eyes. Ever since the accident, he had trouble riding in cars, and Taladin's reckless driving wasn't helping him conquer his fear. Dylan wanted to say something, but found her voice extinguished, so she concentrated on her breathing and keeping her hands steady. Taladin swerved into a slide stop. Master Odon crawled out as fast as his old legs could carry him. He hobbled out with his cane and grouched, Forget heart attack. I've had a stroke. Taladin chuckled as he watched the old man pull open the door to the courthouse and lumber inside. What's he doing? Devin asked, peering out the window. Taladin shrugged. Pulling some strings. Technically, it's not legal for us to be housing you, or teaching you for that matter. As orphans, you're property of the state. Property? How nice, Dylan hissed. Wards of the state would be a better way of putting it, Tavanna said sharply, with a harsh glance at her brother. He's convincing them to look the other way for now, Taladin said. In the future, we'll have to look for more permanent options. He then went to hit the gas again, but Tavanna snapped, No, Tal. There are kids in the car, and I'd prefer we get them there in one piece. Why? It's the doctors. She can patch them up. He winked at Dylan in the rearview mirror, and she scowled back. But before Taladin could put the car into gear, Tavanna touched his arm and looked deeply into his eyes. It was as if they were communicating silently on a level unknown to the rest of them. Taladin bit his lip, but drove at a safe speed for the rest of the way. Dylan tilted her head. What had just happened? While they sat impatiently in the hospital waiting room, Dylan scowled and said, I hope this doesn't take long. Our old doctor had us wait hours before he saw us. Don't worry. Leanna never takes very long. You'll be in and out before you know it, Tavanna said. Dylan turned away and watched the fish in the tank next to her with disinterest. I hate hospitals. Tavanna, is it really you? A woman around Tavanna's age walked up to the Rhodi, pulling down her stylish red spectacles. Her wavy black hair was wrapped in a low ponytail, and she wore a little makeup to complement her black skin and dark eyes. She stood staring at Tavanna in disbelief. Tavanna smiled, and both women began squealing as they rushed to embrace. The other woman cheered, I've missed you so much. So where have you been all this time? You know how I am, Leanna. Pretty much everywhere, Tavanna said. Devin watched them with interest while Dylan looked around. Curiously, Taladin was nowhere to be found. It was like he'd up and vanished into midair. I can't believe you're back. This is just too cool, the other woman said in a bubbly way. Are you staying this time? Unless we get chased out, yes. I'm back permanently, Tavanna said. Leanna turned to look at the twins, asking, I'm guessing these are your new students? Yes. Dylan and Devin, this is Leanna, a longtime friend of mine. Leanna, this is Dylan and Devin. Pleased to meet you, Leanna said, shaking their hands. I'm your new doctor. Devin, if we could start with you, that would be great, she said, gesturing to a door in the corner. Devin nodded and headed toward it, Leanna following. Dylan slunk back against the wall, anxious that her brother was out of her sight. Tavanna turned to her and said, I have to go find Taladin. He ran off somewhere and I don't want him scaring any patients. Can you stay here? Dylan nodded. Tavanna went to the elevator, leaving her alone. She sighed, tracing a random pattern on her jeans with her finger. Did she really want to do this? Could she be a Rhodi, or was this just some crazy idea? She guessed it didn't matter. She'd do anything to keep a roof over her head, and she liked the idea of getting revenge on her enemies. She wanted to find the people who'd taken advantage of her and Devin on the streets and make them pay. If she had to become a warrior to do it, then so be it. A crash echoed from the room next to her, and she heard somebody mutter, "Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me." A boy her age, with dark skin and dark eyes, came stumbling into the waiting room with 2 drinks in his hands. He was wearing baggy pants, a flat bill that he had turned backwards, and a basketball jersey. He glanced at her, giving her a goofy smile. "You want one? The machine gave me 2 by accident. I think I finally broke it." Threw one to her, and she caught it easily. "Finally?" He took a swig of his drink and combed his short black hair with his fingers. "Don't ask. It's a long story. The only reason I'm not banned from this hospital is because my mom works here." She opened the drink, took a sip, and mumbled, "I don't want to be here." "You're not the only one, sugar." He sat next to her and propped his feet up on the coffee table. "So, what are you in for?" "Just a checkup." "For what?" "I want, to be a Rhodi." He looked at her eagerly. "About time. We need some action around this place. Maybe the Hunters Guild will come around and we can get a little battle going on. With a hot girl doing the fighting, it'll be even cooler. I'll bring my camera." He waggled his eyebrows. "Can you please shut up?" She sat up quickly, nearly spilling her drink. He snickered and said, Okay, I get it. Jeez, can't a guy make a joke? I'm sorry I called you hot." "It wasn't about that," she mumbled, turning away. "I just don't like it when people make jokes about stuff they know nothing about." "Hey, cheer up. I'm Tito. Leanna's my stepmom. I know tons of places around here to hang out. When are you free?" "Never," she wanted to say, but she didn't want to make any more enemies. It's not like she needed them. She shrugged and said, "I don't know, really. It's my first day here." "Well, if you ever get a chance, call me," Tito said, scribbling a number down on a piece of paper and handing it to her. "Promise you'll have fun." Dylan kept her mouth shut. Tito kept on babbling while Dylan did her best to ignore him. After a while, a nurse opened a door and Devin walked out of it. "Looks like you're up," her brother said. "Where's Tavanna?" "She went looking for Tadan, so don't go anywhere," Dylan said, and she followed the nurse into another room. "Hey," Tito said, raising his drink and toasting Devin. "You know that girl?" "Yeah, her name's Dylan. She's my sister." Devin raised an eyebrow. "Your sister's, pretty interesting," Tito said with a chuckle, taking a sip of his drink. "You could say that," he said. "Devin Fairson," he said, extending his hand. "Tito Ture, I'm the coolest kid around here," he smirked, shaking Devin's hand. "I'm sure," Devin said, adjusting his glasses. "So, I guess you're a nerd?" Tito asked casually, as if he had classified an animal instead of a person. "Not how I would put it." Devin laughed, not sure if Tito was being funny or mean. "What's up with your glasses?" "Broken. My master says we're going to replace them as soon as we get out of here." Tito shrugged. He crushed the empty can with his fist and threw it across the room into the trash can. "Score!" he cried, raising his arms up in triumph. "Cool," Devin said, "but I hope you do more than just toss cans around." "I'm into sports big time," Tito said, heading for the door. "Hey, if you get a chance, try and get your sister to loosen up. She'd have a good time with me. You would too if you wanted to tag along." Devin snorted as Tito left the room, shaking his head. "I'm sure I'd love that." It didn't take long for Devin to get bored. He got up from his chair and stretched, wondering what was taking everyone so long. He wished he had a book. He walked over to a window and peered out the glass, looking at the quaint, quiet forest around him and the lonely road that stretched into town. Aros was such a simple place. It looked nothing like the bustling streets of Marcelleno. There was a shuffling noise in the closet next to him. "Must be a mouse," he thought. Curiosity getting the better of him, he opened the door just a crack to confirm his theory. The door flung open and a small hand grabbed his shirt, pulling him inside. "Hey!" The figure put a hand to his mouth and said, "Shh, don't be an idiot. They'll hear us." "Who?" he asked the undoubtedly female voice, whom he hypothesized was around his age. "The doctors. They're giving me another shot and I'm tired of being poked with needles. That's why I'm hiding. Nellie's the name, hiding's my game." "Devin," he whispered back. There were footsteps outside the door. He felt Nellie recoil against him, her body still. "Now where did that kid go? She has got to take this shot," a man exclaimed angrily. "If you'd do something to help her instead of pricking her like a pincushion every day, maybe we wouldn't be having this problem," a woman's voice said angrily. "Do you want your daughter to get better, miss? Because I can assure you she won't unless she does what she's told," the man said back. Nellie's hand was on his, though Devin was sure she didn't mean it to be. She crushed his fingers tightly against her own, but he found he didn't mind. They heard the footsteps walk away. Nellie relaxed, letting go of his hand. "Thanks," she said, opening the door with a sigh. They both tumbled out of the closet. Devin found himself entangled in a heap on the floor with the girl, who was looking back at him sheepishly. "Oh, sorry," he said, rising to his feet. He reached down to pull the girl to her feet and found she weighed little to nothing. Nellie was pale-skinned and thinner than he was. She wore a long, colorful dress that had paint splatters up and down the sides. "Nice outfit," he said, shoving a mop back into the closet. Nellie smirked. "I made it myself. Better than a hospital gown, anyway. That's what I'm used to wearing." "Hey!" the man cried, spotting them as he came back around the corner. "Oh, great. Run!" Nellie grabbed Devin's hand and ran as fast as she could out of the waiting room and down the hall. Her blue eyes shone and her pale blonde hair bounced behind her. Her grip was extremely tight as she pulled him along. She whipped around the corner, and they nearly ran into Tadan and Tavanna as they were getting off an elevator. "What the hell?" Tadan said, but they were flying down the stairs before he could finish. Nellie spotted a golf cart meant for patients sitting abandoned in a hallway and yelled, "Get on!" He jumped in without question, and Devin said, "Wait a second, do you even know who's using this?" "Nope," she laughed before hitting the gas pedal. Nurses and doctors jumped out of their way as they sped down the hall, calling out to them angrily. But patients seemed to enjoy their rebellion, laughing at the chase. She nearly missed hitting yet another doctor, and Devin screamed, "Do you know how to drive?" "No idea," she laughed. He grabbed onto the steering wheel, trying to steer himself. "Well, maybe you think you should stop," he said, yanking it toward him. "You only live once," she cried, yanking the wheel back around. "Yeah, but I want to see 16, Devin yelled as Nellie took a corner too fast. They screamed and the cart tipped over, spilling them in a heap on the floor. "Ouch," Devin moaned, putting a hand to his ribs. Nellie was on top of him yet again. She rolled off, laughing as she hit the floor. "That was crazy!" "Oh my goodness, Devin!" Tavanna gasped as she came to the scene. She ran to his side and pulled him up, checking him all over. "I'm fine, Tavanna, really," he said, but she continued to look for bruises. "Nellie, what have I told you about running off?" The voice that they had heard earlier belonged to a blonde woman, who was undoubtedly Nellie's mother. The woman pulled Nellie up from the floor and began scolding her, waving her hands in the air wildly. "Wow, Devin, you've really made a mess this time," Dylan said sarcastically as she came in from another hall, smirking at her brother. The doctor that they had temporarily outran came storming up to them, his face beet red. "Miss Pelosi, I think you have some explaining to do." The doctor crossed his arms, a few harassed nurses gasping for air. "Sorry," Nellie said, hanging her head, but Devin could tell by the mischievous gleam in her eye she didn't mean it. "You've wasted enough time already. We need you to do your treatments now," the doctor insisted, stepping toward the girl. "I think my daughter has been through enough today, thank you." Nellie's mom put a hand to her daughter's shoulder, her mouth in a thin line.
"But Mrs. Pulowski?"
The doctor looked stunned, his words weak. "We'll continue tomorrow. For now, I'm taking her home. If the cart or anything else had been damaged, send me the bill and I'll pay for it." The woman grabbed her purse and escorted Nellie away. "We'll continue tomorrow. For now, I'm taking her home. If the cart or anything else has been damaged, send me the bill and I'll pay for it." The woman grabbed her purse and escorted Nellie away. She went to take the elevator, but Tavanna stopped her. "Sorry for all the trouble my student caused, ma'am. May you be interested if we treat you and your child to lunch?" she asked. The woman smiled. "I'm afraid my daughter is the one who caused your student trouble, but yes, we will accompany you to lunch if you so desire. But I'm paying." Devin and Nellie beamed at each other. Dylan rolled her eyes, and Tavanna clapped her hands. "Excellent! Leanna was planning on joining us. We can all eat together."
"Leanna?"
Tadan asked, his face turning white.
"I thought you were going to talk to her, alone?"
Tavanna sighed, pursing her lips. "You have to talk to her too, Tal. She has to tell you what kind of exercises Dylan is ready for." Tadan winced, and Tavanna squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. Devin and Dylan glanced at each other, but said nothing more. The teens sat at their own table in the hospital cafeteria, Nellie and Devin chattering on endlessly, Tito trying to engage a grumpy Dylan in conversation. Nellie's mother was gathering her things, ready to leave after their lunch. Tavanna felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Leanna behind her. She got up from the table and called Tadan over. He got up from the table and followed them silently into the hallway, avoiding Leanna's dark eyes. "Well?" Tavanna asked as the door closed behind them. Leanna took off her glasses and sighed. "It breaks my heart, Tav, it really does. They're in some of the worst shape I've ever seen. It's going to take a long time before they're going to be ready to train. If you do start their training, I'd start them slow." "We'll do that," her friend promised. There was a pause before Leanna said, "There's something else." Tavanna raised her eyebrows, while Tadan dared to look up. Leanna glanced at him quickly before darting her eyes away. "The boy, Devin, has some serious burns and scars along his back. I asked, but he seemed unwilling to talk about it." "He was in a car crash a few months ago," Tavanna added. Leanna shook her head. "No, these are too recent to be matched up with the accident you told me about. Something happened to them within the past couple weeks. And I say them because Dylan has a bruise around her wrist. It looks like some sort of shackle was fastened there." A shiver crossed Tadan's spine as he remembered Dylan's vow to get revenge.
"Did she say anything about it?"
Tadan asked. Leanna stared at him for a full minute before turning away and answering Tavanna instead. "No. I suggest you just let them be. They'll probably talk when they're ready." She looked at her watch. "I have to go. I'll call you later after work, Tav." She hugged Tavanna tightly before walking away. Tavanna waved and headed back into the cafeteria, glancing back at her brother. Tadan stood there, struggle evident on his face.
"Leanna, wait!"
he called at the last minute in a strained voice. She whipped around on her heels, and he managed to say,
It's good to see you again. That boy, Tito, he's your son?"
"Stepson," she said, voice flat.
"Oh," he looked down. "I suppose you must be
divorced. Tito hasn't seen or heard from his father in a year, and his mother isn't around. He chose to stay with me. Last I heard, Conoral was on his third marriage." Leanna put a mark on her clipboard casually.
"You married Conoral?"
Tadan asked, as if he couldn't believe it. "Regrettably," Leanna said. "He proposed to me a year after... Well, that's beside the point. It lasted long enough for me to discover he was having an affair."
"Oh," he murmured. "Well, that's terrible. I'm sorry."
"I have to go," Leanna said coldly. She walked away, her sensible shoes clicking against the floor. Tadan watched her leave. In a voice no more than a whisper, he murmured, "Goodbye."
They stopped by the courthouse after lunch. Odon hopped in the car and slammed the door. What a bunch of clowns. If anything has made me old, it's dealing with Judge Nusi and his band of incompetent monkeys for the last 48 years. Giving you trouble? Tadan asked. Worse. They gave me paperwork. The only reason they're allowing this is because they owe me too many favors. They can't find a single document on the twins. Not a birth certificate, no passports, nothing. The adults glanced back at the children. Both Devin and Dylan said nothing, only shrugged in response. Tadan sighed. They couldn't get anything out of these teens. Fat chance of learning what the scars on Devin's back and the mark on Dylan's wrist were about. Tavanna turned on the radio and leaned back against the seat. Let's go, brother. I'm tired of waiting. What, to go shopping? You? I've never heard that one in my life. Tadan groaned. She punched his shoulder. Devin squirmed in his chair and said, But, Masters, we don't really feel comfortable with you buying all this stuff for us. Nonsense, Tavanna said. We're responsible for you now, and technically you're legal guardians, so don't feel guilty. Buy whatever you want. Oh, whatever, Tav. You just like spending money, Tadan said. You just like running your mouth, Tavanna shot back. At least I'm honest about it, Tadan said, shrugging. Of course you are, Tavanna mumbled, and they drove away. Tadan and Dylan shared a laugh. A certain connection passed between them, and Tadan thought, maybe being her master won't be complete torture after all. At least she has a sense of humor. It was an utterly enveloping darkness that immersed the room which surrounded her. The Red Huntress sat upon her throne, her long garnet dress trailing several feet to the floor, her deep red hair a shimmering curtain over her back. A black tomcat walked around the throne lazily, until he crouched down and jumped onto the woman's lap, his tail twitching. The room was filled with tapestries, golden items scattered along the marble floor, with a ceiling so high it seemed as if it were part of the heavens. This house was a palace, an ornate residence furnished to the likings of only the most powerful. But this creature paid no attention to her elaborate surroundings, only stroked her black cat with an expression of deep thought etched onto her face. The only thing blacker than the room was her eyes. The door opened and a small man walked inside, kneeling. He shook as he did so. He was obviously very afraid of her. My mistress. She waved her white hand, intending him to speak. He shifted uncomfortably on his feet and said, We found them. Didn't I tell you to let them go? The woman said, her voice like poisoned fruit. They were useless. The Hunters Guild cannot accept people who love. They are too easily manipulated. She stroked the black cat that was now sitting on her lap, who looked at the little man with large, round eyes. But, mistress, he pleaded, they have joined the ranks of the Rhodi. Her cherry lips sprouted a smile. She chuckled and dangled her foot off the chair, playing with the black cat's diamond collar. Well then, that makes it all the more interesting. They won't be easily taken with their masters in the way. By your standards, perhaps, she said. But this gives us an opportunity to get rid of the Rhodi once and for all. The two fools will never be able to survive while they're protecting their students. But, my mistress, what about the veil? He asked, confused. Are you so incompetent that you dare ask? The woman hissed. I've found an answer to our little problem. Will we attack now? He whispered, both fear and hunger alighting his features. She thought, No, I want them to suffer, but I want him here first so we can try to capture the little princess. She said the word with disdain, twirling her fingers. He gulped. When do you want to take the children? After they learn the way of the Rhodi. Then we will make our move. My apprentice should do nicely. You want to send her?
Did I stutter?
The man shook his head. No, of course not.
Good. Tell her to get ready. Her training is almost over.
Yes, my mistress, the man said, bowing. He walked out and shut the door, leaving the angel of darkness in the shadows. Chapter 4. First Lessons. That afternoon, Tadan threw a pile of bunched-up clothes into the arms of Dylan and Devin. "What's this?" Dylan asked, scrambling not to drop them. "Your uniforms," Tadan said as Devin held up a jacket by the sleeve. "All Rhodi wear 'em. And by all, I mean us, since there's nobody left. They've been a tradition for centuries, though we've given them some updates." "We have to wear uniforms?" Dylan moaned. "This could not possibly get any lamer." "Lame or not, you'll wear them every day at every practice," Tadan said firmly. "They're used for whenever you go on a mission or head into a fight, though you won't be seeing either of those for many months." "How do you know? This place could be attacked at any moment," Dylan said. "We've taken precautions to make sure that doesn't happen," Tadan said in an annoyed tone. "The fabric is made to be thick so it doesn't pierce easily, but light enough so you can easily move around. Put them on and meet us in the arena." "You're not my dad," Dylan mumbled under her breath as Tadan walked away, but she went to her room to change as ordered. Despite everything else, Tadan was her master now, so she would have to listen to him. The uniform fit snugly to her skin, but was slick with black fabric that was shiny and breathable. The top had long sleeves with loops that fastened to her middle finger, so they wouldn't move in combat. The pants were tight but flexible, and had plenty of give to maneuver in battle. Thin, quilted pads sewn into the fabric on her arms and legs provided support, while a combination hood pull-up scarf provided concealment for her head and face if she needed to disappear. The boots that went with it were leather and rode up to her calf. She couldn't deny that when she saw her brother in his uniform, he looked impressive, if but a little unsure of himself. "I guess they're sort of cool," she thought reluctantly, and she followed her brother to the training arena. "You guys ready?" Tavana asked. She and Tadan were both wearing outfits identical to the twins, but instead of looking out of place, they appeared all the more formidable. "As ready as we can be, I suppose," Devin said. Dylan played with her hair and stared off into space. "Then watch closely." Tavana turned and went to one end of the arena, and Tadan went to the other. They turned to face each other dead on, taking a wide-legged stance. It was moments before Tavana finally said, "Begin." The siblings both charged at the same time. Tavana was faster, so she got to Tadan first, whipping under his arm to push up from behind to knock him over. Tadan grabbed his sister and slammed her onto the ground. She kneed him in the gut and he jumped back, only to perform a punch when she had risen to her feet. Tavana sidestepped it easily, giving a roundhouse kick. He slunk to the ground and grabbed her ankle, but she used her other leg to backflip off of him at the same time. It was endless poetry in motion. The Rhodi were so skilled in their battle of martial arts that they didn't appear to be real. None of it was planned or coordinated, but you would have sworn that these two had spent hours choreographing the fight. When it seemed like the battle was getting nowhere, Tavana brought out a foldable staff from her belt. The twins noticed that it was covered in markings of birds, beautifully done and light to carry. Tadan unsheathed his curved blade, and Dylan gasped, recoiling against her brother. Yet it was the same as before. No matter what they tried, neither one could do so much as touch their sibling. Finally, Tavana caught Tadan making a misstep at the wrong moment. In under 3 seconds, she whipped his legs out from under him, pinned the staff to his throat, and said, "You're dead." Tadan smiled wolfishly. "Again, damn it." She gave him her hand and helped him to his feet. They turned to Dylan and Devin, who were staring at them with open mouths. "That was amazing," Devin said. "What do you mean? We were barely trying," Tadan shrugged.
You want to see a real fight? Come back when we're angry at each other. Then you'll really see something."
"We're never going to be that good," Dylan said meekly, poking the grass with her shoe. "Of course not. You're going to be better." Tavanna swished the hair out of her eyes. "It's every Rhodi's goal to have their student best them."
"I wish you luck on that one, Devin," Tadan laughed. "Nobody's better than Tavanna, not even me."
Though cowed, Devin said, "Well, I have to at least try." "Exactly," Tavanna said before her face fell. "We have to warn you that you can't take this lightly. I know it looks cool and fun to you, but out there, on the battlefield, it's anything but. You're going to be risking your lives out there every day. Devin, you might have to see your sister fall."
"Same goes for you, Dylan," Tadan said, nodding to her. "You could lose each other in this war. If you take the vow to become a Rhodi warrior, there's no turning back."
Dylan took a step back. "You're asking a lot from us." "Dylan's right," Devin chipped in. "You want us to lay our lives down for a world that abandoned us when we needed them most. Nobody helped us when we were on the streets, yet now you're asking us to protect them." "I know that's a ridiculous thing to ask of anyone, especially someone as young as you," Tavanna said, sighing deeply. "But yes, that is what we're asking."
"As much as we hate to admit it, we need you," Tadan said. "We need people on our side, and nobody's exactly rushing to join us."
"How come I've never heard of you guys before?" Dylan asked.
"If you're responsible for saving the world, why don't I know anything about you?"
Tadan looked down.
"We were very well known centuries ago. There used to be hundreds, no, thousands of us. But when the war started, we Rhodi began losing numbers. The Hunters Guild was really good at kicking our ass."
"What he means is, the Hunters Guild is willing to do things that we aren't," Tavanna said, shooting him a glare. "We Rhodi have a code, and the Hunters Guild doesn't. They'll slaughter anybody in their way in order to gain power, and all we've ever wanted is peace. In recent years, it's become imperative that we stay secret and act like we don't exist."
"Out of sight, out of the grave,"
Tadan said, flipping his knife in the air.
"What's the point in even trying to fight them if there's only a few of you left? Shouldn't you go hide and live the rest of your lives in peace instead of risking your necks out there?" Dylan asked.
"There's no such thing as peace for a Rhodi," Tadan said, shaking his head.
"You fight for freedom or die trying. You go out every day and sacrifice yourself so others can live happily. There might only be a few of us, but trust us, we annoy the Hunters Guild enough that we're a serious problem for them. If we weren't in the way, they'd own Crescentia."
"And everyone in it," Tavanna said. "We're the last stand between the Hunters Guild and a free Crescentia. No army could stand up to the Hunters Guild, or their leader Rachel, if it weren't for us." At Rachel's name, Dylan felt a shiver twirl down her spine. She wasn't sure how Tadan and Tavanna could have so much power that they thwarted the plans of a group so strong they intended on ruling the world. But she knew she wanted that power too. If she was as half as strong as Tadan was, she'd never have to worry about anyone hurting her or her brother again. She was tired of running. It was time someone else did the running from her.
"I'm in," Dylan said, sinking to one knee. "I've never been one to do anything half-ass. Either you've got me, or you don't, and you've got me."
Tadan smiled the biggest grin she'd seen since she met him. Devin sank to his knee beside her and said, "Same goes for me too. If my sister's in, I'm in too." Tavanna walked over to them. "Dylan and Devin, do you swear upon your lives that you will be Rhodi until your dying day, sacrificing everything in order to bring about a free Crescentia for all, no matter what the cost?" "We do," the twins said in unison, not hesitating for a second. She bowed her head. "Then so be it. Arise, students of Rhodi."
Today, you begin your training." Dylan and Devin rose to their feet and grinned at each other. Tadan clapped his hands together and said,
"All right, now the fun begins."
By the end of the night, Dylan wondered what she had gotten herself into. She collapsed into bed, every muscle aching. Tadan and Tavanna had made them run laps, practice basic combat moves, beginning gymnastics, strength training, weight training, and yoga all in one day. She wasn't sure if she'd even be awake for supper, and Tadan had promised her that they'd been easy on them due to Leanna's orders. Training would only get harder as they grew stronger. But that was the point, wasn't it? To break her down so that one day she'd be able to take on anyone who stood in her path? She thought of Rachel, leader of the Hunters Guild, and imagined punching her so hard in the face that she fell down in an instant, defeated. Smiling, Dylan buried her head in her pillow. She didn't notice she'd fallen asleep until the sun was glaring into her eyes the next morning. There was a knock at her door, and Tadan said,
"Wake up! Training starts in an hour."
Groaning, Dylan rolled out of bed only to find that every muscle was stiff and sore. She could barely move. How did her master expect her to do this? But she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of hearing her complain, so she forced herself downstairs, eating breakfast with a sour face. By the pained expression on his face, her brother wasn't exactly feeling miraculous either. Tadan and Tavanna were already waiting for them when the two dragged themselves to the training arena. 2 punching bags were set up with targets painted onto them. "We're going to start with more offensive techniques today," Tavanna said. "We want you to use your hands and feet to hit the most sensitive areas of a person's body effectively. Come here, Devin, and I'll show you how it's done." She led Devin over to a corner of the arena and started showing him how to hit the punching bag effectively. Tadan turned to Dylan, one hand on his arm, and said,
"Well, I guess we'd better get started."
Yesterday, they had all trained together. Now it was going to be one-on-one with just her and Tadan. Why did she have to get stuck with him? Dylan watched closely as Tadan hit the punching bag with precision, but when it came to be her turn, her shyness got the best of her. She ended up meekly hitting the stuffed targets in all the wrong places.
"You've got a lot of strength, but no form. Try to control what you're doing,"
Tadan said, grabbing her hands and showing her how. Dylan tried again, but only ended up doing worse the second time around.
"No, that's not it. You're doing it wrong,"
Tadan said. He once again showed her, shaking his head when she failed. An hour later, Dylan felt discouraged. Every other second, Tadan was pausing to change her position or to tell her what she was doing wrong. He was being extremely critical. She glanced over at Devin on the other side of the arena. He seemed to be having no problems, as was typical of her overachieving brother. What's the point, she thought, performing slowly and without heart. I'm just not cut out for this.
"Come on, how do you expect to disarm somebody like that? Show me what you can do,"
Tadan encouraged. When she lamely hit the bag, he stepped back, took a deep sigh, and looked at her with a puzzled expression.
"This isn't working."
He stood back and opened his arms wide.
"Let's try a live target. Punch me right here in the abs with all you've got."
Right in your stomach? Dylan asked warily. She didn't like this idea. Her dad had told her once that if you hit somebody too hard in the stomach, you could kill them. Killing her master on her second day wasn't exactly on her to-do list.
"I can promise nothing you throw at me is going to hurt. Just try."
He smiled at her encouragingly. "Okay," she said, before bringing back her fist and plunging it at him. Tadan wasn't prepared for her hit, and he went down, all the air whooshing out of him. Dylan gasped, clasping her hand over her mouth.
"If you hit like that before, we wouldn't have a problem,"
he said, gasping for breath. The other two had noticed that Tadan was down. He started laughing and said,
It's all right. Teacher's mistake.
Savannah rolled her eyes and went back to her own student. Tadan got up, brushing off his clothes.
You do a lot better with a human target instead of a fake one. Here.
Tadan roundhouse kicked the punching bag so hard it went flying across the training field. He then turned to Dylan, raising his fists.
Try that on me.
Dylan recoiled. She hadn't liked the sight of Tadan on the ground by her hand, no matter how funny he had thought it was. She lightly kicked his side.
Are you kidding?
He laughed.
What do I look like, a marshmallow?
She kicked him a little harder. Tadan let out an angry noise and said,
You want to be a Rhodi or not? Stop wasting my time.
That was all it took. Her face curling into a snarl, Dylan lashed her foot out angrily. It hit Tadan effectively in the side, and he grinned, happy he got her to respond. But that wasn't all. Dylan lashed out at him, throwing her fists and attacking her master with all her might. He wanted her to fight? She'd fight all right. When she went to punch him again, Tadan grabbed both of her fists, looking her straight in the eyes. Rhodi don't attack other Rhodi, Dylan, he said sharply. Don't you ever forget that. I'm not teaching you this so you can turn on us later. I'm not a traitor, she spat, wrenching her wrists out of Tadan's hands.
Prove it,
Tadan hissed. I've yet to trust you. Her eyes narrowed. Don't worry, the feeling's mutual. Tadan shook his head.
Take a 10-minute break and then we'll move on.
She turned her back on him. Dylan ran to the other side of the arena to meet up with her brother, who was eagerly punching the air. Did you see that, Dylan? We're Rhodi now. Rhodi! Savannah's such a great teacher. She says I learned fast. She's the best teacher ever. Good for you, Dylan said dully. Tadan hadn't said anything like that to her. All he'd suggested was that she'd turn on him. Was Tadan too hard on you? Devin asked. She didn't answer. Dylan didn't get a day off training until 4 days later, and it was then the doorbell rang. She went to the window and groaned when she saw who was at the door. Come on, do you ever go home? She whispered. Somehow, someway, Tito had figured out where she lived, and was now making a point to show up every day. Her muscles were getting better, but she was still sore from training relentlessly, and Tadan wasn't letting up. She just wanted to rest, even if it was only for 1 day. Tito was verging on being a stalker. She considered sending her brother down to answer it, until she remembered that he was somewhere with Nellie. Those two hung out every time Devin had a free minute. It got kind of annoying. Dylan was jealous that Devin had managed to make such a close friend so easily, but as she reminded herself, she wasn't exactly the easiest person to get close to. And the last person she wanted to get close to was Tito Ture. Dylan winced as Tito rang the doorbell once, twice, 3 times. There were footsteps by the stairs and Tadan yelled,
Dylan, it's for you!
Dylan pretended not to hear him. The doorbell rang again and her master called,
Deliana, did you hear? Door!
Why can't he just get it himself? Dylan muttered as she jogged down the stairs, through the entryway, and to the door. Hello, Tito, she responded dully. Hey, how you doing? Tito gave her a big old smile and walked into the house uninvited, a soccer ball under his arm and mud on his shoes. She looked down at them warily. If Tito tracked mud into the house, that would be one more thing for Tadan to yell at her about. I'm fine. Let's go on the porch, she said, turning him around and shoving him out the door. Sure, he said, smiling. Dylan sat on the porch swing. Tito sat beside her and started bouncing the ball up and down, dribbling it between his hands. Dylan adjusted her seat on the bench, her long sleeves rising up over her lower arms. A flash of pink on her golden skin caught his eye. Ouch, that looks like a nasty cut. Training that rough? Tito glanced at her sympathetically. Dylan pulled down her sleeve. Yeah, It's really hard. Harder than I thought it would be.
Tito jumped from his seat without a second warning and said,
Hey, you want to play me one-on-one? Loser has to buy the other one a soda.
Tito, would you please go home? Dylan said, losing her small patience. I'm sorry, I'm just not in the mood to hang out.
Ah, come on. You won't play just one game?
No.
Please, for me? You know you wanna.
Dylan knew he wasn't going to let up until she did what he wanted, so she sighed, ignoring the triumphant grin on his face. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. If you insist. They walked out into the large front yard together, Dylan dragging her feet.
Right here.
Tito pointed to 2 trees in the distance and said,
That's your goal. Mine is in the bushes over there. You ready?
She put her hair in a low ponytail with the rubber band in her pocket, clamping her hat tightly over her head. Go for it. Tito dropped the ball on the ground and began kicking it to the end of the field, his face beaming arrogantly. Dylan began chasing after him, easily catching up. Tito was a wily one and kept kicking the ball right out of her reach, but Dylan's competitive nature soon took over. She managed to get the ball away from him, heading toward his goal. Dylan laughed for the first time in what felt like months, kicking the ball faster and faster toward the bushes. She slammed her foot into it and it flew through the air, heading right for its target. Tito came out of nowhere and snatched it out of the air. Before she could understand what was happening, he scored. Tito picked up the ball and twirled it on his fingers, chuckling. You're a jock, Dylan said, surprised. He smiled.
I like sports, and I was hoping you'd fall for it.
She charged at him. He lunged out of the way, and she took control of the ball, tearing back toward his goal. He tried to stop her, but she ended up sinking a goal, turning back around sassily.
Not bad, he said. But it's only one goal, and I'm just getting started.
So the game continued. Tito was far too athletic for his own good, but she used her desire to win and her newly acquired muscles from Rhodi training to force herself to keep up.
You're not too bad,
Tito said, hunched over and sweating. It was her turn to smile. She was at least keeping him on his toes. They ended the game at a score of 12-10, her loss.
I believe you owe me a soda,
Tito said, holding out his hand for the money. Dylan reached into her pocket and pulled out a few coins, smacking them into his hand. Their masters gave them a small allowance to use to purchase treats for themselves, and a drink was nothing to purchase. As he put the change in his pocket, Dylan refixed her ponytail and she asked, How many sports are you in?
3.
All year long?
Just for this season.
Dylan stared at him in disbelief. They headed back toward the house so she could sit down, Tito bouncing on his heels and humming to himself a small tune. Dylan was off in her own little world, sweltering under her long-sleeved shirt and wishing that she could take it off.
And when I walk in the party, they're all dancing for me. Don't give me your heart, sugar, 'cause my lovin' is free.
What are you singing? Dylan asked slowly.
Make my hips sway, Tito said. You like it?
It's stupid, she said, laughing.
Well, what kind of music do you listen to?
Better songs than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Bet not.
Like you know. Tito continued singing the tune, kicking the ball up and down on the tops of his knees. Dylan rolled her eyes and watched him show off, thinking that it was too bad she couldn't impress him in her own way. She knew she had to be good at something, she just didn't know what yet. Nice one, Dylan smirked, watching as he hit the ball wrong. It bounced off his leg and up against the porch, knocking over a potted plant. He went to clumsily fix it, and she snickered at him. You've got some skill. Tito jumped off the porch and said, Be nice. I don't have to come over, you know. I do have other friends. This was news to Dylan. She knew that Tito wasn't exactly popular or even well-liked, but now that he had said it, she understood he had to have other friends in town. I'm your friend? She asked, in both sarcasm and disbelief.
Yeah? Why do you think I've come here so often? To look at the house?
Dylan didn't say anything. She hadn't had a friend in a long time. You couldn't make friends when you were constantly moving. But I don't have to move anymore, she thought. What would it be like to know somebody for a long time that wasn't in your family? Probably very strange. Tito pitched the ball back over the field. One more game? You said that when I played you the first time, she reminded him. Yeah, I know, but come on, he begged. She was about to refuse, but then thought better of it. His excitement was too much to let down. She could be miserable later. This was a distraction. Her eyes glimmered with mischief, and she said, Why not? One more round, and loser has to, I don't know, wear a pink skirt. She was certain Tito would be more comfortable in one than she would be, as she hated dresses. She was going to make sure she wouldn't lose this time. Oh, you're on! Tito gave her a handshake, a flash of competition in his eyes, and they began their second game. Chapter 5. 2 girls, 1 body. Congratulations, Dylan, Tadan said, handing her back a test. You bombed it. Dylan looked at the low grade, her heart sinking. Even though she was a Rhodi, she had to do regular school just like every other teenager. She knew the test had gone bad, but not that bad. She frowned at it and put it away in her bag, acting like she didn't care. Aren't you going to ask if you can retake it? Tadan said, waiting. Dylan shook her head, staring at him. Tadan sighed and said, Really? Really? You've got to be kidding me. Dylan said nothing. Tadan ran a hand through his hair and said, Seriously, Dylan, don't you care about anything? Anything at all? Not really. She didn't mean the answer, but she felt like saying it. She made sure to put as little emotion as she could into the response. Get out, Tadan said in an exasperated voice, pointing to the door. She grabbed her bag with a seemingly easy air and slumped out of the kitchen, wondering if there was really any point to it at all. Please tell me Tadan didn't kick you out again, Devin said from his seat in the living room, putting down his book slowly. Yep. Dylan was almost proud of the fact. You know he only throws you out because he's ready to blow up at you. His patience can only take so much. It's like you're not even trying, Devin said. Do I care? She asked. Her face had a dulled expression, but her voice gave away her true emotions. Stop acting like you're so tough and that you know how to take care of yourself. Devin shut his book with a snap and got off his chair. We both know you can't. Tears welled up in her eyes immediately, and Devin said, No, wait, I didn't mean it like that. Sure, whatever, Dylan snapped. She threw her bag down and stomped up to her room, leaving her brother alone. Dylan breathed heavily. She had to calm down, or else she didn't know what her body would do to her, and she certainly didn't want another panic attack. And whatever it took, she'd do anything to never feel like that ever again. She knew what could make it better. Maybe if she went back down to Tadan and apologized, retake the dumb test just to make him happy. She headed back down to the kitchen, trying to calm herself. Devin had left the living room, to where she didn't know. When she got to the kitchen door, she realized Savannah was in there talking with Tadan, and that they were talking about her. She slid up against the wall and listened. Her work ethic could use some improvement, Savannah said slowly, though not harshly. Obviously! Taladin's voice was at the brink of yelling. Don't be so loud. There might be something else that's bothering her. Maybe we should ask her what's wrong and try to understand. Just say it, Tav. She's lazy, and I don't know what we're going to do about her. Maybe we've taken on more than we can handle. Dylan couldn't hear anymore. She bolted up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. It's too much, she thought. Her mind was racing, her thoughts uncontrollable. She cast her mind around for an escape, any escape. I can't deal with this anymore. They want me to try, but I simply can't do it. I killed my parents, after all. How could I ever be a great Rhodi? I need to hide. I've got to hide. Dylan ran into her room and shut the door, making sure to lock it. She wanted to be alone. She wanted this whole house to be vacant, for the entire world to be devoid of anyone but her. Let her be alone, be by herself, safe. Little things often set her off nowadays. When she was alone, it was the worst. That was when she couldn't pretend she didn't care because she knew what the truth was. Her parents were gone, and it was her fault. She wanted to be a Rhodi more than anything, so she could protect her brother, and nobody could hurt her anymore. But all she could do was fail. She ignored the tears on her face that were ice cold. They were nothing compared to how cold and how cruel the world could be. Nobody understood, and she didn't want anybody to. If they did, the consequences would be devastating. She reached under her pillow to the only way out of this mess. She knew where it was, always, and she knew always where to reach it. She watched the silver glimmer in the lamplight, then held her breath. Chapter 6. The Capture. Tadan gazed out the kitchen window as the sun lit up the town of Aros. Dylan and Devin slumbered peacefully in their bedrooms upstairs, but as for him, he couldn't catch a wink of sleep. He shook his head. It had been 5 weeks since they had met the twins, and Tadan was feeling frustrated. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get through to his student. Whereas Devin had become stronger, Dylan had not. Tadan and Devin got closer, and both seemed to admire each other greatly. Dylan just seemed to float farther and farther away from him. Like Tadan, Devin had a gift for the Rhodian arts, and was taking to his training miraculously. His sister was sure that if Devin needed to hold his own in a fight, he could. She was making bounds with him, and Tadan was proud to show Adorned the excellent grades Devin was making with flying colors already. Tadan felt embarrassed every time he had to present Dylan's. He let out a huff of impatience and rolled his eyes. He wished there could be just one day where he didn't have to fight with her. Reasoning with her was a major act of diplomacy. If she was learning anything, she wasn't showing it. Her bad attitude particularly got on his nerves. Unlike her brother, she had shown no talent whatsoever in any of her classes. He had to wonder if she was doing it on purpose. He had tried everything in the book to bring her out of her shell, but nothing seemed to be working. Adorned walked in, got a cup of coffee, and sat down. "Stop thinking you're a bad teacher. You're doing fine." "It would seem my student doesn't think so," Tadan said sarcastically. "Sometimes it's the student who needs to teach the master a lesson. Maybe you should start listening instead of being so hard on her." "I would listen if she would reach out for help," he said, throwing a hand in the air. "Besides, I'm not trying." That was a lie. He had rarely tried so hard in his life. "You were the same way with me when you were her age." "I was not," he grumbled. Adorned chuckled, sipping his coffee. Tadan came in, wearing a flowing white dress that Tadan hadn't seen on her in ages. Tadan turned his back on her, too, and Tadan gave Adorned a look. Someone got up on the wrong side of the bed. Tadan stuck his tongue out at her, and she stuck out hers back. Adorned sighed while Tadan got a cup of coffee and sat down beside him. "Having problems with Dylan?" she asked, concern on her face. "Nah, it's a picnic. Complete joy dealing with an aggressive teenager," he responded. "Strange." Her eyes narrowed. "What about talking to her friends? Have you tried that?" "She doesn't have any friends, unless you count Tito, which I don't, or Nellie, who spends more time here than she does at home." "Her and Devin are great friends," Tadan agreed. "I wish Dylan would open up to them more. Or Tito. He's very friendly." "I wouldn't call it friendly," Tadan growled. But the way she spends her day locked up in her room is odd. Leanna is worried about her." At the mention of Leanna, Odon and Tavanna quickly glanced at each other, but Taladin remained indifferent. At this moment, Devin came stumbling out of the hall with a yawn. Tavanna widened her eyes and said, "Devin, you should be sleeping. You know you need your rest." "I'm ready to start training," he said. "What's the sense in sleeping when I could be getting stronger?" Tavanna smiled. "That's a great attitude to have. Okay, let's start." Tavanna and Devin headed outside, and Odon laughed. "Look at that. Perfect student. Gets up early to start school. Why do you think that is?" "I don't know. Kid's weird," Taladin shrugged. No doubt Dylan would sleep until after lunch, but just to test it out, he didn't wake her. Sure enough, Dylan finally pulled herself together at 1 PM. Taladin ground his teeth, but didn't say anything. It would take them until after dinner to finish the lessons now. Sighing, he asked her to sit down and started to teach. After they had gone through the bookwork with no success, Taladin gave up. He quickly made up an excuse and gave her some busy work while he fled to Odon.
"It's hopeless. Why bother continuing? She won't even look at me,"
he pleaded to his old master, who was wheeling around the house library in his chair. "End of the world, drama queen?" Odon teased, taking a book down from the shelf.
"This is serious,"
he moaned. Odon let out a loud, tired noise. "Forget the learning for today. Go have some bonding time."
"Bonding time?"
he asked, as if Odon had told him to swallow radioactive waste. "Yes, Tal. Try to relate to her."
"If relating to her means scowling at everything I see,"
he growled, but he turned on his heels and left. Bonding time? The idea was ludicrous. He attempted to scroll through ideas in his head.
"Well, she's got a lot of pent-up anger. I guess we both like smashing stuff."
An hour later, Taladin led Dylan out to the lawn and pointed to a bunch of targets he had set up.
"See those?" he asked. "I want you to hit them."
"With what?" she asked, giving him a quizzical look.
"Whatever you've got."
"Aren't we supposed to be putting off this type of thing? Leanna won't like it," Dylan said.
"Leanna isn't here. And don't give me that excuse. You couldn't care what Leanna thought anyway. You just want to get out of it,"
Taladin pointed out. Dylan looked back at him, surprised. He gave her a stern look.
"You think I don't know how to play your games? I used to pull them too when I thought I could get away with it."
Her face was shadowed by a cloud of fury. She rushed at the nearest target, smashing it to bits. It was Taladin's turn to be surprised.
"You have no idea how I feel,"
she snarled, smashing another target. An insane grin lit up her face, and she kicked down 2 boards at once, breaking them in half. Taladin raised an eyebrow and tried to remain unaffected.
"I know you feel angry. I know you feel like you have no way out, and that acting like you don't care seems to be your only way to escape. The only way to help."
Her smile dropped a bit. "I don't need to escape, and I definitely don't need help."
"Tell that to the boards you've smashed."
"I thought that was what I was supposed to do." Another board was crushed under her shoe.
"Where did you learn how to be so aggressive? You never fight like this in practice."
"I lived on the streets for a month, remember? Fight or die." When Taladin didn't answer, she slammed her fist against another target, breaking it in half. "What is it with you and Leanna anyway? Every time someone mentions her name around you, it's like they're all expecting you to blow up. Even Devin now, though he won't tell me why. He doesn't keep secrets from me. At least he never did, not since we came here." She threw another board. Taladin ducked as it came spiraling at his head. It smashed against the side of the house, and Dylan whirled around to face him, furious.
"Tavanna has told him then."
His face became like stone, and Dylan paused.
"I guess if he knows, it's only fair that you know too."
"What are you talking about?" Dylan asked slowly.
"If you must know, around 15 years ago, the war was at a breaking point. I was 20 years old. We were close to winning, and the leader of the Hunters Guild knew it. Rachel was close to giving in. but at the same time that I was fighting a war, I was also engaged.
Dylan's eyes became confused. Tadan continued.
Leanna and I were going to be married after the war was over. That's when we found out she was pregnant. I did the best I could, but left her unprotected. A hunter came and attacked Leanna when I was away on a mission. I got there just in time to save her life, but the baby couldn't be saved. Things fell apart after that.
Dylan's lip was trembling. She stepped toward Tadan with tears in her eyes.
Master, I'm so sorry.
Tadan looked like he was about to cry too. He turned away from her as he said,
Now you know what it means to be a Rhodi and lose everything. It kills me to face Leanna, but I do it for you because she's your doctor, and despite what you might think, I care about what happens to you.
Dylan went to say more, but found she had no more words to say. In silence, Tadan walked over to his car, got inside, and drove away. Devin and Tavanna were sparring on the other side of the house. As Devin blocked another one of Tavanna's hits, she smiled and said, "Good, you're getting better and better." The sound of an engine's roar interrupted her next sentence. They both paused to watch Tadan in his black car speed down the driveway. Devin raised an eyebrow, looking at his master.
"What was that?"
"I'm not sure," Tavanna said, narrowing her eyes. "But maybe we should stop for the day. It's never a good sign when my brother acts like that."
"Well, in that case, I'm going over to Nellie's,"
he said cheerfully. Devin started walking toward the road, but Tavanna grabbed onto his shirt. "Wait a minute. I've got to talk to you before you go." Devin obediently followed her into the living room. She sat him on the couch and said, "Devin, I know that you and Nellie are close, but I have to warn you. Maybe you should be guarding your heart a little more carefully around her."
"I don't know what you mean,"
Devin mumbled, pushing his glasses up. "I think you do," she said gently. "Her mother called today and said she hasn't been feeling well. She has to stay in bed."
"I'm perfectly fine with doing whatever she wants, whatever it takes to make her happy,"
Devin said. "Devin, you know she has cancer," Tavanna said, a bite of hesitation in her voice. "And it's not a small tumor."
"I know that," Devin said. "But why should that stop me from being her friend?"
"You shouldn't stop being her friend, but..." Tavanna was interrupted as she watched Dylan slump into the living room, collapsing on the couch. She put her head in her arms.
"Sis?"
Devin said as he grabbed Dylan's arm.
"What's up?"
Her voice came out in a muffled undertone.
"Tadan's upset."
"Why?" Devin asked. He laid a hand on her shoulder that she, for once, did not shake away. "What happened?" Tavanna sat down on the other side of her.
"I lost my temper when we were target practicing. I yelled at him and even threw a board at his head."
"Dylan!" Devin shouted, looking at her in disbelief.
"And if that wasn't bad enough, I brought up Leanna. I asked him why he was so upset about her all the time. He told me everything and then sped off in the car."
"Oh, dear." Tavanna shook her head. "Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong. You lost your temper, but you're sorry, and that's what counts. And don't worry about my brother. He's a master of Rhodi. He should know better than to lose control over a little argument, even if Leanna is a sore subject." Dylan hung her head. She didn't seem convinced. The phone rang in the other room, and Devin rushed to get it.
"I feel so bad," Dylan said. "I need to apologize and make it up to him."
"If you try harder in your classes, that'll mean more to him than anything. He wants you to succeed. Trust me," Tavanna said.
"I will," Dylan said. "I promise."
Devin came back in and sat down.
"Change of plans. Mrs. Poloski says Nellie is too sick to have visitors today."
"Well, our lessons are done for the day, so what do you have planned?" Tavanna asked. Devin shrugged.
"Nothing, really."
Dylan bounced up and down nervously.
"I hope Tadan's all right. What if something bad happens to him?"
Tadan will be fine. He's a Rhodi master. What could touch him? Devin asked. When Dylan still didn't answer, Devin wrapped his arms around her shoulders, whispering, "Stop blaming yourself, Dylan. You can't bring them back." Night fell, and Tadan still hadn't returned. Dylan laid with her head under the covers. On her arm were patches of short, jagged scars, each one deeper than the last. "This is what I deserve," she thought. Tears leaked out from her eyes, but she fought them away. If Devin heard her crying, he would know something was wrong, and he might discover her secret. No one had the slightest idea, and no one could find out. This secret was hers and hers alone. It was her way to handle the madness swarming around her, the panic that churned in her chest. It would silence the voices, if only for a little while. Tadan was driving just about as fast as his car could take him. Savannah would slap him for this, but he was so mad he didn't care. He was fed up with everyone, especially Dylan. He'd been driving ceaselessly around all night, and the sun was beginning to rise. Driving was his way of forgetting about the world. It was immature to act this way, he knew, but what had happened between him and Leanna was a wound that would never heal. Whenever someone brought it up, it burned him in a way he couldn't face, so he ran from it. "Savannah's probably worried about me," he thought. He remembered the stricken expression on Dylan's face before he left, and wondered that maybe she was hurt too. "She's just a kid. She didn't mean anything by it. Maybe I am being too hard on her." He had a tendency to be hard on people, himself most of all. He considered turning around and going home, but before he could, he passed a patch of blackened asphalt, guardrails that were split in half. "Somebody had an accident recently," he thought as he passed it. He wondered how far away from Aros he had driven, as there were no beaches near the town. He slowed down, coming to a stop at the scene. A shadow caught the corner of his eye. He glanced up and saw a figure at the top of the cliff near the road. He got out, locked his car, and continued up the hill, feeling curious. That figure seemed familiar somehow. When he reached the top, he finally realized it was a trap. 20 people smashed into his body, tackling him to the ground and tying up his hands and legs. "Well, that was easier than I thought. I still remember the time when you took down 36 of our best warriors by yourself. It would seem you're getting out of practice, pet," a woman said slyly. He knew that voice. "Rachel," he breathed, closing his eyes. The creature of darkness laughed. "You should show me more respect. I am the Red Huntress now." She was on a boulder 50 feet above him, with a black cat whose tail flickered back and forth quickly. Rachel's eyes sparkled as she dropped down to meet him, her gray dress billowing around her as she floated through the air, her tomcat tucked tightly into her arm. She landed on bare feet in a rolling crouch, then strode over to him. She grasped his head in her beautiful hand while the cat looked on dully. The other hunters stepped back in a sign of humility, and she tossed her red hair over her shoulder carelessly. Tadan sneered. "I don't care what you call yourself. You're simply the boss of a bunch of criminals, just like your old master." The thugs around her gasped, yet the Red Huntress only grinned. "And you, great Rhodi, are a freedom taker and a dream crusher."
"Look who's talking! Break up any other families lately?" Tadan spat at her.
"I have, but is that any of your business?" She pushed his face away. "I can be quite dangerous when I want to, Tadan. I was the only one you could never defeat."
"And Savannah was the one whom you couldn't," he said triumphantly.
The Red Huntress sneered. "Your sister won't be a problem once she comes crawling to me in order to save you."
"Fat chance."
This was the moment he had been waiting for. He sprung up, the ropes that bound him ripping in half with his strength. He charged at her, his fists raised to strike. Just before he landed the first punch, Rachel whipped around, a glint in her eye. The red huntress plunged a jagged knife into his side. He let out a gasp before he sunk to his knees, immobile as a paralyzing poison filled him. Rachel knelt down and whispered into his ear, her voice as sickening as toxic syrup.
"I'll have you one day, Tadan. Mark my words."
She stroked his frozen face, then turned to her servants. "Grab him and head back. We have little time to waste." Tadan passed out. Chapter 7. Past Enemies. It had been a full day, and Tadan still hadn't returned. Savannah was so worried she canceled Dylan and Devin's lessons for the day and spent her time pacing back and forth to the window, to the phone, and then to the door. Her blue eyes swam with unease, and her violet hair hung in front of her face. "Relax, Savannah. You know how Tal gets when he's in a mood. This isn't the first time he's run off and not returned for a few days," Odon reminded her as he dozed in his rocking chair. "Yeah, and do you remember what used to happen when he ran off? He always gets into trouble." Savannah bit her lip. "He's a grown man, Tav. A man who has mastered the Rhodian arts. Relax." But for all his words, Odon seemed worried too. Devin's homework had distracted him for the time being, but it sure didn't distract Dylan. She wandered from room to room in the house, her face full of anguish. She took way too long in the bathroom when she went in, coming out with puffy eyes and shaking hands. The phone rang. Savannah rushed to it and put it on speaker. "Hello?" she asked, voice strained.
"You will listen very carefully,"
a smooth voice hissed, and Savannah froze. Odon's eyes snapped open. He got up from his chair, grabbing his cane. Devin, who had just come downstairs, grabbed Dylan's arm and whispered, "It's her." Dylan wrapped her arms around her brother and stared fearfully at the phone, as if they both expected the owner of the voice to jump out of it at any moment. "Rachel," Savannah breathed. The voice chuckled.
"So good to speak to you again, Savannah."
"What do you want?" Savannah asked harshly, gripping the staff at her side.
"Your brother is in my custody. If you want him alive, you know where to go. Bring only your master, and don't alert anyone else. I'm assuming you know whom I mean."
Savannah went to reply, but then a loud, brave voice came through the other line. "Don't you dare come back for me, Savannah! Don't you dare!"
"Didn't I tell you to shut him up?"
The Red Huntress's voice burst through, and there was a muffled whump as someone hit the floor. Savannah let out a soft gasp that sounded more like a shriek. Odon's face was white. Dylan turned away and buried her face in Devin's shoulder, starting to sob silently. Savannah's face hardened in grim determination. "We'll be there, Rachel, though I think we're going to put up more of a fight than you realize." She slammed down the phone and tossed her hair out of her eyes, tying it back into a long ponytail. "Master," she said as she grabbed her staff, "are you sure you should be coming?" Odon had morphed completely, his age seeming to spring away from him. "I may be old, but I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve." "Then let's go." She rushed over to Devin and Dylan. "You two are to lock the doors. I do not want you coming out, do you understand? Stay here until we get back. Don't even make a loud noise. Never answer the door for anyone. If I find out that either one of you disobeyed me in any way, then you are going to get it big time. Understand?" They both nodded, surprised by this new, commanding side of their master that they had never seen before. It was obvious she meant business.
She spoke with authority, the voice of a true leader. Tavanna paused before she rushed out. Dylan, whatever you think, this wasn't your fault. Do you hear me? My brother got himself into this. You're not responsible for what happens. She paused and added, whatever does. She and Odon rushed out the door, making sure Devin locked the doors before she drove away in a large SUV. The twins said nothing. No sooner than Tavanna had left, noise erupted from the kitchen as pots and pans went flying everywhere. The twins flattened themselves against the wall and slunk down. Dylan crawled to the door and whispered, "There's someone in the kitchen. They snuck through the window." Devin's eyes widened. "The Hunters Guild is trying to kill all of us." Dylan looked back at him. "If we're quiet enough, maybe we can sneak up on the assassin before he finds us." "That's a terrible idea," Devin snapped back. "I'm not content to hide like a sitting duck, waiting for him to catch us," Dylan said. "We've learned how to fight. We can take him." "But Tavanna said..." "Tavanna's not here. Follow me." Dylan began sneaking toward the kitchen. "I can't believe we're doing this," Devin murmured, but he followed her all the same. The twins crawled carefully through the kitchen, but before they could find their enemy, he went toppling over Devin, screaming loudly and tackling Dylan to the floor. Devin went to strike until he recognized who it was. Dylan's face went from fear to rage as she saw Tito grinning sheepishly at her, embarrassed. She jumped up, pushing him off her. "Get the hell off me, Tito!" "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to scare you." "You moron! What were you thinking, sneaking into our house?" Dylan screamed. Devin ran over to her and cupped a hand over her mouth. "Dylan, we've already disobeyed Tavanna by letting Tito in. Do you want the Hunters Guild to hear you? They could be watching the house," he said. She pushed him away and whispered back, "We didn't let him in. He let himself in, the jackass." "Well, I couldn't get through the door. It was locked," Tito complained. "Don't you think there was a reason for that?" Dylan said, her voice cracking. "Tavanna and Odon are gone. They have to rescue my master because he got kidnapped by the Hunters Guild." "Are you serious? That's insane," Tito said. "Tell me about it. My master is going to die all because of me." She put her head in her hands and slumped into a chair, devastated. Devin scowled and shook her shoulders. "Don't say that. Tavanna and Odon are going to rescue him." She made a skeptical noise. "Odon can barely walk. The guy is practically 100 by now. Do you really think that he can go fight the Hunters Guild? And I don't care how good Tavanna is. There's no way she can handle her." Devin put his arm around her. "You have to trust her. And Tadan and Odon too. I'm sure it'll be okay." "When has it ever been okay? It hasn't been okay since our parents died," she shouted back at him. Devin drew back, dropping his head. Tito ignored their argument, walking to a window and peering out of it. "Hey, when can we leave?" he asked. "Get back! Didn't you hear everything we just said? We've got to stay until it's clear." Devin pulled him away from the window, and they both collapsed onto 2 kitchen chairs, one on either side of Dylan. "Great! Now I'm going to be in so much trouble with Mom," Tito complained. "If you hadn't broken into our kitchen, you wouldn't be here in the first place," Dylan snapped. "Well, I wanted to see you. If you weren't so busy being angry all the time, you'd know that," Tito sniped, his temper bursting. "Well, maybe I wouldn't be so angry if someone would stick around long enough to pay attention," Dylan said. "There you go again. You're so absorbed in your own self-pity that you don't bother to notice anything anybody else does for you. Look at Tadan. He took you in and has been putting up with you for weeks, and you've treated him like crap," Tito said. Tears welled up in Dylan's eyes, and Devin shifted protectively in his seat. "Watch what you say to her," he warned, pushing up his glasses. "No, he's right," Dylan said. "I've been too obsessed with myself to realize that Tadan's been trying to help." She raised her head, her fierce orange eyes flashing as she rose to her feet. "I'm the one who got my master into this. Now I'm the one who's going to get him out.
What do you mean? Devin asked, but she didn't answer. The two boys followed her up to her room. Devin put a hand on her arm, but she shook it off, tearing straight to Tadan's bedroom. She yanked open his dresser drawer and shuffled through it. She then pulled out a square case, which she quickly fastened around her waist.
What are those?
Devin asked. She closed the drawer and turned to him, opening the case and showing him rows of blades. Throwing knives. I've been sneaking into his room at night and practicing with them on the training field while he's sleeping.
So that's why you sleep so late,
Devin marveled.
Oh, wait a minute. You stole these? And you've been practicing with another Rhodi's weapon without his permission?
It's not like it's actually stealing. I always put them back. And besides, I don't think they're really his. He uses a blade.
And what are you going to do with them?
Tito asked, his eyes glinting fearfully. What do you think I'm going to do with them? I'm going to get Tadan back, she stated simply. The boys gasped.
Sis, you're insane. Do you recall what these people are capable of?
Devin asked. He lifted up his shirt slightly to show some of his scars, and she turned away.
Yes, I do. That's why we can't leave him there to die, she said, braiding her hair quickly and tossing it over her shoulder. You've only been in training for a month. You've gotten hardly any practice time for a real fight, he protested.
Sneaking out, remember? She brought out a razor-sharp knife with a blue hilt that merged perfectly into her hand. The boys gazed at it warily. Besides, we know the guild's weak points. Have you forgotten?
What do you mean, we?
Tito asked Devin, but both twins ran out of the room. No time to explain. You guys need to stay here and keep hidden while I go after him, Dylan said, charging toward the door.
Whoa, what do you mean by you guys?
Tito protested. Devin let out a valiant exclamation. There's no way you're going by yourself. I have to. Tito, sorry if I offend you, but you have no idea what you're getting into. And there is no way I'm going to put my baby brother in danger again.
Baby brother? I'm 3 seconds younger,
Devin protested.
I don't care what you say, Dilliana. I'm coming with you.
Dylan sighed. Fine, I guess I can't leave you behind, but Tito...
Oh, no! There is no way I'm gonna stay home like a little princess while everybody goes off to war,
Tito shouted. Dylan grabbed his shoulders, shaking him back and forth. Tito, don't you get it? This isn't a game. You saw the scars that Devin has. The same thing could happen to you. I'm tired of people getting hurt because of me. Dylan's voice broke, and she walked out of the room, her face turned away. She grabbed the phone and called a cab. After that, she ran and got Devin an extra foldable staff of Tavanna's, then sat impatiently to wait. When the driver got there, they rushed to the door, only to realize they didn't have enough money to pay the fare. They looked at each other in desperation, but Tito stood by the doorway, swinging a large bag of coins around.
Looks like you guys need to borrow some money, he snickered. But on one condition, take me with you.
Tito, we don't have time for this. Just give me the money, please, Dylan pleaded. She could tell the driver was getting impatient. He didn't move. There was no time to waste, so she gave up. Fine, but there is no way that I'm responsible for you, she said, shaking her head. Tito's smile widened, and they jumped in the cab. Dylan practically threw the money at the driver and told him where to go. And step on it, she added. He cast her an annoyed look before they sped off. When they arrived, Devin and Dylan were clinging to each other tightly, cowering against each other as they looked up at the building. It was menacing. The old black manor looked like it was about to fall over any minute onto the brown, burnt grass. All the trees were dead, and graffiti laced up the sides. This the place? The driver asked skeptically. Yes, thank you, Dylan nodded. They got out and he drove away, glad to get out of this depressing part of town.
We're gonna have to go in there?
Tito asked. Not there specifically, the catacombs under it, Devin said.
Under it? I hate going underground,
Tito squeaked. Dylan let out a harsh noise. You wanted to come. Now let's get going. Maybe we can grab Tadan and get out without running into anybody."
They continued to the mansion. Dylan and Devin went in first, wrinkling their noses. Rugs were threadbare, giant cobwebs were everywhere, and the place had to be crawling with vermin. Devin crept through a room that looked like it was a kitchen, opening a small trap door in the floor that was hidden under a rug.
"Ladies first," he said jokingly.
Dylan bravely began walking down the steps, and Devin followed.
"Hey, Captain Adventure, you coming?"
Dylan asked. Gulping, Tito continued into the darkness. The stairs ended, and the teens walked down a long, dreary passageway, lit only by the light of their cell phones.
"Hey, how do you guys know this place so well? How'd you know where to find it? And what's with all the subtle hints in your conversations?"
Tito asked. There was silence for a minute until Devin sighed.
"Might as well tell him, sis."
Dylan made no sound, and Devin took over.
"After we lost our mom and dad,"
Devin's voice wavered, and he paused before he continued.
"We had nowhere to go. We wandered the streets until a woman came to us. She introduced us to the Hunters Guild and then this place, which she was the leader of. Her name was Rachel, also known as the Red Huntress,"
Tito breathed.
"Correct. She made us do all kinds of terrible stuff. Rob houses, follow people around to spy on them. But we didn't mind, as long as we were together and fed. Then one day, we heard her talking to someone who knew our family. It turned out our parents had been running from the guild all along, although we didn't stick around to find out why. We tried running away, but we got caught. She fastened an electric shock bracelet onto Dylan afterwards. She had a special liking for me, said I had talent. When I didn't do what she told me, Dylan got hurt."
Devin took in a breath.
"One day, she killed an entire family for not following her orders and set fire to their house. Her stupid black cat got trapped in the flames, and she ordered me to rescue it. Dylan begged me not to go, but after the Red Huntress tortured her, I didn't have a choice. I was inside while the building collapsed. Dylan risked her life to jump in there and pull me out. In the process, she broke the bracelet. The Red Huntress thought we had both died in the fire. Now, here we are." "Did you ever figure out why your parents were running from the guild?"
Tito asked.
"It doesn't really matter now," Dylan said, speaking for the first time.
"We spent our whole lives trying to escape from them, but it didn't matter. The guild got what they wanted in the end. I don't need answers. I just need revenge on them for chasing my parents our whole lives. If they hadn't been fleeing the Hunters Guild, they wouldn't have died. I'm going to make Rachel pay for that." They came to a door, which Dylan opened with ease. Soon they were standing in a well-lit room with luxurious furniture, plush fur rugs, and expensive decor that looked like it was made of gold.
"Classy,"
Tito observed. Devin suppressed a laugh.
"The Hunters Guild likes to live in style. You really didn't think that Rachel would live in anything less than luxury, did you?"
They continued on, room after expensive room. Dylan always went first, throwing herself in front of the boys and pushing them behind furniture at the first sign of trouble. She was right about not anyone being here. The only person they had seen so far was a young man who quickly passed them by, even though their hiding place behind a plush red chair was way too small to conceal them properly.
"Why haven't we been caught yet?"
Tito whispered.
"Keep your voice down." I was right. They're all too busy at the moment to notice our arrival. Everyone's probably where my master is, and they're expecting the intruders to come to them, not to sneak in. They're waiting for Tadan to show up.
Dylan crept forward, and the others followed her lead.
"Damn it,"
Dylan exclaimed. She pointed subtly across a wide, tiled room with a high-arched roof and a mass of candelabras. On the other side of this room was a large red door. 2 guards, a man and a woman, paced back and forth in front of it, wearing one-piece hunter uniforms made out of thin leather. On the uniforms were long streaks of red fabric that crisscrossed along the torso, resembling flames. Dylan was sure they were keeping Tadan behind that door.
Now what do? We can't exactly pass for Hunter's Guild. We don't have the uniform, Devin protested.
Dylan looked down. If we pretend we're new recruits, we might get through.
Won't they recognize us?
Devin asked. She thought,
not if you keep your head down.
Take off your glasses. They won't think it's you.
But I'm practically blind without them,
Devin said. I'll be your eyes until we get through that door, she promised. She peeked around the doorway one last time, said a prayer, and then stepped confidently in front of them.
Let's go,
she whispered, and they stepped out from the safety of the wall. The Hunters Guild looked directly at them, but Dylan's ruse apparently worked.
New trainees?
A man with a beard asked them, and Dylan nodded her head. They walked calmly through the large room toward the door. Dylan was about to step through to safety until the small woman grabbed her face.
Wait a minute. I've seen you before, she whispered.
Dylan froze in fear, and the woman's eyes widened. Dylan smashed her foot, punching her directly in the face.
Run!
Devin jammed his glasses back on his face, but they were surrounded. The man with the beard smiled evilly at them before jumping toward them with a yell. Devin sidestepped his blow and began dueling with him fiercely, landing 2 blows for every one the man gave. Frustrated, the man went to strangle him, but Devin kicked him in the head and he went sprawling to the floor, knocked out. The woman whom Dylan had injured ran toward her viciously. Dylan grabbed her throwing knives and threw them at the woman, landing several in her shoulder and a few on her thigh. The woman fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The teens ran through the door and down the next hallway, looking at the many doors with confusion.
What now? They know we're here,
Tito said, spinning on the spot.
We've got to find Tadan.
I don't think that we're going to get out of here without his help anyway, and we're not leaving without him. Check every door. They continued the frantic search, now pressed for time, and as Dylan reminded herself, being hunted. Tadan was tied up, in all the irony, in an intricately carved chair that must have cost a fortune, in a room where the floors were pure marble and the walls looked something like gold. It was dark, but his senses told him what he needed to know about the room, and also what he needed to know about his escape, which needed to happen immediately.
Tavanna can't come here, he thought. It's her they want. They can't bring her here again.
He surveyed his surroundings. The knots they had tied him up with were much more complicated this time and impossible to undo. He wasn't sure how he was going to get out of this one. The door was opening, although he hadn't counted on the Red Huntress coming for him so quickly. He braced himself to put his plan into action until he realized it wasn't the Red Huntress at all.
Diliana Grace Fairson, what do you think you are doing here, young lady?
It took all his Rhodi training not to shout at her, his face turning red. Rescuing you! I couldn't let you die, she said, panic in her eyes.
For your information, I've survived worse. Now leave! That's an order and you have to obey me, he hissed.
Sorry, but I'm not leaving without you. She started working on the knots in the back, tugging at them with all her might.
Will you stop being so stubborn? Get out of here, he demanded.
At that moment, Devin and Tito burst through the door, gasping for breath. They pushed a blue velvet couch in front of the door to make a barricade. The Hunters Guild hammered on the outside, and Tito and Devin rushed over to help. No use being quiet now.
You brought them along?
Tadan screamed, his eyes bugging out of his head. No, I actually begged them to stay. They wouldn't let me go alone. She struggled with the knots before growling angrily. This is stupid, she hissed, bringing out her knife. She slashed at the ropes and they fell to the ground easily. The Hunters Guild almost got the door open, but Dylan brought out a knife and threw it precisely into the lock, jamming it.
Wow, Dylan, I knew you said you'd been practicing, but...
Oh. Tito stopped talking when he saw the absolute murderous look on Taladin's face.
You've been taking throwing knives too?
he asked as he stood, rounding on her. "Remind me later how much trouble you're going to be in. Right now, let's get out."
"I'm afraid I can't let you do that."
They turned to see the Red Huntress, her tomcat sitting obediently on her shoulder, her short black dress hanging radiantly around her knees and off her shoulders. She smiled cruelly. Tadan pushed the teenagers behind him. She laughed.
"I won't hurt them, Tadan. I already know who they are."
Taladin's eyes narrowed in confusion, and she chuckled.
"They didn't tell you? How cute. Your students were once my students. Didn't you know that?"
Tadan glanced back at them, a look of betrayal in his eyes. "No, it's not what you think," Devin yelled. Tadan didn't move from his spot. Rachel smirked.
"Why bother protecting them? They're two criminals, just like me."
Taladin's expression didn't change.
"I don't care what they were. They're just kids, and everybody needs a second chance."
Her steely amethyst eyes flickered back to Dylan, and she looked down, biting her lip. The Red Huntress tilted her head.
"It looks like you're all out of chances to give."
She flew at him. The cat leapt off her shoulder and scampered away into a corner. Dylan's master pushed them out of the way as Rachel threw him into a wall. He cringed in pain, but got to his feet and ran toward her, lashing out a kick. She jumped away from his blow, bouncing off the wall and slamming him to the floor. When he shakily got to his knees, Rachel punched him in the jaw, sending him spiraling to the floor.
"Give up, Tadan. I'm too quick."
"Not for me." A strong voice echoed bravely, and they all looked up. Clinging to a rope hanging from the ceiling was Tavanna, a glowering look on her face. Tavanna fell from the stained glass ceiling onto the floor. At the sound of her voice, the black cat fled, running as fast as it could up a chair and behind an opening in the wall. Tavanna brought out her staff, and Dylan saw a flicker of unrest crash behind Rachel's angry eyes. The two women circled for a minute, neither making a move. The look Rachel gave Tavanna was pure hatred, and Tavanna returned the favor. It was clear that the woman didn't want to injure. They wanted to kill. Tavanna moved first. She did a front flip and brought her staff down, but Rachel blocked it and swung at Tavanna's face. She easily dodged, knocking Rachel's legs out from under her. Rachel rolled, sweeping Tavanna off her feet, and they tangled on the floor before they sprang back onto their feet once more, attacking each other in a flurry of fists. They all watched, transfixed, as the two women danced like beautiful birds in battle. It made Tadan and Tavanna's fight look like child's play. Dylan was sure that every move Rachel made would break Tavanna's neck, but the Red Huntress never touched her. Tavanna, however, couldn't land a blow either. Neither could best the other. The door to the room opened. The teenagers stared in awe as Odon shuffled through a side door, banging the heads of a man and a woman together. The rest of the people behind him were all knocked out. "Too easy," Odon muttered. He went silent as he saw Rachel and Tavanna dueling to the death. So quickly that half of them missed it, Rachel grabbed Tavanna's staff with both hands, planning to use it against her. Tavanna brought her leg up, kicked her in the head, and sent Rachel flying into the next room, where she landed in a heap of astonished Hunters Guild. Odon shut the door quickly and locked it. "She won't be out long. Can you walk?" Tavanna asked her brother. Her voice was hard and courageous as she grabbed Devin's arm, dragging him to the rope that dangled down from the roof. Tadan picked himself off the marble floor. "Better. I can run." He nodded to Tito in turn and hovered his eyes on Dylan. There was a shout from above. Dylan looked up to where Tavanna now was, an exit in the stained glass ceiling 50 feet above where she had come in. Devin had managed to climb up the rope after her, and onto the roof of the dilapidated mansion. Tito took the hint and began climbing the rope easily, his large muscles pulling him quickly up the rope. Tadan watched him carefully to catch him if he fell. Odon laughed, glancing at Dylan. "Oh, honey,
Your master is madder than a wet hen. He hasn't been this upset in years. I'd hate to be you now."
Dylan's stomach clenched. She knew Odan was just teasing her, but he was also speaking the truth. She felt like she was about to throw up when Tadan came back for her. There was enraged yelling outside the door. The Red Huntress knew they were getting away. She was breaking through the thick oak doors, using every inch of skill she had to try and smash through. Tadan wasted no more time. He swept Dylan up as if she weighed little more than a feather in his left arm, and then started climbing the rope. Dylan, afraid of heights, clung to him and buried her eyes in his shoulder. When they almost had reached the top, he murmured, "You are in so much trouble when we get home, young lady." He gently shoved her up the window's exit, and Tavanna pulled her through. She could see that Tavanna wasn't very pleased either. She crawled to Devin. Tito was at his side, and he whispered glumly, "What was the point of this? The Hunters Guild didn't kill me, but my mom will, and I'm pretty sure your master is gonna kick your ass." Devin whimpered. Tavanna had never been mad at him before. When Tadan had carried Odan up and they were both through the window, Tavanna shut it, and they continued quickly out of the crumbling mansion. They got to the car. Tavanna held the keys in front of her, a hand to her head. "Master Odan, could you please drive? Tal and I are in no state to." Odan took the keys and settled in the front seat. Tavanna got in the passenger side, and Tito and Devin both rushed to buckle themselves in the back, the traitors. That meant Dylan would have to sit next to Tadan in the middle. She avoided looking at him as much as possible, quivering with dread. It was a long ride home. Once they had gotten on the highway, Tadan growled, "Enough. I want to know what you three were doing there, how in the hell Rachel knows who you are, and I want to know the truth." "As do I," Tavanna added, turning around in the front seat to look at them. "Tell us everything. Leave nothing out, because if you do and I find out, you're in 10 times more trouble than you're in now." He looked at Dylan sternly. She tried to speak, but her voice wouldn't seem to work. Devin saw her discomfort and came to her aid. So it began. It seemed to Dylan that she had forgotten a lot in the past few months, as half of what Devin told she couldn't remember. By the time he had gotten to the part about their past history with the Red Huntress, her stomach was quaking. Even though Tadan was furious, his eyes softened when Devin told him of the fire where he had gotten his scars. "Let me see where this bracelet was, Dylan," he asked, extending his hand. Dylan gave him her right arm. She became frightened that he would pull back her whole sleeve, but to her immense relief, he only rolled the fabric to her wrist. He traced the mark with utmost kindness, looking sad. "Very well. Keep going." When they arrived at Tito's farmhouse, Leanna instantly came running to the car. You could see she had been crying, her hair crazy and glasses cockeyed. Dylan would have felt sorry for her if she didn't look like she was a deranged psychopath. Leanna dragged Tito out by the collar of his shirt and clung him to her, while Tavanna quickly summarized what had happened and promised to come over the next day for the full story. By the end of the speech, the doctor was enraged, and she almost forgot to say thank you as she ordered her son to his room, where he would work out his sentence later. Tavanna got back in the car. But before Tadan could return to his seat, Leanna touched his arm gently, thanking him for saving her son. Tadan blushed lightly, and Dylan looked away as her master sat next to her, knowing he deserved a little privacy. Things seemed to build as they got closer and closer to the house. By the time Odan had parked in the garage, Dylan felt like she was going to jump out of her skin. They got out of the car and Tavanna walked over to Devin. "Go to your room and wait there. I have to decide your punishment." He didn't need to be told twice. Devin flew to the door and Dylan started to follow. Just when she thought she had gotten away, Tadan called out, "No, Dylan, I need to talk to you." She had to stop. Her twin gave her a sympathetic look before tearing into the house, leaving her alone with her master. Tavanna had gone into the kitchen. She had no idea where Odan had taken off to. She was left alone with Tadan. He turned away from her and went to the house toward the living room.
She didn't need to ask if she had to follow. "Sit," he ordered, pointing to the couch. She sat. He paced around the room, running his left hand through his hair. "Dylan, what am I gonna do with you? What were you thinking, chasing after me like that? You could have been killed." She didn't say anything. What could she say? He turned to her. "Didn't you think that Tavanna and Odon could handle it? Or did you think you could do a better job?" Her silence said it all. He made an angry noise, his hand falling away from his hair and smacking against his side. "Dylan, you have to learn to trust us. You can't be a Rhodi if you don't believe in your fellow warriors." "I just wanted to save you," she burst. "I'd feel terrible if I made you run away and got you killed." "You didn't do anything, Dylan, except disrespect me. Me getting caught and captured was my own fault, because I was stupid," Tadan said sharply. "Never assume that anything you did got someone hurt." "If I hadn't yelled at you, you wouldn't have driven away and gotten kidnapped," she said back. "I should have controlled my temper instead of tearing off like that," Tadan said. "That has nothing to do with you." "But I made you tell me about Liana," Dylan said. I wouldn't have asked if I knew it was so terrible." Tadan sighed. "I told you that story because I thought it was time you knew. That happened a long time ago." "But it still hurts you," Dylan said softly, looking down at the rug. Taladin's eyes flashed with something she did not recognize. Yes, it still hurts me. But as a Rhodi, we share each other's secrets, and we trust each other. I need to be able to trust you, but how can I? I just found out that you've been stealing my knives and sneaking out at night to practice with them without my permission. But the worst thing, I have to admit, is that you lied to me. You lied about the knives, you lied about your past, and you lied about your feelings. Even though you never said a word, you still lied." Shame was drowning her like a flood. She couldn't take her eyes off his face, which suddenly softened. "Kid," he started, shaking his head. "You've got to learn. What's so terrible that you can't tell me about it? Why do you always hide how you feel from me? I want to help you, Dylan. Don't you know that? You're my student. I'm responsible for you now. If anything happened to you, I don't know what I'd do with myself." Dylan raised her head, stunned. It took a few long moments for him to speak. "You are under complete lockdown. You have to decide if you want to be a Rhodi or not. And if you want to be a Rhodi, you have to be honest with us. No more lying, no more secrets, and no more sneaking out. And I'd like my knives back, please. If you really want to practice with them, just ask me next time. Please, I'm here for you." He put out his hand. Dylan reached into her pocket, putting the box of knives into his hand. Taladin pocketed them quickly, then left the room. Dylan slung back against the couch. Compared to the punishment the Hunters Guild would have given her, and what she thought she was going to get, this was nothing. She had been sure Taladin would have kicked her out. She now realized he would never do that, no matter how badly she behaved. The worst part about it was when he'd been pleading with her. That had been terrible. She tried to get up until she realized that all the energy had been drained from her bones. She brought her knees up and sunk back into the cushions, lying down. A Rhodi or not? Well, I definitely know I want to be a Rhodi. I'll prove it to him. That was her last thought before she fell asleep. She woke up thrashing against the couch, screaming into the cushions. She saw darkness around her, but it didn't matter, as her nightmares were too deep to notice. She screamed and screamed, her wails only getting louder and increasing in terror. Her parents mangled against the ground. Her brother, blood trickling down his face. She was the only one who had been able to remember it all, recall every terrible and sick moment of the accident. Her brother had blocked it out, but she never could. She didn't want to relive it again and again every night, but the accident was something she could never forget, no matter how hard she tried. Her screams only increased in intensity until someone came to her and sat on the couch beside her. The figure picked her up and placed her on his lap, wrapping his arms around her.
She was very, very small compared to him, which made her feel safe as he rocked her back and forth. But it still didn't make the screaming any quieter or the crying any softer. As it was, Dylan would have been deeply embarrassed if anyone, especially her master, had caught her shedding a single tear any other time. But she wasn't thinking clearly, and her nightmares were still raging around her. Was that her voice that was calling out for Daddy? She thought it was, but for some reason it didn't seem connected to her mouth. It didn't sound like her at all, not that terrible, wretched wail. And she recalled with sorrow that Yeshua was gone. She cried harder and harder until she heard a soft voice whisper, "Dylan, it's okay. I'm here." She clung to Taladin's shirt, sobbing into it while he stroked her hair lovingly. As her nightmares faded, she cried,
"It's my fault. They're dead. I shouldn't have panicked when we left the border. They were concerned about me, and Daddy looked away from the road. It's my fault. They're dead." "Shh. No, it's not your fault," Taladin said. "Don't ever think that again." When her tears didn't stop, he whispered, "I want you to listen to me. None of this is your fault. You're not a bad person, Dylan. You've just gone through some horrible things. We aren't what life makes out of us. We are what we make out of life." Her tears turned into little sobs, and eventually she went back to sleep. Taladin cradled her in his arms as he carried her up the stairs, tucking her into bed. He made sure that she was sleeping soundly before he went to bed himself. Chapter 8. Trust or Secrecy.
"I call it a double standard,"
Dylan said with crossed arms to Taladin as they stood in the training arena, watching Devin and Nellie pet the horses in the pasture.
Taladin sighed. "Call it what you like, but Tavanna is Devin's teacher and she makes the rules for him, not me."
"But why can't Tito come over? It's just not fair," she said sadly.
"Leanna isn't letting Tito out of the house anytime soon. Tavanna's not doing this for him. She's doing it for her. Dylan, we talked about this."
"He barely got punished at all," Dylan argued.
"He wasn't the one who insisted on coming after me either," Taladin said, turning a twinkling eye on his student. "Now get up on that balance beam. I want to see how your backflips are coming along."
Dylan obliged, climbing on the balance beam with ease. She performed several backflips perfectly, one right after the other, landing perfectly on her feet each time like a cat. It seemed like no matter what Taladin asked of her, she never lost her balance. Gymnastics were the one thing she beat her brother at, so she practiced until she was able to do even the most complicated of maneuvers.
"Excellent," he said, smiling. "You're getting so much better. I'm really proud of you, Dylan. Soon, I'm going to teach you how to fight on only the beam for support."
"I'll be ready for it," she said, grinning. In the weeks that had passed since Taladin's capture, Dylan had vastly improved. Although she still felt depressed the majority of the time, she pushed herself to be the best Rhodi that Taladin could make of her. He was right. She needed to be devoted to this, to make herself strong so she could defeat anyone. Once she became a master of the Rhodi, she'd be invincible, and nothing could touch her. Although that day was a long way off, she still practiced like it could be tomorrow. As Dylan continued to do backflips, Taladin turned to look at the road. Dust was rising from it quickly. He squinted his eyes, and Dylan paused, asking, "What is it?" He didn't explain. Nellie and Devin came over, watching as Odon came hobbling through the screen door.
"Ah, here they are now. I was wondering when they would show."
"Who would show?" Nellie asked curiously, but Taladin's face sparked in joy. He called for Tavanna, and she came out of the stables, smiling brightly. "I know," Tavanna said before he could speak. "I was the one who called them." "What's going on?" Devin asked. But before anyone could answer, an expensive car pulled up to the side of the house, looking out of place amongst the quaint country scene. "What is it with you people in shiny cars?" Dylan murmured. They watched a young woman step out of the car, a vacant look on her face. Her hair was honey blonde, wrapped into a bun tightly against her head. She wore a yellow dress that wrapped around her strong, thick form. She walked to the other side of the vehicle and helped an elderly woman out who looked, quite honestly, like a female version of Odon. Her white hair was in a tighter bun than her companion's, and her shuffling walk was accompanied by a white cane. Her face was set in a stern gaze that looked permanent, which explained the many wrinkles on her face. The young girl helped the old woman up the steps of the porch. Dylan noticed that the young girl had the same amethyst eyes as Taladin's and several facial features of Tavanna's.
"Odon, long time no see," the old woman grumbled, her voice low like a bear.
The kids turned in astonishment to Odon, who growled affectionately,
"Yolanda, it's been a while. How come you never called your husband up?" She grinned fiendishly. "It's only been a few months. Surely it feels like a day after all the years we've been through together, old man."
"You guys are married?" Dylan asked in astonishment, her mouth dropping open.
"Only for a short while, though we've known each other for many decades, youngling,"
the old woman replied, not taking her eyes off Odon. "You must be her student, then," Devin said to the blonde woman. She smiled, then spoke in a choppy voice which seemed unaccustomed to the local language. "I am, and have been for many years, though I am a master now. I am Taladin and Tavanna's sister, April May." "You have another sister?" Dylan said, turning to Taladin.
"Yep, we're triplets," he said.
"Triplets? I thought Tavanna and Taladin were twins," Devin said, confused.
"So did we for 13 years, Odon said. Tavanna and Taladin went their entire lives without knowing they had another sister. By the time they had arrived at my doorstep when they were 11, I thought they were twins as well. Once they had almost reached 14, we received word that the Hunters Guild was up to something in the Far East. We traveled there and went through a series of trials to stop them, which is another story for another time. I found April first, when I had been separated from Taladin and Tavanna. She had saved me from certain death against a group of Hunters Guild, and of course, I recognized her fighting style. I asked her where her master was, and she took me to Yolanda. I ended up being reunited with an old friend."
He glanced at Yolanda tenderly.
"Together, we came back to Aros, and the three of them completed their training under our teachings."
"And she agreed to come back?" Nellie asked, immersed in the story. "Well," Tavanna said as she glanced at Taladin, "April was a bit skeptical at first, and the rest of us were a bit shocked. All but Taladin. He said he knew April was his sister once he looked into her eyes."
"And none of you believed me,"
Taladin complained. April May grabbed his hand, and Tavanna laughed. Yolanda glanced at Odon.
"We heard that Taladin had been kidnapped. We came as soon as Tavanna called."
"But I can see everything's fine now. What happened?" April May looked at him intensely, as if he were a book to read and not a person to have a conversation with. Taladin retold the story, Tavanna and Odon supplementing in when needed. Nellie was as enriched in the story as the new arrivals were, nudging Devin next to her excitedly as they rocked back and forth on the porch chair together.
"And I still can't believe this little kid,"
Taladin put a hand on Dylan,
"along with her brother and her friend, came into the guild's lair to save me."
April May scanned Dylan over, her gaze more intense than the morning sun. "She is fierce, like the tigress, but she is loyal. Odon made an excellent choice when he made you her master, no doubt about that." Dylan shifted uncomfortably. Tavanna laughed, shaking her head. "April has a way of classifying people. She'll do that to you sometimes." "Yes," April nodded, and she stared at Dylan. "Just like the tigress." Yolanda chuckled, but it seemed to be more like a snarl, a growl that was as ferocious as it was happy.
"Don't mind her, youngling. I have trained many in my time and have never met one as strange as she. but you will never find a better fighter or a better friend. Now, will someone let me in the house? My bones ache like you wouldn't believe."
Nellie was up in an apple tree, throwing down fruits to a red gelding with a white sock around his right hoof. His partner was a bluish-black mare with a star on her forehead, the tail of it reaching down to the tip of her nose. Dylan and Devin stood around the base of the tree while the horses munched eagerly. The gelding put his ears back and Nellie shouted, "Sugarfoot, don't be such a big hog. You let Moth have some." Sugarfoot paid no attention, so Dylan squeezed through the wooden fence and pushed Sugarfoot away. The horse gave her an annoyed glance before he hurried over to gobble up the rest of the apples before Moth could.
"Toss one of those down here, Nellie. I'm hungry,"
Devin cried. Nellie threw one down and he jumped up, catching it 4 feet in the air before he lightly came down in a roll. "Cool jump. Did Tavanna teach you that?" Nellie asked, swinging her legs back and forth. Devin bit into the apple, pushing up his glasses.
"Yup, she said we should know some stuff before the guild decides to make another move. She doesn't think they will for a while, but you never know with them."
"Wipe your mouth, Devin. You look stupid with all that juice running down your face," Dylan said.
"How do you guys like the new teachers? Pretty cool, I think," Nellie said. The twins glanced at each other simultaneously before Dylan spoke.
"I don't know. April May seems a little strange to me." "You only say that because she called you a tigress," Devin said.
"Not really. It's just... she gives off this aura, you know? Not a bad one like the Red Huntress does, but a powerful one," Dylan responded.
"Yolanda did say she was different," Devin said.
"I like Yolanda. She's like a grumpier version of Odon," Nellie said, jumping down.
"Yeah, but stricter. Tadan was drilling laps into me the other day, and Yolanda came out and watched us.
She said I wasn't fast enough and that he should make me do more," Dylan complained, and the three headed into the house. They went into the kitchen and Devin opened up the cupboard, tossing a bag of cookies onto the counter.
"Geez, Devin, don't eat the whole bag,"
Dylan said as he tore into it, cramming at least 3 cookies into his mouth. Dylan wrinkled her nose at him and handed the bag to Nellie, who shook her head.
"You know, you really should eat. It may make you feel better,"
Devin added. Nellie shook her head again, holding her mouth. It was clear the sight of food made her feel sick. "These are good. What are they?" Dylan asked, taking a cookie and examining it.
"I don't know. They're double chocolate,"
Devin said. At his words, Dylan stopped chewing. She looked up at the cupboard, then at the package in horror.
"What?"
Devin asked her. "Paladin's special stash! We're not supposed to touch these!" She rolled up the bag and looked at it warily.
"How can you be sure?"
"Because I ate a few one time and he freaked out. That's why he hides them, because Odon and Tavanna like them too. Believe me, you don't want to be around when the man realizes his cookies have been eaten."
There were voices coming from the opposite room, including Taladin's. Nellie grabbed the bag and threw it up into the cupboard. With nowhere to turn, she shoved them all into the nearby pantry closet, laughing. "Why couldn't you have grabbed something that wouldn't get us in trouble?"
"Hey, don't judge me. When you've been living on the streets with nothing to eat, you stop caring what food looks like or whose it is after a while,"
Devin protested. The 2 girls giggled. Nellie closed the door just in time, and through a small crack, they saw all the adults file into the room. "This makes me uneasy," Tavanna started. "It's been nearly a month since Taladin's capture. The guild should have done something by now. They're planning something."
"Tavanna, don't jump to conclusions,"
Odon warned. Through the door, they could hear her footsteps pacing around the room.
"Sis, relax. Nothing is going to happen,"
Taladin's voice echoed through the kitchen, and they saw him lounging lazily against the counter. "I have to disagree, brother," April May protested. "A twitching spider is the Hunter's Guild. One strike, then the next. Only a personal attack can be expected."
"You don't know they're after Harmony.
They could be biding their time." Taladin's voice was meek. "Who's Harmony?" Devin mouthed to the girls, but they shook their heads in confusion, pressing closer to the door.
I agree with April, Yolanda said. Rachel never got her proper revenge, and the Hunters Guild doesn't let personal offenses die easily. As Red Huntress, she's going to want old business finished and out of the way.
She already stole Ray from me. What more does she want?
Tavanna's voice was unusually angry, quivering at the edge of rage and tears. Devin shrunk back against his sister and friend. On the contrary, it was actually you that stole him away from her, Odon said. Ray was never yours to love. Tavanna's tone was thick.
Just because he was a hunter and I was a Rhodi shouldn't have made a difference. Rachel never loved him. She just wanted Ray for herself. We chose each other. It wasn't our fault that we fell in love. It was just meant to be. We all know that.
It was way too quiet. Dylan wondered if everyone forgot to breathe. It didn't mean she had to kill him, Tavanna said, her voice darker than they had ever heard it.
Tav, don't bring this up again, Taladin said sadly.
Why shouldn't I? I've seen the way you and Leanna look at each other, so you have no right to say anything to me.
There wasn't a body, Tav. Maybe he ran away.
Ray would never abandon me. Never, Tavanna hissed. Leanna saw her kill him. The only thing left of my husband after Rachel got done with him was a pile of clothing and a pool of blood. It sounded like Tavanna had a hand over her mouth, as if she was trying not to cry. It doesn't matter now, Odon said in a firm voice. What matters is getting Harmony and his family out of the way before the Red Huntress gets to them first. She took my husband away precious weeks after we were married. I swear I'll fight every last one of her warriors to the death if it means stopping Rachel from getting my baby. Devin let out a sharp cry, and the girls slapped their hands over his mouth. Thankfully, nobody outside noticed the outburst. Calm down, sister. Harmony will be free from Rachel's grasp. You can be sure of that, April May said.
So what do we do now?
Taladin asked. What can we do? Tavanna must go to the Conan family and convince them to leave the area.
That won't be very hard, Taladin put in. I ran into them lately and they said they were looking for a new place to live. Their old house won't fit everyone once the missus has her baby. But you can't go, Tavanna. Harmony is almost 16 now. If you show up, he'll start asking questions. Then we'll have to tell him about the adoption.
I know, Tavanna said, her voice bordering on the edge of tears. I was just hoping. If he showed some ability, we could tell him. Add to our numbers. The Conans have insisted that Harmony has shown no sort of special abilities at all. Despite you and Ray's talent, he will never be a Rhodi, Odon said. He then whispered gently, I know you want your son to be a Rhodian student, but he shows no skill or potential, unlike Dylan and Devin, and he's a target for Rachel. It's safer to keep him in the dark. Silence swept the room again. Then it's settled. Yolanda thumped her cane on the floor. April, will you deliver the news to the Conan family? Odon and I have some previous business to settle elsewhere. I'll stay in the car, Tavanna added miserably. Let me go with you, April, just to get a glance of him. I won't let him see me. As you wish, April replied.
I'll remain here and watch things. If anything happens, I'll call you, Taladin added.
On this note, the adults left the room. The teenagers stepped out of the closet, staring at each other. What was that about? Nellie asked, looking at Devin. Devin peered around the corner and then said, I don't know, but I think there's more to the past than they've been telling us. More? How can there possibly be more? Dylan said, shaking her head. They told us before that a life of a Rhodi isn't easy. There's probably more to that statement than we realize, Devin said. Taladin said that we had to trust each other and share our secrets to keep each other safe, Dylan argued. I don't think your masters are ready to tell you yet about what happened to them, Nellie said. I'm not sure if it's because it's not safe or if it hurts too much to talk about.
But I guess it doesn't matter now because you know.
Know what? That Tadan has a kid with some dead guy named Ray who was part of the Hunters Guild? Dylan asked. That's important to know, isn't it? She turned to her brother, who shrugged.
I don't know, but maybe we should be more careful. There could be more secrets coming, and we don't want them to knock us off our feet.
The girls nodded. An hour later, Tadan yelled that somebody had been into his cookies. Chapter 9. Wild Gift. Morning rose quicker than ever on Aros the next day. Just as Dylan was about to wake up, she heard her bedroom window open. She screamed, practically falling out of bed as she watched Tito clamber inside with a grin. Dylan threw her pillow at him and yelled, "You idiot! Can't you ever use the front door?" "The front door? How boring," Tito said. He leaned over and pulled Nellie through the window behind him. "Besides, don't blame me. Nellie dared me to. This is the first day since our little escapade Mom has let me loose." "And you decided to come here," Dylan said, rolling her eyes. "This is the best place to be. Juicy gossip running wild with your master worried about her baby and all," Tito said, plopping down onto her bed. "Why'd you have to tell him what we overheard, Nellie?" Dylan groaned. Tito smiled. "She didn't have to tell me anything, Cupcake. I knew all along. My mom doesn't hide secrets as well as she thinks she does." "Well, why don't you get out of my room so I can get dressed?" Dylan said, shoving Tito out the door and locking it behind him. By the time she was changed, Tito was knocking on her door again, her brother in tow. "Odon told me that Tavanna and Tadan are busy, so our lessons are canceled for the day," Devin said. "Trying to protect harmony, I bet," Dylan huffed. "So Tavanna has a baby. That's unexpected," Tito put in as Devin quickly closed the door. "Yes, I know. Although he's not really a baby. He's older than us. She's been hiding him all this time, and she's never told anyone." Devin walked back over and sat on the bed. "Which means we can't tell anyone either," Nellie put in. "So keep your big mouth shut, Tito," Dylan added. "I'm not saying anything," he said, throwing his hands up. "Harmony is around our age," Devin said. "Tavanna said she wanted to make him a student of the Rhodi too, but Odon objected. He said Tavanna couldn't teach Harmony because he had no potential as a Rhodi, but that we do. What do you think that means?" Dylan shook her head. "I have no idea." It made no sense that the child of a hunter and a Rhodi had shown no signs of becoming a warrior, but she, a nobody from Marcelleno, did. For some reason, Tadan and Tavanna think we can do this and Harmony can't, but it's anybody's guess why. "She probably enrolled us because she doesn't want her real son getting killed. She barely knows me. It won't hurt her if I die," Devin said sadly. Dylan was shocked. Devin had never shown anything but the fullest of trust in Tavanna. Was he doubting her for the first time? "I don't believe that for a second," Nellie said immediately. "Tavanna cares about both of you." Tito shrugged. "Let's not talk about it. It's not like there's anything we can do. Come on, there's a movie playing uptown I want to see. It's only a short walk from here." "I'll tell Odon we're leaving," Devin said. While he was gone, Tito threw a pillow at Dylan, causing a massive pillow fight in which she enlisted Nellie's help. The girls ended up winning by tackling him to the floor, barraging him with pillows. When Devin returned, he too ended up defeated, squashed under Nellie with a quirky grin on his face. The four teens went downstairs and walked down the gravel road into town, paying a small fee for the 3-screen theater Aros held. Tito had picked a horror movie. He kept on glancing at Dylan, as if he was expecting her to scream and snuggle against him at any moment, but Dylan simply made a face and ate more popcorn. Devin and Nellie both kept jumping in their seats. Near the end of the movie, blood started to pool out on the screen. Dylan felt an uncomfortable twinge in her stomach at the sight of the blood and got up. "Where are you going?" Devin asked meekly. "Bathroom," she whispered. She went outside and leaned against the door, rubbing her hands against her crossed arms. After a while, her friends migrated out of the theater. "You missed it, Dylan. It was really great," Tito said as they started back to the house. "There were guts everywhere. It was so awesome.
Yes, well, can we talk about something else?
Devin said. He was very pale. Let's go get some ice cream, Nellie said. I love ice cream. We can eat it on the way back. Dylan found her appetite vanquished, though everybody else got something. Nellie herself got a triple scoop. Ice cream seemed to be the only thing she would eat, finally finishing it on the porch steps once they got home. It's been a long day, Nellie said, although it was only the late afternoon. She leaned against the steps, her eyes drooping. It was obvious she was exhausted from their short trip into town. I need to go home. I can take you, Devin said, jumping up from his seat. It's fine, Tito said, glancing down with a face at his cell phone. My mom keeps blowing up my phone. I have to leave now. I'll take her home. When Tito and Nellie were gone, the twins planned on practicing some sparring. They were about to get some drills with the punching bag in, until quite unexpectedly, April May appeared silently behind them. She looked at them with glass eyes full of mystery and knowledge. Come, you must learn this. Until the day is over, I am your master. The twins looked at each other simultaneously, unsure if anyone else approved, but knowing this was not an order they could disobey, they followed her into the training. April May spun around on her toes and watched them bizarrely for a moment as if she was, once again, reading and not seeing. She sat down fluidly in one motion with her legs crossed, and nobody needed to tell the twins that they had to follow suit. Listen closely. Your masters do not want me to tell you what I have to say. They think you are not ready, that you need more training. They may say you are not sound enough in your mind or your body, but I must refuse. For the first time since I can remember, I must go against my family's wishes. She sighed and dropped her head. They will be angry, but they do not know the importance of this. I know your past. I know the Red Huntress will try to use this against you. We cannot wait years in order to be able to trust you. You must be told now. The twins glanced uneasily at each other. They didn't like the sound of this. April May raised her eyes, and Dylan saw that though they were Taladins, they held a cold, knowing stupor instead of the warm, brave amethyst she was used to. Have either of you heard of the craft? What? Dylan asked, glancing at her brother. He shook his head, and she turned away in surprise. Devin usually knew everything. It is a gift of magic, bestowed upon every Rhodi and hunter. It takes years to master and understand one's own craft. It's difficult to comprehend because we all have our own, April May said. And you think we have it? Devin asked. April smiled. You may be young, but you are still a Rhodi, yes? Although we usually wait until one has completed at least 3 or 4 years of training before we go searching for a student's craft, you both are special cases. And why is this? Dylan wondered, but she didn't dare to ask. This was why she and her brother were chosen to be Rhodi and Harmony was not. He must have not shown the potential to have any magic, and yet they did. How could their masters tell? Could they sense there was power inside of them? Do Taladin and Tavanna have it? Devin spoke up. I said every Rhodi, Devin. Tavanna can float objects in great and small distances with only her hands, and Taladin has senses that are invaluable in battle. His sense of sight, smell, and touch is so pronounced that he can notice when an enemy is coming, even when they're miles away. Why haven't we known this before? Is it that easy to disguise? Dylan said. April May's mouth was a thin line. We haven't much use for our gifts since our last war with the Hunters Guild, and my family can turn them on or off at will. Besides, why would we want more people knowing about it? Multitudes would come swarming in to see what their special power would be, trying to force themselves to be Rhodi. This is not how it's supposed to be. Rhodi are not made, they are chosen. If everybody wanted to be one, what warriors would we be then? The life of a Rhodi is a hard way, requiring much devotion and heart.
Not everyone can follow this path. What do you mean by my family can turn them on and off at will? Can't you?
Devin blinked and pushed his glasses up innocently. April May's eyes got colder. I cannot. The nature of my craft prevents it. I can see the future and all that is to come.
Dylan gasped. That's an amazing power, she whispered.
Yes, and a terrible one. I don't get to choose what I see. My craft only lets me foresee certain pieces, like a puzzle. It proves nearly useless in many situations, and dangerous in others.
But you can't stop it? Devin asked.
No more than I can stop the moon and the sun from dancing in the sky. As far as I know, there is only one other who cannot turn her gift off, April replied.
They didn't need to ask.
What's the Red Huntress's gift?
Dylan shivered.
April May clenched her hands. A dangerous one to be fighting against. She grows stronger with fear. The nature of it is what twists her so. She thrives on pain and misery. Love is the emotion she cannot understand, the one that weakens her, so it is the one she despises the most. Her magic grows the more people fear her.
So that's why Tavanna is so worried about Harmony, Devin said,
forgetting April didn't know he had eavesdropped. It didn't seem to matter. April appeared as if she already knew, and now that they knew of her power, she probably did. And why Rachel has already, used us both against each other so easily. Dylan finished his sentence for him. Devin swallowed. It's also how Tadan and Leanna were so easily betrayed, Dylan said sadly. Tavanna and Ray, too. Which is why you, as Rhodi, must control your fear before your own heart becomes dangerous, April finished. Rachel already knows that you love each other dearly. It's one of the reasons she let you go so easily when you ran away from her, because that love made her weak. But now that you're fighting against her, she can use your fear of losing each other to make her stronger. Dylan shuddered. Does that mean... You must never, ever show fear around the Red Huntress, Dylan, April May said sharply. If you show even a small bit of sadness or pain or sorrow, you will be easily defeated. Tadan is often overcome by his worry, so he will never be able to defeat her in battle. But when Tavanna fights her, Tavanna uses courage and love and faith, and the Red Huntress cannot stand up to it. Her magic becomes weak when it is surrounded by the power of love.
But what about us then? Dylan asked. What's so great about our powers, whatever they are?
It doesn't matter because you're not gonna use them.
Dylan shrunk down as she heard her master's voice, and the twins turned slowly around to see Tadan and Tavanna behind them. Both appeared furious. April didn't flinch or even blink. She got up slowly off the ground, and the triplets came together to stand in a semicircle. What do you think you're doing? They aren't ready for this, Tavanna yelled, pointing at the twins. It matters none to me, April said in a blank voice.
Of course not. You've always done what you have thought was right, April, always. No matter what the consequences are for everyone else. We're trying to protect them.
Tadan threw his hands up in the air. Protect them? You can only do so much. April May was losing her patience. If you will not teach them, you leave me no choice but to teach them myself. Tadan turned around smartly and said,
I give up. I can't argue with you. You believe what you want, and that's it.
I always have. I see them tell, and I can tell that they are strong, April said. You don't know them like we do, Tavanna said. This is advanced Rhodi. It's not meant for beginners. If you want them to be defenseless against her, then let it be your business. But I am not going to stand by and watch them learn basic martial arts that the Red Huntress can easily combat, April May said. They need to use their magic to survive. Tavanna bit her lip, Then she turned to Tadan and said, I have to say she's right. They're only going to experiment by themselves if we don't help them. It's better if we teach them what to do. Dylan knew Tadan agreed with them, though he pretended he didn't. He sighed and said angrily, I guess I'm overruled, so let's get on with it. He crossed his arms and looked at Dylan. A confused look came into Devin's eyes and he said, Wait, why didn't you use your crafts when Tadan was captured? Tavanna smiled foxily and said, Whoever said we didn't? The twins nodded in awe. Tavanna clapped her hands and said, All right, let's get to it. Devin, you first. Stand up and close your eyes. He did so, and Dylan clambered to her feet too, looking at her brother. Tavanna drew near him, her hands hovering in the air. Now, look inside. Your gift should be somewhere around your middle, near your heart and above your stomach. It's glowing like a fire, though everyone's is different. It should be somewhere. You can feel it. Your craft is the light glowing inside of you. Minutes passed. Dylan let out a yawn and felt her eyelids droop as her brother's face scrunched up in a focused expression, trying with all his might. She thought he was going to give up, but then Devin shouted, I found it! It's green with a tinge of orange and quick-like. It's sort of flitting around like the wind. It's hard to catch. Take hold of it and do whatever it tells you to do, Tavanna said, waiting eagerly. Without warning, Devin's eyes opened wide and he took off running. He raced around the yard as a blur, and Dylan's mouth dropped open as her brother jumped from the ground onto the branches of a tall tree, jumping higher and higher until he pounced off the uppermost branch, flying into the air as the wind carried him several yards. He landed in a crouch, rising to his full height. Wow! How did I do that? Tavanna laughed. You, my darling Devin, have been honored. Your craft enables you to run faster than the wind, making your body lighter than air so you can leap to fantastic heights, a useful tool against the Hunters Guild. That is so awesome. Let's see how fast I can go, he said, eager to run again. Tavanna laughed softly. Wait, Devin, let your sister have a try. The attention turned to Dylan, and she blushed as all eyes were upon her. She did the same thing Devin had, closing her eyes and searching for her craft. After a long time, much longer than the time Devin took, she said, I think I see it. There's a glowing orange ball with a little green streak within it. I think there may be more colors too, but I'm not sure. Grab it, Dylan, and let it fill you up. Dylan tried, her body still as stone as her nose bunched up in concentration. That's just the thing. I can't. There's this big black thing blocking the way. I'm trying to shove past it, but it's bouncing me back. Her voice became impatient. I saw that, Devin put in, but it wasn't too hard for me to push aside. Try shoving it. I am. She was getting frustrated. Without warning, Dylan felt a great, powerful wall well up like a giant inside of her, and she fell backwards in the effort of trying to move it. Her shoulders dropped. I can't. It's too strong for me. Try again. This time, don't try to force it. Just gently nudge it aside and ask it to leave, Tadan instructed. She did. Dylan felt like her spirit was being sucked out of her as her hands clenched in the effort to move aside the black wall blocking her craft. When she was turning pale white and beginning to shake, Tadan said, Let it go. You're going to hurt yourself. Drop it, Dylan, now. She sighed, her whole body sagging as she stopped the process. She looked up at Tadan in confusion and disappointment. Why could Devin make it go away when I couldn't? Some things are harder for certain people than others, Tavanna said. But why? She asked. The group began to dissipate. April May had left as soon as it was Dylan's turn, as if she knew something like this would happen. Tavanna turned away and said, Tadan, you know more about this than I do. I'll be instructing Devin on his craft. She went away with Devin to a far corner of the training area,
giving them space. Tadan laid his hands on Dylan's shoulder and said,
Dylan, the reason you can't receive your gift is because you're blocking yourself.
That's stupid. I want this, she said defensively.
I'm not saying you don't. The reason you can't get to your gift is because there's something powerful and difficult inside, closing you in.
But it makes no sense. How come Devin and I both had it, but Devin was able to make the block move?
Because it's something that you both have, but it's worse for you because you're afraid of it. Devin isn't.
But what is it? She asked in near desperation.
Grief, he said simply.
At the word, Dylan's expression changed and she turned away from her master.
Tadan said gently, Dylan, listen, I had something just like it, blocking my gift. It took me years to learn how to finally move it, though Tadan was able to get past her block in a few days.
So what are you saying? That it'll be forever until I can finally use my craft? We don't have years, Master. The Hunters Guild could attack at any moment, she said angrily, near devastation.
It may not take years. You have to learn to accept the pain you're feeling.
I'm tired of everybody around here thinking I need to go to the crazy house. I'm not insane,
Dylan hissed. Dylan, what you're feeling is real, and it's not going to get any better until you combat your emotions. If you let out your true feelings instead of keeping it all inside, you could use your craft, Tadan said.
I don't need to cry or anything, especially if it's in front of anyone. I'm not grieving, all right? There was a giant, nearly comical silence where she realized the absolute absurdity of this statement. Neither of them had talked about the night he'd comforted her after her nightmares had made her scream, or even brought it up once. Neither of them needed to, in order to face the truth. Taladin's gaze locked in with hers and he said,
You and I both know that's a lie.
At this, her small patience reached its limit.
If you won't tell me how to force myself to get over this, I'll figure it out by myself. You can't force yourself, Dylan. You have to let yourself heal.
Dylan scoffed. You have to be strong in this world. No one can see you be weak.
You're not weak, or one of the strongest people I know,
Tadan replied quietly. I can't be sad and use magic. It won't be powerful, she countered.
You can still use your magic when you're sad. In fact, changing your pain into magic can be a beautiful thing, he insisted. I'm here to help you through this, because how you're handling your pain now is destroying you, as it used to destroy me.
Dylan paused before her walls went up again and she said finally, I just need to be alone. She stormed away, going into the house and slamming the door shut. Tadan stared after her and mumbled,
Well, that went nicely.
Chapter 10. Dylan's Choice. The next 3 months passed by fairly quickly. Dylan and Devin grew stronger and stronger with each day, and Tadan and Tadan pushed them to excel in their training. Before the twins knew it, they had been Rhodi for half a year, and were both beginning to develop strong muscles and skills. Dylan felt that if a hunter challenged her, she would have a much better chance holding her own than she did when she rescued Tadan. There was only one thing that really bothered her about her training. Devin could use his craft easily, and was often seen practicing his magic with Tadan, running in circles so fast that he appeared to be nothing more than a blur. Tadan was certain that once he got fast enough, Devin would appear invisible to the naked eye. But no matter how hard she tried or what Tadan said to her, her craft refused to surface, and the black wall within her only seemed to grow bigger. By the time her 7th month in training rolled around, she gave up on the possibility of learning what her magic was. It was hopeless, after all. She'd never discover her craft. Devin was already outpacing her leaps and bounds, and eventually, the time would come when the Rhodi would sit her down and tell her that she, like Harmony, had no potential and they'd made a mistake. She couldn't be a Rhodi, even a terrible one, because she had no talent. She didn't know what she would do then. The Rhodi wouldn't want her to leave, but she knew she would have to. She wouldn't be someone's pity party. She didn't know what she was going to tell Tadan. He was refusing to give up on her. He hadn't realized she wasn't worth anything, and she didn't have the heart to tell him. At night, the scars on her arms grew and grew and became more difficult to hide. Even though she was sure she would never get her craft, she still tried because she didn't want to let Tadan down. Odon and Yolanda slunk along the back alleys of Aros.
Hurry, Odon. It's already dark and they're going to wonder where we are.
Odon leaned against a wall, breathing heavily.
May I remind you I can only use my gift so much? Absorbing health is tiring, and if I take too much power from too many people, we may be discovered.
These runes need to be translated,
Yolanda hissed, taking out the letter Odon had shown Tadan and Tavanna a few months ago.
Nothing is more critical at this moment.
Nothing but your old superstitions,
Odon grumbled.
Don't go on about that. You know better,
the woman said.
We're fortunate I saved this thing in the first place. Be glad that they don't have it. Otherwise, we'd have been doomed years ago.
If you keep going on like this, we're going to have to leave the others behind,
Odon said quietly, shifting his head from side to side. Yolanda put the letter safely back inside her robe before continuing on. They crept along the alleyway until they saw a figure blocking the end of it, a small girl dressed in black. She had her hands on her hips and was smiling deviously, as if she'd been waiting for them. She was newly 17, with shining eyes of sapphire and brunette hair streaked with caramel.
I've been looking for you,
she said slyly. Before Odon and Yolanda could defend themselves, she pounced. Devin clambered out of the car, grabbing his bag and swinging it over his shoulder as his feet hit the gravel driveway of Nellie's house. He enjoyed the view, just like every other time he came to visit. The house had 2 stories and was brand new. The front porch wasn't as big as the one they had at home, and it was painted various warm colors, and as he glanced at the house, the different stained glass decorations glinted in the sunlight. The Poloski garden was immense and colorful, containing almost every flower he had seen, and some he had never set eyes upon. Behind the house lay nothing but green grass and sky.
Have a good time,
Tavanna said, checking her rearview mirror. April and I are going to run an errand for Yolanda. I'll pick you up later?
Sounds good.
Devin smiled. He raised a hand in farewell and walked up to the house, knocking lightly. Mrs. Poloski opened the door, smiling lightly and looking a little harassed. Hello, Devin. It was nice of you to visit today. Just like every other day, he told her as he entered. He stood in the entryway, looking around at the shiny hardwood floors and tall ceiling. Where is she? Upstairs in her room. Mind if you leave the door open? Her eyes were worried and cold. It had been a question, but Devin knew it was more like a command. Sure thing, he nodded. He started toward the stairs, and the second his foot touched the first step, her mother said, Don't do anything too energetic. She's still resting. She said she needed help with her homework, Devin said, peeking around the corner. Nellie's mom made an obnoxious noise as he clambered up the stairs. Devin traveled down the hallway and to the room he had been into so many times, knocking on the door and waiting. Come in, Nellie said. He opened the door and found her blaring music from a small speaker, jumping up and down on her bed. She had a feather boa wrapped around her neck and a princess tiara on her head. Stuffed animals were scattered everywhere, with a purple headboard to match the dresser that was overflowing with clothes. Hi, Nellie said, smiling. Shut the door or my mom will hear the music. You're resting, all right, Devin said, shaking his head in amusement. He thought about closing the door, but remembered what Nellie's mom had said at the last minute and left it open. I don't want to rest. You don't get how much I have to stay in bed. I'm really hyper right now, Nellie said, twirling around. I can obviously see that by the feather boa, Devin said. It's... What? Nellie said, putting her hands on her hips. Ridiculous, he shouted. bending over in laughter.
I'll make you wear it then. You'll look fabulous. Nellie screamed and jumped off the bed, tackling Devin to the ground.
The sound vibrated throughout the house, and Nellie chased Devin around her room, trying to tie the boa around his waist. Their play knocked over a side table, causing all of Nellie's school books to crash to the floor.
Nellie Ann, you had better be in bed,
Mrs. Pelosi yelled from the lower floor.
Of course, Mother,
Nellie called back, rolling her eyes. She turned the music down and sat down on a purple chair, leaving the tiara on but throwing the boa to the floor.
Don't tell me you're listening to make my hips sway,
Devin said, shaking his head.
Yeah, don't you like it?
A bit, but it's getting kind of old. Tito never stops singing it.
He looked around the room and said,
It's, quite the mess in here.
Nellie began spinning around and around in the chair.
It's a disaster. See that paint spot on the ceiling? I did that when I was 3. And if you had been here a few years ago, you would have seen a cracked window. I made that when I found out I was sick,
Nellie said, almost proudly. She let out a whoop and spun out of the chair, giggling.
Aren't we supposed to be doing homework?
He asked, picking up his backpack. Nellie paused. She then looked at her books, shrugged, and said,
No, don't feel like it.
Are you serious?
Devin replied, a grin lighting up his face. He didn't know why this girl was so good at making him smile.
We really should.
But I don't want to.
She made her voice go into a high whine, blinking her large eyes at Devin. Devin shook his head, still smiling.
Whatever. So what do you want to do?
Water balloons.
In the house?
No, don't be stupid. Outside.
But I thought you couldn't go outside.
Well, technically, no.
And you expect to be able to sneak past your mom?
If you can distract her, I'll be able to slip out easily.
Devin couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Something about Nellie just lit up his entire life. He couldn't get enough of her. There was a knock on the door. Mrs. Pelosi entered, asking, Are you guys hungry? What do you want for lunch?
Pancakes!
Nellie said, her eyes lighting up.
For lunch?
Devin asked, fixing his glasses.
Why not? Pancakes topped with chocolate sauce and whipped cream with berries in the middle.
You sure like sweets,
Devin said in amusement.
I'll say,
Nellie's mom said, pointing at her daughter. I once caught her drinking syrup right out of the bottle. She had half of it drained by the time I told her to put it down.
Nellie, you know that all that sugar will make you sick. You can have one small scoop of whipped cream and a bit of chocolate.
Everything makes me sick, Nellie replied shortly. I'm sorry, sweetheart, Mrs. Pelosi said. Devin, do you want anything?
Sure, he said.
She left the room, and Nellie said, Check it out. She flashed her wrist at him to show a tiny little charm bracelet with a bunch of little dangles hanging from it.
Aren't you so jealous?
Oh, totally, Devin said, rolling his eyes. All I need is some sequins on my glasses.
Oh, really? I've got some. We can do it right now,
Nellie said, her eyes flashing.
What? No,
Devin said, laughing as she reached for a box of pink little stones. He pushed her hand away and she took out a little jar of glitter, throwing it at him. Nellie shook her hair and said,
Well, it doesn't matter anyway. My father got it for me. This and the tiara.
Devin didn't say anything. He knew Nellie's dad had to work overtime so he could pay for Nellie's medical bills. He had never seen him, not once out of all of the times he had been over, and he hung out with Nellie so much they might as well be living together. They decided to play a couple hands of cards, in which Devin discovered that,
Nellie, you're cheating,
he exclaimed, pointing to her arm. Nellie smiled deviously and flicked her wrist a few times to reveal an ace hidden underneath her shirt sleeve.
Like it? One of the doctors taught it to me. And one of the nurses taught me how to make paper swans. Want to see them?
Oh, really? Where are they?
Devin said sarcastically, pretending not to see the tiny origami birds taped all over the walls.
You're funny,
Nellie laughed, glancing over his hands to see what his cards were. He threw them down on the ground and began chasing her this time, instead of the other way around. Lunch is ready, Mrs. Pelosi said,
coming into the room and putting a hand on the doorframe. Her expression instantly turned deadly when she saw them both running around.
Devin, didn't I say that Nellie needed rest?
I apologize,
Devin said, pushing up his glasses.
It's fine,
Her mother said, though by the look on her face, it was anything but. They traveled down the stairs into the kitchen, taking their places at the table and eating pancakes.
They're delicious, ma'am,
Devin said, in an attempt to be polite and get on her good side.
Thank you. Nellie, aren't you going to eat more?
No, she said quietly. Nellie put her head in her hand, face pale. Devin stopped chewing and put down his fork.
What's wrong?
Nellie shook her head and pushed her plate away. She couldn't have taken more than a few bites.
You don't have to eat anymore,
her mother said, taking the plate away. Go rest on the couch. Nellie slid off the chair, a dead expression on her face, and hovered over to the living room, where she slowly drifted to the cushions. Devin helped her mother clean up before he curiously sat down on the square ottoman next to Nellie, watching her strained face with concern.
What's wrong?
His face fell, eyes widening behind his glasses. Nellie's voice was weak.
I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Anything I can do?
You can grab my speaker and play Cornelia's Cradle song? That sometimes makes me feel better.
Devin ran up to her room, using his craft so that her request would be granted as soon as possible. After pausing for a second, he grabbed his bag too. Nellie wasn't going anywhere, and he didn't want to be away from her for longer than he had to, even if it was just for a few seconds. He brought the stuff down and set the speaker up, scanning through songs on her cell phone until he finally found the one she wanted to listen to. A soft piano melody drifted out of the speakers. Nellie's mom moved away from the walkway when she heard it.
My mom doesn't like this song,
Nellie whispered.
My dad picked it out for me.
Why? Devin asked.
Just listen.
Nellie closed her eyes, then quickly said,
Would you mind reading some of the book you brought to me? I always wanted to read it, but I haven't gone to the library yet to check it out.
I'll start from the beginning, he promised.
He went over to his book bag, pausing to hear the first words of the song playing softly. The singer was a female, one of the most beautiful voices that he had ever heard. He brought his book out and sat on the ottoman, saying,
You need anything else?
No,
Nellie said.
Will you read to me?
Of course.
There was a pause in the song, a long piano interlude.
This is a nice song. I think I may have heard it before.
It was written by one of your people,
Nellie muttered, her lips barely moving.
My people?
Devin asked, fixing his glasses.
Rhodi.
Nellie fell silent as the lyrics continued. For some reason, Devin was getting a little drowsy. This song was hard to stay awake to. His head nodded, but he shook himself awake, trying to focus on Nellie's face so he wouldn't drop off. By how gaunt she looked, she obviously wasn't doing any better at staying awake, but the music seemed to be helping her relax. Could this girl be the same one that had been bouncing off the walls only an hour before? She pulled up a blanket that had been lying across her, snuggling up to it to try and keep warm. As he watched her, Devin realized how sick Nellie really was. He had never seen her this way. She was always energetic and happy. Now he knew that wasn't always the case, not even most of the time. It hit him that, maybe, Nellie wouldn't always be around. Fear closed up on his chest, tightening his throat and making it hard to breathe.
Hush now, my child, it's safe here for you. So tender, so mild, and so gentle too. You cry in the night, a lost bird taking flight. But calm now, it's okay. If you can trust me, so perfectly. No shows straight from the loss of purity. Don't be afraid of falling asleep. It's something we don't have to do. I'll wake you when the storm is over, because I'm always here with you. You must trust in me despite your pain, and walk with me through all your dreams. Remember the sand between your toes and shells that you lined up in rows. And I know you've given up the one small piece of you that you wish you still had, but trust in me. You've closed yourself away from the world like a spring blossom hiding in the forest. You cling so desperately to what little life you have, but if you trust in me, you will fall off the edge. Oh, trust in me. I'll be there every day. You'll see I won't leave you in my darling, darling. Trust in me. Life goes on, it doesn't end. Give me a broken heart to mend. We're both sorry, so our gift tonight is this evening's lullaby.
The song ended and the music changed, drifting into soft flute music. Nellie's eyes twitched under their lids and Devin started, Chapter 1, The Beginning of Many Meetings. There was a soft sigh, and Devin looked up from his book. Nellie had fallen asleep, unexpectedly and quite suddenly. Mrs. Pulowski came in from the kitchen and brushed her daughter's hair away from her face, before she turned to Devin and whispered, I'm sorry. She tends to drop off like that. Do you need someone to drive you home? It's fine. My master will be here soon anyway, Devin mumbled, looking at the clock. I'll just stay here and read until they're ready to pick me up. Mrs. Pulowski nodded. She went back into the kitchen without another word, as if he was already gone from her presence. Now that Nellie was asleep, the entire house had developed an awkward aura. Devin sat on the ottoman, engrossed in his book, trying to shut out the uncomfortable atmosphere. He looked up once or twice to stare at his friend, who tossed and turned in her sleep. The only sound was the soft music playing in the background, the rain that was gently falling on the roof, and the slow turning of the pages. Aros's library wasn't very big, very helpful, or very organized, but it had a lot of seemingly useless and historical facts, which is exactly what the two sisters needed. Tavanna tapped her foot against the ground in the virtually absent chronology room, nervously watching April May scan through the batches of books and scrolls. April, honestly, hurry up. Devin's going to notice if we're late to take him home. Tavanna started peeling things back, carefully picking up the fragile pieces of aging parchment and cracking envelopes. As if, sister. He's at Nellie's house. He wouldn't notice if you forgot to come back until the next day. April's eyes kept flashing back and forth between sentences. Not finding what she was looking for, she let out an aggravated huff and pulled out another volume from her already enormous stack. So I'm guessing you learned nothing from your travels, then? Tavanna asked. April May kept silent. Tavanna shook her head and said, "Great, fantastic. Tadan and I didn't hear anything new either. A whole lot of good splitting up did us." April May still didn't say anything, obsessive in her task. Tavanna drummed her fingers against the wall and said, "There's got to be somebody who can translate ancient Rhodian, or who has some clue as to where the weapons are. It's just a letter, for crying out loud. Why don't we know how to read it?" "Odon and Yolanda were never taught. The language died out centuries ago, along with the Rhodian royal line," April muttered, her lips barely parting. Hello," Tavanna said, waving her arms. "What are us three? What am I?" "We didn't know of our true heritage until a decade ago. Don't press me, Tavanna." April May's face hardened into a grimace. "Is that all you know how to say?" Tavanna said, as if her last sentence was a very old and very overused phrase. "There could be scribes who have passed down the traditions," April said, slamming a book shut. "But the odds are small. Finding one of those scribes is like finding more Rhodi hiding in a desert somewhere." "Wonderful," Tavanna said. She shook her head and sat down in a chair. "This could take years. It has taken years. Why do we need to find out what's in that letter anyway? The Hunters Guild probably has someone who can translate it. They're always one step ahead. I say we burn the thing before they can get their hands on it." "Yolanda would skin you," April May said. "And what if there's something in these runes that could help us win the war? I've foreseen this letter helping us. I know it will be useful someday. You are all still stuck on my idiotic destiny. Give it up," Tavanna spat. She threw a book in the corner and got up from her chair. "We failed the first time. Your prophecy is wrong. The past is the key to the future? That's ridiculous. It's as true as anything else. Now quiet. You're making a fuss. Only because we're wasting our time here learning history like some little schoolgirls, instead of doing something productive, like making a plan. Well, it would go a lot faster if you would get over here and help me. I'm the leader. What I say goes. Not if you don't have anyone to lead. We find a way to translate this letter, or we find somebody who can. No battle plan is going to work when it's 7 versus 7,000. That's wisdom for you, sister." "Whatever," Tavanna hissed. She ruffled through a book, asking, "So what happens if we can't translate it? What then?" April May didn't look up from the dusty pages. No emotion whatsoever showed on her face. "I think you know what happens. Crescentia's freedom will be eradicated, and will be eradicated right along with it." Tadan watched the day lengthen, fearful that neither Odon nor Yolanda had returned. He paced back and forth, wondering when they would get back, confused that they had not told him where they had been going or why. He wasn't the only one curious. His sisters had been intrigued, but not suspicious. Unlike him, they had assumed that whatever they were hiding was no concern of theirs. He, however, wasn't so sure. It wasn't like the old masters to keep secrets. He kicked over a rock, his hands behind his back. Where could they have gotten off to? Did they find somewhere to stay the night? His skin turned cold as he heard a melodramatic voice behind him snicker, "That was easier than I thought." He whipped around to see a young girl with caramel brunette hair and blue eyes grinning at him, as if she was going to play a game. She was holding on to Yolanda and Odon, who were covered in blood and bruises. Tadan called for Tavanna until he remembered she and April weren't home. He narrowed his eyes at the girl, who seemed to be happy that he was all alone. "But I'm not alone," he thought. "Dylan is still inside, and this girl doesn't know she's here, and I plan to keep it that way." "Here, take this," she laughed, throwing the elders to the ground. The two groaned and became silent, simply lying there. He watched in revulsion, anger rising at this disrespect to his masters. He went to rescue them, but the girl blocked his path and grinned, her face inches from his own. He gritted his teeth. "Who are you?" She let out another maniacal laugh. I am Saffron. I am the second-in-command apprentice to Rachel the Red Huntress. He reached out his hands to disarm her quickly, but she collapsed to the ground and rolled away out of his reach. Tadan realized she was fast, and that to catch her, he would have to keep her talking.
How did you find us? There's a magical veil around our house that protects us from all hunters and keeps out invaders,
Tadan said, narrowing his eyes. That's the thing about crafts. They can manipulate each other, Saffron said. And my craft enables me to break down your master's veil. I am a shield breaker.
Damn it,
Tadan thought.
They were really screwed now.
If this apprentice to Rachel could break down Yolanda's veils, the only thing that was keeping them hidden, then they were all doomed.
Are there any others of your kind with you?
Not with me. I like to hunt alone. But my huntress will surely send more once she feels I am done with you. But that may take a while. She may get impatient. You see, I like to play a game with my prey. She grinned, twisting her neck back in a sick little gesture. Tadan swallowed, his stomach churning, and spoke fiercely. You have weapons? Saffron showed her teeth, if you could call them that. They looked more like fangs. My body is my most dangerous weapon. I tear my rivals apart with my bare hands. Tadan grabbed for the blade at his hip. Saffron sprung, soaring into the air like an eagle. Tadan jumped out of the way, performing a backflip and bringing up his arms to block her as she battered at him in a crazed frenzy. He swung around quickly to kick her away, but her small height made it easy for her to duck and grab his leg, flipping him onto his back. She went to strike, but he rolled out of the way, unsheathing his long blade from his belt and throwing it at her shoulder. Saffron caught it easily and tossed it back, catching him on the sleeve and embedding the fabric into a nearby tree. He ripped his shirt and flung away from the tree just before Saffron delivered a murderous blow to his neck. Tadan had fought more difficult opponents in his time, but none so fast and with so much energy. The most difficult thing about fighting Saffron was getting her to slow down, to wear her out. But instead of growing weaker with each attack, she became stronger and more feverish. Despite her innocent and plain appearance, her brilliant laugh made him realize she enjoyed taunting him. She would have killed him already if she wasn't having fun.
I've had enough.
He was tired of playing nice. If he had to take a life to end this, so be it. Rachel could send a whole mob of hunters along any minute the way this fight was going. He aimed to break her leg, but before he could, a soft voice broke behind him.
Master, what's going on?
Dylan asked fearfully. Saffron's eyes turned to look at his student. Her face grew delighted at the sight of her, like she had just been established as Red Huntress herself. A child! Wonderful! She caught Tadan looking at his student in panic, and Saffron crooned in a melody. Aw, you love her. This will make my game far more interesting. Before he could stop her, she was at Dylan's side, covering a hand over her mouth. What are you gonna do now, great Rhodi? Shall I make it easy or slow, so she suffers? The Huntress has taught me some effective ways of dealing with children. Tadan charged at her, his mind gone, and the moment she had been waiting for arrived. Saffron's grin widened as she sprung into the air, letting out a scream that was neither animal nor human. The sun caught her form as feathers sprouted out of her back, her body twisting in the air as she laughed in joy. Feathery brown wings sprouted from her arms, while her fingernails grew into talons. Her teeth sharpened to a hideous beak, and she threw back her head to cry, I am the great warrior of the skies. Fear my craft and fear my talons as you see your blood upon them.
A young griffin,
Tadan said, his voice weak. She was neither girl nor bird, as her craft wasn't fully developed, but Tadan knew in time that Saffron would only grow into a creature more diabolical and terrifying than any other, a pawn for Rachel's needs. A shifter would be detrimental to their efforts. They couldn't fight someone who could change from woman to animal. He needed to dispose of her quickly, but what was the use? His blade was buried in the tree.
and he couldn't fight a hunter in a mythical creature's body. It was pointless.
"I will kill you first, then the girl," Saffron screamed. She opened her wings wide, blocking out the sun, and dove headfirst with her talons outstretched. Tadan froze, his mind blank. As he watched Saffron plummet toward his heart, he heard a valiant voice cry, "No, Daddy!" Dylan had jumped in front of him, and she was morphing too. Her dark hair developed orange streaks as she grew long claws out of her hands, fangs elongating out of her mouth that glimmered sharply against the sun. An orange and black tail appeared behind her, while her head sprouted 2 cat ears. Her eyes were a reckless fury as the half-human, half-tigress opened her mouth and roared, challenging Saffron. Tadan was frozen in surprise. The Hunters Guild had a shifter on their side, but now the Rhodi had one too. His student's craft had finally emerged. The young griffin sprung back in surprise and squawked at her, while Tadan's mouth dropped to the ground. Dylan jumped upon Saffron's back and threw her against a pile of weights they used for training equipment, snarling. The 2 girls flew at each other and began reaching for each other's throats with their fangs. Tadan took a step backward, terrified about this raw, animalistic, and fierce way of fighting. Dylan's craft was just as powerful as Saffron's. When her magic was fully developed, she would be a powerful tigress, ready to take the griffin down. Savannah, April May, and Devin arrived, stepping out of the car and looking in disbelief at the battle before them. Devin cried out as he watched his sister in terror, but Dylan never heard him. Saffron was losing, and it was clear she hated to lose. But Dylan grew weak, and unable to control her new ability, she was forced back into her human body within a matter of seconds, throwing Saffron to the ground as a final act of her tigress form's strength. As Saffron struggled to get up, the Rhodi closed in on her, forming a circle. Saffron's eyes looked wildly around her, searching for a way out. Devin went to deliver a blow, but Saffron whirled around and snatched him, her talons at his throat. "Who shall it be, tigress? You or him?" Saffron asked with a smile. "Leave him alone!" Dylan screamed. "Why should I? The Red Huntress has told me your story. You killed your parents, and now you're going to kill your brother, too." Saffron chuckled. "Don't listen to her, Dylan. It wasn't your fault," Tadan cried, but the strength was fading away from her. The fight was gone from Dylan's face, from her eyes, everything. "I've had enough," Savannah snapped, and she moved her hands in a wave-like motion. A few discarded weights levitated into the air and flew at the hunter, hitting her in the legs. Saffron screamed in pain, releasing Devin, and the boy used his craft to run to his master's side. Without warning, Saffron's screams turned into maniacal, twisted laughs. In a frenzy, Saffron flew into the air, looking Dylan directly in the eye. "This isn't over, tigress. Know that from now on, you and I are sworn enemies. I will be hunting everyone and everything you love, and I won't stop until I've taken everything from you." She lifted her wings and flew off, and within seconds was out of sight. "Tadan," Odin whispered weakly from the ground. Tadan leapt to his master's side, offering his arm. Odin grabbed it for a minute, closing his eyes. Some sort of magical transference wavered in the air as he rose to his feet, fully restored. He laid a tender hand on his wife. Yolanda's wounds healed. She got up with April's help, shaking her head. "Dumb little bird. I know I'm getting old when I can't take her down." "Nobody could take her down, not even me. Only Dylan could do it," Tadan said, turning to his student. Dylan was shaking. Devin's hands were on her shoulders, but her eyes were far away in a place no one knew. "You okay, sis?" Devin asked, but she wasn't, and he knew it. "You're freezing," Tavanna said, laying a hand on Dylan's face. "But on the bright side, we finally discovered what your craft is." Dylan shook even more. "That was terrifying. It was like I couldn't control it. She almost got me." 2 tears leaked out of her eyes, and she gave a deep shudder. "You gave that girl a run for her money. Don't
even think for 1 second she had the best of you," Tadan said. "I'm sorry this had to happen, Dylan. You're too young to have had your first real fight." "I had to protect you. She was going to kill you," Dylan said. "I should have been protecting you. Though I can't say I'm not impressed. A tigress! That's an impressive craft," he said. "She's going to come back," Dylan said in a shaky voice. "She said she's going to kill all of us." "She has a powerful craft, but she was only bluffing. She can take one of us at a time, but not all at once. She wants to get inside your head," Devin said. "She can break veils too, Tav. She has more than one craft," Tadan told his sister bleakly. "I think she realizes she's met her match," Tavanna said, her mouth a thin line. "She'd have to come here with a whole army of hunters in order to defeat us, even with Yolanda's veil down, and she doesn't want to report to Rachel that she failed. The Red Huntress punishes her apprentices severely that disappoint her. Most don't make it out alive." Dylan shuddered. She remembered all too well. "Tavanna's right. We're still safe here," Devin said. Dylan was still pale, and Tadan knew she didn't believe him. Tadan watched Devin escort his sister into the house with a small bit of wonder. Was I hearing things, or did she just call me Daddy? That night, Dylan sat alone in the bathroom. Her body was shaking and tears were falling down her face slowly. Saffron's right. It was all my fault, she thought. She was no longer able to keep herself calm. I got my parents killed, and I almost got my brother killed today. I should save Tadan the embarrassment of having such a pathetic student and just leave. She shuddered, and more tears squeezed out of her closed eyes. The rushing whirlwind inside her head was suffocating, the torturous screaming impossible to kill. She had to stop it somehow, and she only knew one way. She expected some form of release, but realized she'd made a mistake. She began to grow weak. Instead of silencing her panic, it grew louder and louder and louder. She grabbed a towel to press on the wound. She didn't know whether to scream or stay silent. She looked everywhere for something to stop the bleeding, but there was nothing. This was it. She was going to die in here. The door burst open. Tadan looked at her, his eyes wide with fear. "What are you doing?" he screamed, running to her side. "Help," she whispered, reaching for him. Tadan grabbed her wrist. "Dylan, stay calm. Stay with me," he said quickly. The world was spinning, going darker and darker. She wondered if Saffron would be satisfied, and if the griffin would leave the Rhodi alone after her death. She wondered what was going to happen to her brother. Tadan caught her before she passed out. Chapter 11. Unveiled Revelations. Tadan stood outside Dylan's room, sighing. This had been the longest night of his life, and with everything he had seen in his life, that was saying something. There was this jarring quiet that made him want to put his hands over his ears, spreading throughout the house like an infectious curse. Odon stepped out of the bedroom. Tadan looked at him intensely, grabbing his arms. "Well?" "It took all my magical energy, but I was able to heal her," Odon replied. "It'll take me days to recover, but she'll survive." Taladin's shoulders sagged in relief, and he fell against the wall. "Thank you." Tavanna was waiting downstairs for Devin, as he would wake soon and she would have to explain the worst to him. Tadan was struggling to contain his anger at his other sister. April May knew this was going to happen, yet did nothing to intervene. She told him right after he'd called for Odon's aid. "Why didn't you stop this, April? Why did you let this happen?" Tadan had growled at her, fists clenched. April looked at him, her opulent eyes staring out into nothing, and said plainly, "Would she have reached out for your help in any other way?" She swept away before he could ask her what she meant. April May was currently Rhodi knew where, most likely to avoid Taladin's wrath. Good. It was a pathetic excuse to use destiny to allow a child's suffering. He let out a shuddering sigh. He was a Rhodi. He had to be strong.
It wasn't like worse things hadn't happened, though he had to admit this made the top of his list, and he had a rather long and horrifying list. Where did it go wrong? Why did she feel like she couldn't come to me? He pleaded, now begging for advice from his old master. She just lost her father. Do you think she wants to grow close to you, only to fear that she could lose you too? Odon laid a hand on his shoulder. You, besides her brother, are the closest person to her. After this, Devin will be confused and upset. Dylan will be lonelier than ever. This will bring you both closer, as you both share the same experience. But she doesn't know, Tadan said. It's time you told her, Odon said. He turned toward his room, the old man's body begging for bed. She'll awaken soon. Tadan sighed, putting a hand on the doorknob. How did things get so complicated so quickly? Tadan, a voice said. He turned around, floored as he saw Liana flying up the stairs, pulling her glasses off her face. I just heard what happened from Tav, she said, eyes worried. How are you? How's Dylan? We're fine, he said with a shrug.
Fine as we can be, anyway. She hasn't woken up yet.
Liana's eyes flew to the floor. I realize how tough this must be for you. He refused to look into her eyes. I can't believe this happened. I feel like we should have noticed something, Liana whispered in frustration. What a poor doctor I am. She didn't have any scars on her when I performed the examination, except the one from the cuff the hunters put on her wrist. This must have started recently. It's not your fault, Tadan said instantly.
She kept a lot of things hidden. Out of all people, I'm the one who should have noticed that she was cutting herself.
Don't blame yourself. You had a lot on your mind at that age, too, Liana said. I hope that's not the only thing you remember about me, he mumbled. I remember you were funny. Always on the bright side, such a clown. I was quite annoyed with you at first, but you were such a charmer. We used to be friends back then. Liana sighed, then grabbed his hand gently. We're still friends. I'm here for you, Tal, through this and whatever else. I'm here for you and for Dylan. He gazed at her hand in his, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he pulled away and whispered, I'm still in shock. I suppose you want to see Dylan? I think it's more important that you see her first. I'll go downstairs and wait with Tav. Liana turned away and headed downstairs. Tadan watched her go, his heart filled with a sad longing. Sometimes I wish things would just go right for once, he thought, before entering Dylan's room. She was sleeping, but it wasn't soundly. Her eyes flickered back and forth under her closed lids, and she flinched occasionally. Her skin was pale, and he touched her face gently. She's cold as ice, he thought. He pulled up a chair and sat by her bedside, his head bowing in sadness. Dylan wondered why her wrist hurt so much if she was dead. It seemed black enough for death, at least, but several other things seemed out of place. She thought that once she died, it would have been all over. She would have ceased to exist. But then she realized that she was breathing, back in her own bed. She remembered the terrible thing she had done, and worse, that everyone now knew, and that she was going to have to live with it forever. She squirmed and nearly cried out if she could have recalled how to speak. But then she heard someone say her name, and her eyes snapped open. Tadan was sitting there, in a chair close to her bed. Her wrist was bandaged up to her elbow. She sunk back into the pillows, turning away from her master. Dylan, please, talk to me. Taladin's voice was pleading. I want to help. There's nothing wrong with me, she choked out, hardly able to breathe. Dylan, we nearly lost you. Tadan was crying, actually crying. A few tears escaped her eyes when she heard Taladin's sobs. She watched him, not knowing what to do except cry herself. He took her hand. Dylan, what were you thinking? He whispered. I just can't do this anymore, she said back shakily. I miss my parents so much. And I'm trying to be a good Rhodi, but I feel like a failure. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. She leaned forward and buried her face in his shirt, bawling. "You must think I'm one screwed up kid."
"No more screwed up than I was at your age."
He took a tissue from his pocket and dried her eyes. She squinted and asked, "What do you mean?"
"I might as well tell you the whole story." He took a deep breath. "I never told you how we became Rhodi, did I?"
She shook her head. He nodded and said, "I was born in the state of Alistan. Back then, the country was torn apart by civil war. My mother snuck us across the border at the cost of her own freedom." Dylan looked up at her master in astonishment. His story was so much like hers. "Savannah and I were refugees in Aros, and we were starving. We eventually found ourselves on Odon's doorstep, and we agreed to become Rhodi, like you and Devin did. The years passed, and eventually our mother found us. But then, so did our father." Tadan sighed deeply. "My father was a very angry man. He nearly killed me that night. Odon stopped him, and he was sent back to rot in an Alistanian prison. But I couldn't handle the stress. Being a Rhodi, fighting a war, everything just collapsed on me. But by then, I'd already been hurting myself for a long time."
"You mean, you didn't? There's no way you could."
Dylan shook her head in disbelief. He pulled back his arm to show a long, thin line near his elbow.
"It's never gone away. Scars like this one don't fade that easily."
"When did Master Odon find out?"
Leanna told him.
"What?" Dylan yelled, and Tadan gave a soft laugh. "Leanna and I were very close, almost as close as Savannah and I. But I couldn't tell my sister, because I knew the instant I did, she would go running to Odon. So I told someone who I knew could keep a secret. She saw how close I was getting to the brink, but was scared to do anything. Then I nearly hurt myself permanently, and she knew she had to get me help." "But you're always so happy and cracking jokes all the time. You never seem bothered by anything," Dylan said. Tadan brushed her bangs to the side so she wasn't hiding behind them. "Not always." Dylan stared right into his eyes, something she had been scared to do ever since she had woken up. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "Stop," she said simply. "Do you want to?" Dylan was silent. She wanted to, all right, but she didn't know if the fight was worth it or whether she deserved it. She looked down at the sheets and said, "I hate who I've become." "Don't say that," he said, raising her chin. "You've got to learn to love yourself. It's the only way you're ever going to be happy." "How can I?" she whispered, devastated. "The mistakes you've made are only mistakes. They can be forgiven and should be. If you could only see yourself how I see you, then your love would be endless." "And how is that?" she said. He smiled. "A caring, funny, and devoted girl, one who values her family and her friends above everything. When you threw yourself in front of Saffron, I couldn't believe it. You have more courage than I've ever seen from anyone your age. You've survived the worst, and yet here you are. You put your whole heart into things, or nothing at all. I think we've seen that with your grades." They laughed together for the first time in a long while. Tadan shook his head and said, "If there was anyone on this earth who was born to be a Rhodi, it's you, Dylan. And I'm proud to call you my student." He paused. "And if I may, I would be prouder than any man on earth to call you my daughter." "What?" she whispered, the tears on her face slowing. He pulled her close and whispered, "I love you, Dylan. The first time I saw you, I thought you were just some delinquent we've been fighting against all along. But ever since I got captured, I've seen you in a different light. You're like a daughter to me. The child I lost long ago finally returned." The last sentence struck her heart harder than the rest of them had. She hugged him tightly, a thing she had never done before. He fell back in surprise, then smiled and enclosed his arms around her as well. "There isn't anyone on earth who could replace my dad," she hushed. "But now that he's gone, there's no one else I would want to be my father." There was a knock on the door. Dylan and Tadan pulled apart, and in walked Devin, his eyes red underneath his glasses. Tadan stood up. "Devin, I assume you want to talk to your sister?" He nodded, and Tadan walked out the door, shutting it quietly. The minute he was gone, Devin burst into tears, running to his sister's side. Dylan grabbed his hands and said, "No, Devin, no, please don't cry for me." "How could you do this to yourself? Why didn't you tell someone?" Devin said, his head bowed. "I'm sorry, Devin," she pleaded. "I didn't know how." "I thought you were okay," he said. "Are you okay?" she said, wiping the tears from his face. He let out a miserable sigh. "No, I guess not. But the thing is, we're never going to get completely over it. It's always going to be there. No matter how much time goes by, we're still going to miss our parents." He looked out the window, the dawn lighting up his face. Dylan didn't say anything. It was true. Her loss was a scar that would never completely heal, a wound that would always leave a mark on her life. "But you can't keep doing this," Devin said. "You can't. It's going to kill you." She embraced him tightly, holding him close. "I would never want to leave you alone. You mean everything to me." The door opened and they let go, Devin quickly wiping his eyes. Tadan came in again, along with Tavanna and Odon. "Oh, Dylan." Tavanna rushed to her bedside and gave her a hug. "I'm so glad you're okay." Dylan smiled weakly at her, pulling away. Odon raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm very glad to see you are all right, but as you know, we are all concerned about you, and there's going to have to be some changes to make sure this never happens again." "Yes, Master, I understand." Dylan dropped her gaze from his. "You'll be working with Tadan on your emotions," Tavanna said, gesturing to her brother. "And we're going to be watching you very closely and checking your arms. You are not allowed to be alone until you are in a better place." Dylan nodded weakly. There was a knock on the door. Tavanna went to open it, peeking out of the door. "You have visitors," Tavanna said. The door opened. Nellie came in, her hair up in lopsided pigtails. Devin's face lit up.
"Hi, Dylan. I'm glad to see you're okay."
She smiled, walking over and plopping on Dylan's bed. "I heard what happened. Don't worry about it. We all have stuff we go through." She smiled brightly.
"We figured you would need your friends, now more than ever," Tadan said. "Leanna will also be in later to talk with you. She's your doctor and wants to make sure we have everything under control."
Dylan looked out the window. This was one of the hardest things she'd ever have to do. But she wanted to work on getting better, even if she couldn't see the way ahead. Chapter 12. Mind Before Mouth. Things were settling into what would be a new normal. Her first training session with Tadan after her breakdown was scheduled quickly, and Dylan knew it wouldn't be comfortable. Dylan took a deep breath before timidly walking onto the training field, her stomach fluttering with nervousness as she looked up at her master.
"We obviously can't do anything with your hands until your wrist heals," he said, pointing to a punching bag. "So we're going to have to work on kicks. Let's start with some drills."
Dylan did as she was told, trying to hit the punching bag as accurately as possible. Perhaps her feelings wouldn't come up and they would just work on fighting. Dylan wanted that more than anything.
"That's enough," Tadan said, stopping her. "Now I'm going to ask you some questions, and every time you answer, I want you to hit the bag as hard as you can."
"What's that going to do?" she said, confused.
"Just do as I ask." He glanced down. "My first question is, do you want to get better?"
She slammed her foot against the bag. "Of course I do. I mean, I don't know."
"Be specific," Tadan said. "How does it make you feel?"
"What?"
"Hurting yourself."
She grimaced. I don't want to do it again, but sometimes it helps me escape. When I look at my scars, I'm either ashamed or..."
"Proud?"
Tadan asked. She nodded. "Like I'm strong enough to survive, and that I can have control over my emotions, even if I have to take it out on myself."
"What makes you feel like you're losing control?" he asked.
She kicked the bag. "Frustration. I just get so angry when I fail. I feel like everything's my fault."
Did you consider other, healthier possibilities to deal with your pain?
I don't know. She hit the bag harder. Nothing seems to help. Training distracts me, but at night I have nothing to do but sit there and think about my problems. I can't sleep, and when I can't sleep, well, you know.
The next time you feel like you're losing control, tell me, Tadan said firmly. And if you feel like you can't, remind yourself that there are people that love you, and that hurting yourself doesn't do anything but hurt you more.
But how do I stop it? There has to be some sort of secret, Dylan said. Again, she wondered how Tadan was ever able to kick the habit.
The key is to change the voice inside of you, Tadan said. What you have to remember is anything bad that you think about yourself is a lie. Anytime you think that you can't do something or that you're not worth anything is a downright lie, right down to the last letter. You don't need to be punished in order to make your problems go away.
But it doesn't seem fair. I feel so guilty for everything, Dylan said.
Her anger surfaced so powerfully that she kicked the punching bag a few feet away.
Why? Because you have things in your life that are out of your control?
Dylan paused.
Tadan crossed his arms and said, We all wish that we could cure other people's problems, when the reality is there's only so much we can do. Agony is a necessary part of life that makes you grow and turns the happy moments into something that much more beautiful and precious. And you can't blame yourself when life goes wrong.
Tadan listened carefully as Dylan exclaimed the instant terrors, the inability to breathe, and the sense of impending doom that seemed to close in on her every night. When Dylan had finished describing every detail, Tadan said, You have panic attacks. I think so, Dylan said. It was the reason why I started. It was better to be in pain than afraid. Know how to stop those?
I do, Tadan said, though it takes practice. You have to breathe and then keep telling yourself that you're not in any danger. With time, they should go away, though it helps if you're not stressed.
Tadan sighed. Maybe we should stop your training for a while until you get better.
I want to be a Rhodi, Dylan protested. I'm not going to let these stupid attacks get in the way of my dream.
Is it your dream now? Tadan asked, a twinkle in his eye. Dylan straightened up.
Yes, it is.
Tadan ruffled her hair. Then I won't stop your training if it helps you. But you're going to have to learn to stop blaming yourself for everything, and we're going to take it slow. I'll do whatever it takes, she said, looking into Tadan's eyes. No matter what. He smiled, a little sadly. Okay, that means we're going to have to talk about your parents. Dylan opened her mouth to speak, but found the words vacant from her throat. She dropped her head and said, I can't. It hurts too much.
Sometimes it has to hurt in order to heal,
Tadan said gently. He abandoned the punching bag and walked over to the grassy lawn, sitting down. Dylan followed, collapsing beside him. He looked at her. Any particular place you want to start? It took her a couple of tries to finally get the words out, but when she did, she found herself unable to stop them from flowing out of her mouth. My parents were wonderful people, she said. It hurts so much to talk about them because it makes me miss them more. She sighed. But sometimes I want to talk about them because I'm afraid if I don't, I'll forget who they were. That's understandable, Tadan said, drawing closer. I hope this doesn't offend you, but you talk about your father a lot in your sleep. Were you too close? My dad he was my best friend. Tears filled her eyes. Devin and we had to move around so much that we didn't make any friends our age. We couldn't go to school because we were always in hiding, so our parents were our teachers too. All Devin and I had was our family. Our parents were afraid of someone, but they wouldn't tell us who. We'd leave in the middle of the night all the time, and we never stayed anywhere for more than a few months. It made it really hard to be a kid. Did your parents ever tell you why they had to keep running? Tadan asked. No, Dylan said, shaking her head. But I'm sure the Hunters Guild is involved. There can't be any other explanation. They did say they were coming here to ask for the Rhodi's protection. Mom said the Rhodi set her free when she was a slave. What were their names? Killam and Yeshua. Tadan thought. I don't recall ever meeting anyone who was named Killam or Yeshua. I think I would remember something like that. But Savannah and I did free slaves one time when we were traveling in the Far East. Perhaps your parents were among them. Well, even though you didn't know them, they knew you, Dylan said, somehow. Many people have offended the Hunters Guild in some way, Tadan said. It wouldn't surprise me if Rachel had your parents on her hit list, no matter how silly of a reason. Well, Rachel never got the chance to kill them because the accident did, she said, putting her chin on her knees. If I hadn't had that panic attack, Dad wouldn't have been distracted and maybe he wouldn't have crashed the car. You can't blame yourself, Tadan said. It wasn't your fault. Your parents wouldn't want you to feel responsible for their deaths. I know, but it's terrible thinking I'm never going to see them again. She played with a blade of grass. Do you think that's true? Maybe. I don't know what to think. Tadan leaned back. There are various religions all over Crescentia. I thought the Far Easterners had their own gods. We do. We worship big birds, mostly, Dylan said. But I haven't been to the Far East, and my parents rarely talked about our faith. I was raised in Marcelino, and there isn't a main religion there. Dylan drew circles in the grass and asked, What do the Rhodi believe? You guys talk about death like it could happen at any moment, but I've never heard any of you mention what comes after. Tadan looked up at the sky. When the Rhodi were founded 1,000 years ago, the majority of us gathered together to discuss what our religion should be. The vote was that we should remain open and that each Rhodi should practice the belief that they saw fit. Okay, well, what do you believe? Dylan said. Do you really want to know? She nodded. Tadan took a deep breath, turned to look at her, and said, Don't let Savannah know I've told you this. It's sort of a soft spot with her. But many years ago, there was an ancient Rhodian queen. Her name was Desmidandre. At the name, Dylan felt a shiver run up her spine. She sounded extremely important. Desmidandre formed the Rhodi, created us to keep the peace, Tadan said. She was a very powerful warrior, the best of the best. She taught that all creatures have souls, that all our crafts come from within them. She wasn't a god, just a regular person like you and I, but she said there is one that exists, somewhere. When we die, she suggested our souls materialize to a place known as the life after. A life after? Dylan said. What's that? Tadan shrugged. Whatever your idea of paradise is. Personally, I think it's a place filled with sunlight and white shores. Rhodi are finally able to live in peace, unlike here in Crescentia. So, when you die, you think that your soul will go to the life after? Dylan said slowly. Yes, I do. It would be a nice change from fighting all the time, lying on the beach and soaking up the sun. I could buy into that, Dylan smiled. Does Savannah believe this? All of us do, though some of us more than others, Tadan said. April believes, but she's more prone to doubt than we are. Her powers take a much larger toll on her than ours do. Does everyone go there, or is it just for Rhodi? I don't know, he said, but I don't see any reason why our loved ones wouldn't be there as well. She looked away. I want to see my parents again, she said quietly. I just don't know if that's possible. Personally, I think that our loved ones are always watching over us, Tadan said. Wherever they are, your parents are protecting you and watching you grow up. I believe, more than anything, I've been put in your life to protect you for a reason, and I'm going to honor that by raising you the best way I can. Thunder rolled across the sky and rain started pouring down without warning. Tadan got to his feet and headed toward the door, but Dylan stood up, tilting her head back with a smile. Dylan, what are you doing? Tadan asked, lifting his arms and shielding himself from the rain. Dylan turned to him, her hair soaking wet, a smile still on her face. Whenever it rained, me and my dad would go outside and dance, she said. We started doing it when I was a little kid, but we never stopped, not even when I got older. And now it's like he's sending me a sign, like everything's going to be okay. The thunder rolled again. Dylan twirled under the storm clouds, spreading her arms wide and laughing. Tadan shook his head, chuckling lightly. My little thunderbolt. Later that night, Devin practiced in the dirt arena with a foldable staff, hitting a straw dummy precisely. He smacked it with all of his strength, blasting it in half with a sharp swing. Very good. Devin turned to see Tadan standing casually behind him. She had been watching him the whole time, and she had a smile on her face. We'll make a Rhodi out of you yet. Devin folded the staff back up, kicking around the pieces of straw that were everywhere. It was a while before he voiced what he had been thinking. Do you think my parents would be proud of me for what I'm doing? I know they would, Tadan answered immediately without the slightest hesitation. How? He asked. He didn't look her in the eye. Because I'm proud of you, and I don't see how anyone else couldn't be, Tadan said. Tadan headed back toward the house, and Devin went to pick up the pieces of the dummy as a drizzle began to fall. So the days passed by slowly. Dylan worked with Tadan on both her training and emotions. The hardest part of her recovery was going out in public. If Dylan had her way, she would have stayed at the house 24/7 and would never leave, surrounded by people who understood. To her discomfort, Tadan and the others instructed her to go hang out with others, always with someone, usually Devin or Nellie. The only good thing about it was the one time she was allowed to wear a jacket over her short sleeves to hide her bandages and scars. It was considered part of her therapy, as everyone assumed it couldn't possibly be good for her to hide away from her problems. Aros was a small town, and her jacket couldn't stop the gossip that followed her everywhere. Word had gotten around about what had happened, and not everyone was kind. Sometimes, instead of simply whispering behind her back, people were rude to her face. But the good thing about it was her friends were always by her side. Her brother's actions were particularly heroic. Are you sure you're allowed to do that? You might get in trouble, she pointed out as they walked away from a teenager with chocolate ice cream spilled all over his head. Devin threw away the container the ice cream had been in and said, I'm not doing it as a Rhodi, I'm doing it as a brother. That jerk was asking for it. Now maybe the cold will cause his tiny brain to freeze. I'm doing him a favor. It can only be an improvement. It wasn't very nice, Nellie said, licking her ice cream cone with a smile. You're one to talk. You poured your milkshake down his pants, Dylan exclaimed, laughing. I suppose I did. She finished the rest of her cone and asked, Anybody want some more dessert? I'm buying. But even Aros kids weren't the worst of it. Tito wasn't speaking with her. He's upset. Forcing him to talk will only make it worse, Tadan suggested when Dylan confided in her. Yes, but does that make it right? She asked glumly, tracing the lines of her bandages with her finger. No, it isn't right he's avoiding you. But he was very worried after we told him what happened. He probably doesn't know how to handle the situation. I thought he was my friend. If he's acting this way, he never really was your friend in the first place. But what am I supposed to do? She asked, throwing her hands into the air. Maybe if you explain how you feel, he'll understand, Tadan said kindly. Tito is very stubborn. I doubt he'll listen, she mumbled. You have to try. And if that doesn't work, you need to let him go, because it's important to have people in your life who support you and understand what you're going through, instead of judging your struggles, Tadan insisted. Fine. Then that's what she'd do. She determined that the next time she saw Tito, she would tell him everything. And if he didn't want to listen, then that was his problem, not hers. At least she had a plan. Dylan threw some hay over the fence, watching Moth and Sugarfoot start gobbling it up as quickly as they could. Devin continued pulling the cart, and they stopped to make more piles of hay for the goats and sheep. As they were feeding the animals, Devin noticed a familiar face coming up the driveway. "Dylan, it's Tito!" Devin called. Dylan's head whipped around. As she watched her friend walk up the driveway, her stomach twisted. "I don't know why he's here, but if you're going to talk to him, you had better go. This may be the only chance you get," Devin put in. "But what about the animals?" Dylan asked lamely, looking down. "I can finish up." When she didn't move, her brother shrugged and said, "It's now or never." She took off running toward the driveway. "Tito!" she cried, putting a hand up to stop him. He hardly glanced at her as she came to his side. "What are you doing here?" she asked, looking at a beat-up brown package he carried in his hands. He huffed. "My mother was too lazy to drive over here and give your master this box, whatever it is." "You shouldn't talk about Liana like that. What's your deal lately?" she snapped. She already felt like hitting him. "It's nothing," he said, glancing down at the fresh bandage on her arm before hurrying his pace. She kept up with him. "Look, I need to talk with you. And if you're not going to listen, then it's not my fault. I'm done with blaming myself. And I need real friends around me right now, not people who are going to condemn me for not knowing how to deal with my grief. So either you're going to listen, or we need to stop being friends. Because I'm not going to let you guilt-trip me into thinking I was being selfish when I was just looking for a way out of my pain." He came to a stop, and his expression softened. "I'm sorry, I've been a jackass. Can you She took a breath. I've been struggling a lot lately," she said. "I've been hurting myself for a long time, but I'm doing my best to get better." "I just can't understand why anybody would do that," he said. His statement was judgmental, but his tone wasn't. He really didn't think he was being offensive, but curious. Dylan knew he was looking for a way to understand, so she kept talking. "It's hard to understand unless you've been there," she said. "I was just trying to find a way to make the pain stop. I thought it would make me less sad about my parents, but it didn't. All it did was numb the pain for a while, and then it got addicting." Tito looked confused. "Are you still doing it?" Dylan looked away. "It's hard to hide now that my masters know, but I'm afraid I'll relapse." "I don't want you to do it again, Dylan," he said quietly. "I know. It's just a hard habit to kick. It's basically an addiction. All I do is think about it, and when I try to hold back, it eats away at me." "Why do you want to be a Rhodi? It's not worth it if it makes you stress out," he said. "Because I want to protect and help people," she said firmly. "And maybe if I can become a Rhodi, a true one, I can make sure what happened to me doesn't happen to someone else. I'm not ready for battle yet, obviously. But when I get better, and I will, I'll be able to fight. I didn't hurt myself because I'm a Rhodi. It gives me a distraction and a goal to work toward. In fact, I think if I wasn't a Rhodi, I'd be dead right now, because I would have given up on life." She paused. "Taladin's helped me so much. I'm learning how to help myself. Without him, I'd be lost." When they came to the door, Tavanna answered. She saw the box in Tito's hands. "That's my gardening stuff. You can put it in the barn," she said, giving an encouraging smile to Dylan. They entered the small barn and Tito put the stuff down. Dylan looked down at the concrete floor, scuffing the floor with her shoe. "So you're not trying to be cool?" Tito asked, turning to her. "How in the world do you think this is cool?" Dylan said, raising her wrist to show him her bandage. "This is anything but cool. It's an awful, destructive thing that's ruining my life. It consumes every part of me and makes each day a living nightmare. My head literally feels like it's poisoning me." She sighed. "I wish I had never started in the first place, because once you start, you can't stop. It takes so much energy out of me trying to quit, and that's energy I could use to become a better Rhodi or spend more time with my friends. With you." She looked at him anxiously. "I want you to know I'm more than just the girl who hurts herself.
It's something that I suffer from, but it's not who I am. There's so much more to me than that. Tito sighed and stepped in front of her. Don't feel bad. I understand now it's not really a choice. It's more like an illness you're struggling to recover from. I was the jerk. I promise you, I don't do it for attention. It's the last thing I want, Dylan said firmly. If anything, I use it to make me feel invisible. I get that now. It's all so terrible, everything you've been through, and I'm really sorry you had to go through it. She nodded as they left the barn together. It sucks, it really does. But I think I'm healing. And you know what? Maybe we can all heal together. Dylan and Tito spent the afternoon walking through town and window shopping. By the time they'd returned back to her home, the sun was setting and it was getting late. It's been a good day, Dylan said, happy to feel the sun on her face. Yeah, it has, Tito said with a sigh. Hey, Dylan? Yeah? He smiled. I'm really glad we're friends. She raised her head to reply, but instead, Tito moved in. She froze in shock as he pressed his lips to hers. The kiss lasted less than 2 seconds before she pushed him away and exclaimed, What the hell was that for? I don't get it. I thought you liked me, he said, his eyes narrowing in confusion. I didn't even know we were on good terms. Well, we're good. Do you want to kiss again? He asked. No, gross. Gross? He appeared stunned. I thought we liked each other. Tito, I've been through a lot in the past few weeks. I'm not ready for whatever this is, she exclaimed. Oh, okay. He shoved his hands in his pockets and went to walk away. Sorry. Probably shouldn't have made a move. Probably shouldn't. Look, Tito, it's not okay for you to kiss me without my consent, especially when I'm in a really vulnerable place like this, Dylan insisted. I don't need you coming in with some white horse and saving me. I can save myself. I just need your support as a friend. Dylan was absolutely fuming. Tito frowned and said, I obviously misread the situation. She remembered Tadan telling her to breathe. Let me take some time to think about things. I still don't know how I feel about you. Sure, take all the time you need. Dylan watched him go until the woods hid his departure from sight. Her brother exited the house. How'd it go? He kissed me, she said, stunned. Excuse me, what? Devin asked again, his mouth dropping open. She whirled around, throwing her hands up in the air and growling angrily. He kissed me! That's what I thought you said, he said grimly. You don't seem happy about it. No! He's been hideous to me for days, and instead of an apology or even a simple friendly handshake, he decides to pull a fast one. She kicked the ground angrily and tripped, sprawling into the dirt. Dylan! Devin rushed to her side. Take a few deep breaths. I'm not going to freak out, but thanks anyway, she said as he helped her up. Oh, wonderful. These things are going to have to be changed right away. She held up her arm, the filthy bandage wrappings hanging from them loosely. Don't you like Tito? He asked, brushing the dirt gently off of her. I don't know how I feel. She twisted a strand of hair around her finger and said, I can't believe he's not more understanding. I guess as your brother, I'm supposed to beat him up? Devin asked, but Dylan could see he wasn't all kidding. I can do that myself if I want. It'll only cause more drama. The two entered the kitchen, and at the point of seeing her messy bandages, Tavanna asked, Oh, dear. Dylan, what happened to your arms? You didn't get in a fight with Tito, did you? Not exactly, she hissed. Tadan put down the writing he was doing immediately and got some new gauze for her arms. He asked, What exactly happened? He kissed her, Devin said aloud, and the living room's easygoing mood instantly transformed. Tadan turned into stone and whispered menacingly, He did what? It wasn't mutual. He totally did it out of nowhere, Dylan said furiously. You mean you didn't want him to? Then that changes everything.
Tavanna's smile was replaced with a stern frown. Tadan was gripping the gauze rolls so hard that his fingers were turning white. His sister noticed and said, "Tal, try to control yourself and be careful when you wrap her arms. She's bleeding again."
If Leanna would rein in that kid of hers, Dylan wouldn't be bleeding, now would she?
Tadan put in, gritting his teeth. "It's not Leanna's fault. Don't be that way." Tavanna went to finish dinner in the kitchen, and Dylan sat down on the couch across from Tadan, holding out her arm. He examined it for a minute, then with great care began to wrap it.
My sister's right. Forgive me for saying that. It's not Leanna's responsibility to watch her stepson's every move. Looks like I'll have to put that boy in his place.
"Please let me handle it," Dylan said. "If I need you to put the hurt on him, I'll ask."
I trust that you're capable enough to make your own decisions, and only you get to decide when to give your consent to others, Tadan said. But he's still on my shit list.
Dylan laughed. Whatever had happened with Tito, she knew Tadan wouldn't let him hurt her, and what was more, he'd taught her how to throw a sharp punch. One Tito would catch next time if he didn't ask first. A half an hour later, Tavanna came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron and continuing to the cellar. The twins were helping her finish up dinner. At the sight of her, Tadan abandoned his papers and followed her.
"Tavanna,"
he said, and grabbed her arm. She turned around and cocked her head. "What is it, Tal?" He let go of her arm and looked at her grumpily.
I hope you are giving Dylan some valuable information in there. She's traumatized enough without some teenage boy making it worse with his version of comforting. When I see him next...
"It would be better if you speak to Leanna first," Tavanna put in. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "Dylan will be fine. She's got us looking out for her, after all. And April told me she feels talent in both of them. Destiny." He looked into the next room, watching April May chatter happily with the twins. "They're still so small," he said in a high voice. Tavanna laughed. "So were we, if you remember correctly." "Dylan's like a little china doll. I'm afraid every time I hug her, I'm going to crush her," Tadan said. "You're a powerful Rhodi. You could crush anyone regardless of their size." She giggled. When he didn't laugh long, she punched him in the arm playfully. "You worry worse than anyone I've ever met. Have you seen them train? They're becoming stronger each day."
"So strong that they could handle Saffron?"
He shot back. "That was different," she argued.
"No, it wasn't,"
Tadan argued. "Yes, it was." Tavanna laughed out loud and said, "Look at us, squabbling together just like old times. Come along into the kitchen and help. We could use it." He shook his head.
"I promised Tadan I would do something for him before the day got out."
"Tal, being a Rhodi sure didn't make you any less of a procrastinator," she complained. "What is it?"
He sighed. "It's about the weapons again. He thinks we might have a clue to where they are. They were looking for clues when he and Yolanda got caught by Saffron. They think they're here, in Aros."
"The weapons?" she asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Yes, but it's probably another false lead."
"I trust you to find them eventually."
"I don't think we ever will. I've searched for them for the past 15 years and never got anywhere," he said. "We might as well give up."
"At least go make Odon happy. Try to get it done quickly. I don't want you to miss dinner."
"It won't take me that long if you let me go now," he said, glancing at the clock.
"Then go." Brother and sister separated, each to their different duties before the day ended. The next day, the twins met Tavanna on the training field. She waved her right hand and said, "What I'm going to be teaching you today is part of your craft. It's not easy to do, but necessary to becoming a Rhodi. And I think we all agree that due to recent events, it's important that you learn exactly how to do this." Dylan and Devin glanced at each other. Tavanna took a deep breath and said, "It's called mind speak. A Rhodi's brain has amazing, undiscovered power. It just takes concentration and the ability to harness it, which you have. It's as hard and as easy as it sounds. It's the ability to speak with your mind to other Rhodi, whether through pictures, emotions, or words. If you are to become true Rhodi, You need to know how to do this."
"You mean it's sort of like telepathy? Is that even possible?"
Devin asked. Tavanna nodded. "It is. How?" Dylan asked. Tavanna smiled. The twins felt a strong presence enter into their minds, and a female voice uttered sweetly, "By concentrating your thoughts toward one person, you can be able to talk to them using your craft without ever saying a word."
"Whoa! This is amazing!"
Devin said aloud. Without warning, a familiar voice entered into their heads, groaning.
"Tavanna, are you teaching them mind speak yet?"
"What do you think I'm doing, Tal? Teaching them to dance?" Tavanna shot back.
"Well, Rachel hasn't been stopped by anything we've thrown at her so far. Perhaps a dance battle would finally bring her down," Tadan said, and they heard his laugh from far away.
Somebody else was moving in, this voice more distant. "Brother, sister, I think I may have found Saffron's trail." "Are you sure, April?" Tavanna asked. "I wouldn't have called you if I wasn't sure." The voice grew farther and farther, and the twins felt an ache begin to pound in their head.
"Stay on it, then, and when you find her, tell us immediately,"
Tadan said.
"Will you all please leave my head? I don't like everyone crawling around in it."
Dylan's cross voice came through. All the adults seemed to mentally recoil in shock. "I will leave and give the little tigress some room," April May said with a chuckle, and like that, she was gone. "Dylan, you managed to speak," Tavanna said, shocked.
"Well, yeah, it's not that hard. Hey, wait, nobody can get in my thoughts, right?"
Her voice became frightened. Tadan chuckled.
"No, we can only speak, not look at your memories. Not unless you show us, of course."
"Hey, Devin, why don't you try?" Dylan asked. Devin felt everyone turn to him. He said several things aloud in his head, but they didn't seem to hear. After a while, Dylan said, "Cut it out. You're trying so hard, it's making everyone tired. The mind speak is draining my energy." "It does that. I think that's enough for one day," Tavanna said. "You only need to know what it feels like. We can work on it more later." Suddenly, everyone was back in their own heads, the twins' brains still swimming.
"Where do all these abilities come from?"
Devin asked his master immediately, confused.
"Is it magic or something else?"
Tavanna smiled. "The abilities that we have were given to us. They are gifts from someone or something much higher and greater than you or I. Every Rhodi has this power inwardly, but until they learn to harness it, it remains useless to them."
"It's a crazy feeling.
"Why do we need to learn this?" he asked. Tavanna bowed her head. "Because sometimes you will be alone without means of communication, and speaking will cause great danger. It's best, at most times, to be silent." Devin was still pondering what Tavanna had said the next day as he traveled throughout the nearby forest with Nellie, looking for an adventure. Nellie could see that he was troubled. "It was just the way she said it. Then she just simply sent us away as if she needed to be alone. I don't get it," Devin said, throwing a tree branch in frustration. "Don't you know the stories?" Nellie asked, looking at her friend. "No, what are you talking about?" he asked blankly. Her eyes brightened. "Of course you don't know. You haven't been living in Aros that long. I thought it was common knowledge. Your masters are famous throughout the country, you know."
"Yes, but I'm a foreigner here.
I've lived in Marcellano most of my life," Devin said. "I forgot about that. But Tadan, Tavanna, and even April May, they're living legends. Heroes. It's no wonder you didn't understand. They're not well liked everywhere, of course, but even the Hunters Guild knows its limits."
"Not for long if the Red Huntress has her way,"
Devin said. "But back to what we were talking about. Why was Tavanna so quiet about the mind speak? What was her deal about staying silent when there's trouble?" "Devin, she was tortured a few years ago. Nearly killed her, if the rumors say right," Nellie said. "What?" Devin yelled, and his voice was so loud that several birds flew from the trees. "The Hunters Guild got her, once, with Odan and Tadan. They thought they could get information out of one of the others by torturing her. The only way she survived was because Odon was able to call for help with the mind speak and keep them both sane by talking them through it.
Both sane? He questioned.
Taladin and Devana are connected. Rhodian partners, bound through an oath. If it's bad enough, Tavana's brother can feel her pain. It's like they were hurting both of them, except Taladin wasn't actually injured.
Nellie toyed with a leaf in her hand.
Most of this is just gossip I've heard growing up, but I know it's more true than not true.
Devin watched her as she fiddled with the leaf.
Nobody mentioned this to me.
Torture isn't exactly a feel-good subject.
They continued on, weaving through the bushes. Nellie's breath became labored, and she began leaning on Devin to help her through the brush.
You want to rest?
Devin asked, looking down at her in concern.
I'm fine,
Nellie wheezed.
Just a little tired.
Tavana appeared out of nowhere behind them, breathless and looking harassed.
Master Tavana, what's wrong?
Devin asked.
She shook her head. It's Saffron. She's planning to attack. April May has tracked her down. It's taken her days. She only just arrived to tell us.
She noticed Nellie and groaned.
I forgot you were here. We need to get you to safety, fast.
Well, that's easy. We can drive,
Nellie said, looking around for the vehicle. Tavana shook her head once more.
No, I didn't take the car. Too slow. You mean you ran all the way here? It's miles away from the house,
Devin exclaimed.
Tavana slapped her head. I forgot you don't know.
Why don't we ever tell you these things until the last minute?
What things?
Devin yelled.
Tavana sighed. Never mind, I'll tell you later. I want you to use your craft, Devin. You'll get to the house much faster than I can. I'll take Nellie home. How are you going to get her home without transportation? This doesn't make sense. Just go, Devin. It's not safe.
Tavana pushed him with all her might, and he found himself unable to contain his craft, running as quickly as he could through the woods and back to the house. The walk that had taken him hours with Nellie only took him minutes to run with his craft. When he got there, he found Dylan waiting anxiously on the steps, Odon at her side. His sister got to her feet when she saw him, and Odon gestured for them to come inside, saying, Taladin and April May are on the chase, as well as Yolanda. It's best if we stay inside. They followed the old man, glancing behind them warily. The twins settled on the couch as Odon poured them some tea. Devin worked up some courage and said, Master Odon, what's going on? I don't understand any of this. Every time I turn around, there seems to be some sort of secret I find out about my master. She just flew off with my best friend and didn't tell me how she got her home after finding us in the middle of the woods. It doesn't make any sense.
Flew off?
Odon's lips wiggled in some strange, unforeseen joke. I understand your frustration. It seems that we Rhodi have so many secrets that we forget what they are. Then tell us, please, Dylan said, leaning forward, before you forget again. Odon laughed lowly. Tavana and Taladin are content to teach you how to fight and how to use your crafts, but they are worth nothing unless you know why. He sat back in his chair. You probably wonder why the Hunters Guild has crafts, why they fight like us, and why they hate us. In truth, the Hunters Guild is our twin, because the guild is just another sect of the Rhodi. Odon waited as this shocking revelation settled into them. Dylan and Devin looked at each other with wide eyes, and Odon continued. It's true. The Hunters Guild isn't that old. In fact, I can remember the day they were first formed. He closed his eyes. It was the Rhodi who caused it all. We Rhodi were terrible in those days. We fought and worked for the highest bidder, not for what was right or wrong. We took what we wanted and gave nothing in return except what we could receive payment for. I was a young Rhodi in those days, as young as my 3 students are now. Around that time, a bright new Rhodi, Xenophon, decided he no longer wanted to be part of our kind. He cut himself off from his fellow warriors and formed a new group with his friends, determined to change the world. Odon sighed. Sadly, time and a craving for power twisted Xenophon. He finally crossed over to evil when his partner and closest friend, Serenata, died in battle. You haven't been told about Rhodian partners, have you? The twins shook their head. Odon said, if they so choose, 2 Rhodi can be bound together for life by their masters. Their bond increases their powers, but can cause the 2 Rhodi to merge together into one being. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, and even pain can be shared through the bond. It makes one's craft invincible, but it comes at a price. If a Rhodi's partner dies, it can twist the other beyond repair, turning them into someone unrecognizable forever.
Nellie said something about this earlier,
Devin said. Tadan and Tavanna are partners, aren't they? Indeed. Tadan and Tavanna were made companions on our journey when we found April May, though I knew they were perfect partners the moment I first saw them. Yolanda and I were companions, though we were separated for decades because of an incident that occurred at the same time Xenophon lost Serenata. Most Rhodi have no companion, such as April May. She neither desires one nor has one. It's a commitment that requires complete trust. He leaned back in his chair. When Serenata died, it sent Xenophon over the edge. He started rampaging around the country, taking in anyone who would join him. He murdered all the Rhodi whom he hated and anyone else who stood in his way. The rest of us tried to stop him, but he was so powerful that it took years. After 2 decades, Xenophon gave up and was slain quietly, no longer wishing to live, but not before he had chosen an heir. The twins leaned forward, and Odon stomped his cane down for emphasis. When Xenophon was slain, I was a Rhodi at the height of my power. Year after year we fought the Hunters Guild, and the more we fought, the more we lost. Then came the night when they destroyed Rhodian, our shining city, a beacon of hope for all Rhodi. It was our home, and the hunters burned it to the ground until there was nothing left standing except the ruins of Desmidandre's old castle, the Rhodian queen who formed us long ago. The area is long overgrown. Nothing is left of Rhodian, not even a small brick to say it once stood, save for the ruins of the castle. The hunters slaughtered us one by one. Eventually, I was the only one left. We had surrendered by then, and the war was at a stalemate. Odon cleared his throat. I had hope. The true meaning of the Hunters Guild was never to cause pain, but bring peace, and it was returning to its true purpose to fight for good. Xenophon had at least chosen a suitable and kind apprentice to take over. Misha was, and always had been, a sensible leader. All seemed well, and I decided to live the rest of my life out alone as the last true Rhodi, and to let the Hunters Guild take over the protection of the world. Odon gave a deep sigh, closing his eyes in sadness. A very large mistake. After overthrowing Misha, they elected a malicious new leader, Hilmar, whose only goal was to take Crescentia for himself. At the height of his reign, he found a cunning new apprentice, the best of his followers, Rachel. Dylan shivered. Odon seemed sad. Regret filled his gaze, and Devin realized how old the Rhodi master must feel, how guilty he felt for letting Xenophon reign. After Hilmar rose to power, I knew I needed students, and fast, before I got too old to train properly. Another year of searching, and I still couldn't find any students. Nobody wanted the job after all. Who's crazy enough to be the only ones on a losing side? But then along came Tadan and Tavanna, and here we are.
Yes, here we are.
Tadan was standing at the doorway with April May. They held up a sagging Tavanna, who was bleeding from the head. She was passed out, but this wasn't the most shocking thing about her. Tavanna had wings. bright, brilliant wings that were pink in color and seemed to float behind her, her feathers dragging on the floor. "Master!" Devin said, springing from his seat. Odon got up instantly and said, "What happened? Is she all right?"
"She took a nasty hit to the head, but she's fine. Saffron got away again,"
Tadan said with a frown. He carried his sister to the couch and laid her down, April May running to grab her a pack of ice. The Rhodi came too, shaking her purple hair out of her eyes and gazing around in confusion. "Did we catch her?" Tavanna asked weakly, looking at her brother.
"Nope,"
he said. She groaned, laying a hand to her head. Devin came to her side. "Master, are you all right?" She smiled at the boy. "I'm fine, Devin. I've taken harder hits than this." She noticed the twins oogling her wings, and she laughed lightly. "Yes, this is how I got Nellie home so quickly. I can fly. Surprise of the day."
"There seems to be a lot of those,"
Dylan grumbled. Devin reached out a hand to touch a pink feather, pulling back his fingers quickly. "How do you manage to hide those things?" Devin asked in wonder. Tavanna chuckled. "As long as the smallest part of my concentration is on keeping them invisible, I can hide them away. And the way they fold makes it easy to avoid knocking things over with them, once you've had them for over 20 years. "Are they a part of your craft?" Dylan asked, admiring the colors that blended from top to bottom in dark rose to light fuchsia. "They are, but not completely. I got them when I was 11, experimenting with my craft far sooner than I should have. I was young and bright, and I thought I could handle whatever could come along. There was this blast of magic, and the next thing I knew, I was knocking stuff over and leaving feathers everywhere." She laughed loudly, wincing as she touched a hand to her head.
"Take it easy, sis,"
Tadan said, watching her carefully and holding his own head. Dylan remembered what Odon had said about Rhodian partners and moved to his side, taking his hand. "It's funny now, but it wasn't then. It didn't take very long before my brother and Odon found out. I hated the things. Tal actually suggested ripping them off." She sent a smile at her brother. "But I learned to live with them. Now I can't imagine being a Rhodi without them." "How well can you fly?" Devin asked. "Very well, actually. It's proven useful in battle." "Can we give ourselves wings?" Dylan asked eagerly. Tavanna became stern. "Certainly not. The wings are a part of my identity, my craft, and not for everyone. You go on experimenting, and you'll end up getting yourself hurt. Besides, isn't being able to turn into a tigress enough?" Dylan let her eyes shine in excitement.
"Yes, it's super cool, just very hard to control."
"My wings were at first, too. With a bit of training, it won't take you long. You'll see." She turned to a map on the wall above the couch and sighed, touching it with her hand. Devin looked at it, too. The map that he had seen all his life. It was a massive continent, shaped like a crescent moon lying on its back. "I wish all of Crescentia could be free." Tavanna hushed, brushing her fingers over Alistan and letting her gaze hover there for a moment. "I wish to keep my promise. Only 2 of them aren't free, Alistan and the Far East," Odon said, trying to comfort her. "Adamaris, Aros, Dundeen, Marcellano, and the Far West are all free states. Your promise isn't fully broken. You're protecting their freedom, at least." "What promise?" Devin asked. Tavanna avoided the question, still gazing at the map. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "These are my people, and I'm letting them down." The twins glanced at each other in concern. Could this be the result of the bump on her head? "That's enough talking, Tavanna. Put your wings away and go to bed." Odon gestured toward the door. Tavanna chuckled softly, making her wings invisible. "If I remember, it's been a while since you were the boss of me." Tavanna smiled, clambering lightly to her feet with Taladin's help. "Just because you're all grown up doesn't mean I don't care. Rest." Odon watched her as she went out of the room and to her bed, out of sight. "You really look after them, don't you?" Devin asked when she had left. "Tavanna, April May, and Taladin. Yolanda, too." Odon smiled gruffly. It's a special bond, the one between a master and his students. Taladin and Tavanna feel the same way I do. If the need would be, they would die defending you. We wouldn't want them to, Dylan said in alarm, her eyes dusky at the thought of Tavanna, or especially Taladin, dying. You may not, Odon said, but it's happened before, and if they had to do so, they would. April May took their arms. You need to see this, younglings, she said softly. She led them to her room, one that was tucked into the corner of the house. As the twins entered, they gasped, staring up at a large tapestry of what could only be Tavanna, Devin whispered, hardly able to believe it. But it was her. The woman had black hair, with pink wings that cascaded down her back and a dress that was wrapped tightly around her body, with designs of cranes fluttering through the fabric. The woman held a wooden staff and a golden crown on her head, while the land of Crescentia laid under her bare feet. Her blue eyes stared at them affectionately, as they had many times since the twins arrived. I keep this tapestry here to remind my sister who she is, April May said. Though she denies her destiny, she is Desmidandre, the Rhodian queen incarnated into a new life on this earth. I made this tapestry before I met Tavanna, when I was 10 years old. I created it just after I had a vision, and it tells no lies. Your masters may have told you that Rhodi were important in the past, but they failed to teach you that we once had control of the entire world. Desmidandre created the Rhodi 1,000 years ago, and ruled Crescentia with a gentle hand. I believe my sister is the one who will create the Rhodi again, and bring peace to Crescentia once more by uniting it under one banner. Tavanna, though she denies it, is one day destined to be queen of all. This is impossible, Devin said. Is there any way that this tapestry just looks like her? I have studied Rhodian history. Desmidandre had a brother named Cohen and a sister named Setsuna, just as Tavanna has Taladin and myself. Tavanna and Desmidandre are identical in every way. Tavanna denies this, because she hasn't received any memories of her past life. She supposes that she would have remembered being Desmidandre by now, and that her true craft would reveal itself. True craft? Devin asked. Desmidandre was able to take hatred, fear, and pain and turn it into love, April said. Such a craft saved Crescentia once, and it soon will again. Are you sure about this? Tavanna is Desmidandre reborn without a doubt? April May closed her eyes. I can see into the future and the past. I know that my sister is Desmidandre incarnate. Tavanna made a promise long ago that she would free all the peoples of Crescentia, and so far, that hasn't happened. Our parents were once slaves, Dylan said. My mother said the Rhodi rescued her and gave her freedom. April nodded. And that is the goal of the Rhodi. Tavanna is our queen. Taladin, Odon, and Yolanda all know this, and now you know it too. We all must do our part to help her and restore Crescentia to its former glory. It is Tavanna's birthright to rule over all the states, and one day, so she shall. Her memories will return to her soon, and so shall her power. Our enemies will tremble on their knees when it does. I'm the student of a queen, Devin choked. I can't believe it. A Rhodian queen, April May said. And we need to help her return to her rightful place as leader over Crescentia to save us all. Dylan and Devin glanced at each other. They were in service of a queen, fighting against hunters who were actually Rhodi in disguise. Things seemed to get more and more complicated whenever they turned. Would there come a point when the lines were so blurred they wouldn't be able to tell where the truth started and mystery began? Chapter 13. One Was Once Another.
So, Miss Deliana, how are we feeling today?
Dylan sighed, tiredness creeping through her body. Tadan had stepped up her training recently and had taken her counseling to a whole new level in the past few months. She'd relapsed a couple of times since her breakdown, and the last time, Tadan had caught her at it. Ever since, her master was keeping her busy, watching her arms carefully and making sure she told him how she was feeling. They were in the training arena now, and clouds were filling up the sky. "I'm fine, master," she said truthfully. "Just a little tired." He didn't seem convinced. "What's troubling you?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I'm concerned. Saffron's still out there, and now that I know Tavanna's a queen, I just feel like I'm—" She paused, unable to say the words. "Go on," Tadan said, gently prodding her mind. She swallowed. "I feel like I'm unfit to serve her, like she deserves better." "Oh, Dylan." Tadan shook his head. "You're more precious than gold or silver. Tavanna couldn't have a better student to help her bring Crescentia back to what it used to be. How can I make you see that?" "You can't, master," Dylan thought, dropping her head. "You're right. Only you can." He dropped to his knees, taking her hand in his. "You must believe in yourself, Dylan. That's something every Rhodi must do. You are stronger and more powerful than you could ever believe." "I think these things, but I want to believe them," she said. "I'm not sure how." "You are worth more than you realize, and I intend to teach you that," Tadan said, rising to his feet. "Come with me." He walked to the green grass surrounding the training arena and laid down. She copied him, looking over at her master. "Close your eyes," he said. She did so, and she felt the wind ruffling through the grass, the sweet smell of the trees on the wind and the twittering of birds flying through the air. "Let go," Tadan whispered. She did so, falling into a deep sleep. When her eyes opened, she found herself surrounded by a lavender sky, lying in a field of paper flowers. She sat up and looked around in wonder, the breath vanishing from her body. Miles upon miles of a flower ocean was before her. Lilies, roses, daisies, and tulips, all made of paper, rippling in the gentle wind. There were no trees and no sun. Only a crescent moon floated lazily in the sky, though it appeared to be midday. The purple clouds continued to float through the air. She clambered to her feet, looking down. Her hair was unbound, flowing down her back in long curls, and she was wearing an orange dress the color of her eyes. She looked down at her arms, and tears formed in her eyes as she realized that there were no scars, only clear, clean skin. "It's wonderful, isn't it?" Tadan said. He was at her side, wearing a loose white shirt and dark jeans. He seemed happier than she'd ever seen him. "What is this place?" she asked, twirling in place. "This is the dream state," he whispered. "I always come here when I'm having trouble and I need some time to think." "It's beautiful," she thought, gazing around in wonder. "It was created by Desmond to be a sanctuary for all Rhodi, and it'll be a sanctuary for you, as it's been for hundreds of Rhodian ancestors before you." "How did she create it?" "When Desmond began the Rhodi, it was rumored that she took a spirit from a child who had died in war and created the dream state from her soul. The girl was innocent, a pure and blameless soul, and had no part in the killings. Therefore, Desmond was able to create this beautiful world from her memory and let it serve as a reminder how innocent lives can never be replaced once taken." Tadan swept his hand across the landscape, gesturing to the vast, open field. "How do I get here?" she asked, bending down to pick a paper flower. She held it gently in her hands before it folded and morphed into a bird, fluttering away and chirping a song into the purple sky. "It's as simple as falling asleep. All you have to do is close your eyes and imagine yourself here. As you're a student, it might take some practice before you're able to enter it alone. Sometimes you'll find yourself here if another Rhodi calls you, as I did." "I could stay here for hours," she said, looking up at the sky once more. "It's such a peaceful world."
This is where I did most of my healing. The dream state is a place where you'll be safe, no matter what. Nothing can touch you here. He paused. Though you still have to be careful. If you get hurt in the real world and you're in the dream state, you could be permanently trapped here. You must make sure that you never enter the dream state unless you're in a safe place with other Rhodi to watch you.
I promise, Tadan, Dylan said. Though it's going to be hard to leave here. Tadan and Dylan gazed upward, watching the purple sky fly overhead. When Tadan and Dylan had finally exited the dream state, it was nightfall. Her master smiled and said, "Come inside. Tavanna's got something planned for you." Planned? Dylan thought, but she followed her master curiously. Devin appeared at her side, saying, "Hi, sis. Tavanna told me to go into town and get these." He held up a bag of groceries. "I'll take those," Tadan said, and he walked to the back door. "You two go inside. I'll meet you there." Dylan glanced at her brother. "What's this all about?" "Beats me," Devin said. They opened the front door only to be bombarded by confetti and balloons and dozens of people shouting, "Surprise!" The twins looked around in shock. Streamers, balloons, and decorations hung from the ceiling as Nellie blew on a noisemaker and Tito waved a flag in the background. April May twirled around the room to music, Yolanda and Odon watching fondly, and Leanna humming along. "Got ya!" Savannah said, holding up a cake. "Happy 16th birthday!"
"And happy nearly 1 year being a Rhodi,"
Tadan said triumphantly before he cocked his head.
"If that, works."
Dylan turned to her brother. "Who told them it was our birthday?" "I didn't," Devin said, shrugging. "I forgot."
"We did,"
Nellie said, leaping over to Devin's side and dragging Tito behind her.
"We figured that we couldn't let you turn 16 without throwing a party."
"And it was a real pain distracting you two for hours while the others got everything set up,"
Tadan said, coming around the corner with a smile.
"But somehow we managed."
Tears started to form in Dylan's eyes. "Thank you," she said quietly. "This is more than I could have asked for." "You guys are the best friends we could ever have," Devin said, looking around the room. "All of you." Everyone in the room let out an "ah," except for Tito, who walked over to the stereo and turned it up louder.
"Enough with the sappy stuff. Let's get this party started."
That night was one of the greatest the twins had ever experienced. They were surrounded by the people they loved and who loved them, with music and dancing and plenty to eat. The talking and laughter continued late into the night. Nellie waltzed around Devin, grabbing his hands and twirling with him on the spot. At one moment, Nellie planted a quick kiss on Devin's cheek and he blushed harder than Dylan had ever seen him, giving out a small, delighted chuckle. Even Leanna and Tadan were talking, quietly cracking jokes in the corner and smiling at each other. "It's a birthday miracle," Dylan thought in awe. She looked around and realized how lucky she was to be surrounded by friends, thought how wonderful it was to be a Rhodi. She still missed her parents dearly, but for the first time since the accident, she felt willing to accept what had happened. Like Tadan had said, she was finally starting to experience peace. After their presents were opened, Nellie, Tito, and Leanna said goodbye, and the Rhodi began cleaning up. Yolanda and Odon went to bed, and April May disappeared, as April May always did. When everything was finished and the house was put back into its normal place, Devin and Dylan sat at the kitchen table with their masters, watching the dawn come up over the horizon. "Beautiful," Tavanna said, gazing out the window. "It's funny, no matter how many bad things happen, or how many good things, the sun keeps rising and setting all the same." "I don't want this night to ever end," Devin said. "It's practically been perfect." "I know Rachel's in power, and I know the Hunters Guild is getting stronger," Dylan said. "But sometimes, at moments like this, it doesn't feel like it matters." The Rhodi gave a collective sigh.
"I'm glad we had a reason to celebrate. Tadan said. Tavanna and I haven't thrown a party in years.
You had enough parties in your younger days to make up for it, Tavanna shot back with a mischievous giggle.
Yeah, but I think this one is my favorite,
he said, grabbing Dylan's shoulder and shaking it lightly. She looked out the window and thought this was where she was meant to be. She was born to be a Rhodi, and right now, nothing could possibly be better than this moment. The doorbell rang. The Rhodi looked at each other, confused. Now, who could that be this early in the morning? Tavanna asked, rising to her feet. I'll get it, Dylan offered, heading toward the door. The smile on her face felt permanent, and all seemed to be in slow motion as she walked toward the entryway. She opened the door, and the smile slid from her face as she stood gazing up in horror. Chapter 14. Deals of Heart and Hate. Uncle Keaton, Dylan whispered. Tristan? Aunt Rhonda? She stood in disbelief, clinging to the doorknob to keep herself upright. A giant of a man and his spindly, thin wife stood in the doorway, a boy behind them a little older than Dylan. He had dark brown hair, and his eyes were a milky gray. He carried a long cane. Dylan tried not to look at her aunt. Rhonda and her mother looked so much alike that it was physically painful to even glance her way. Dylan! The woman hushed, and she swept the girl into a tight hug. I can't believe we found you. What are you doing here? Dylan asked, pulling away with wide eyes.
We're here to bring you home with us,
Keaton said.
Where's your brother?
Dylan opened the door and led them to the kitchen, putting her hand on Tristan's arm to guide him inside. Devin's eyes popped out of his head as he saw the visitors. He jumped out of his seat, saying, How did you find us? Masters, this is my Uncle Keaton and my Aunt Rhonda, along with my cousin, Tristan Evers, Dylan said, swallowing. Tadan rose from his seat slowly. Tavanna followed his lead, shaking the hands of the newcomers. The twins have mentioned you before. How do you do?
Fine, thank you,
Keaton said stiffly.
Have you been responsible for the twins all this time?
We have,
Tadan said, laying a hand on Dylan's shoulder.
We've been taking care of them.
I have to thank you,
Keaton said.
We owe you everything for keeping our niece and nephew safe. But now that we've found them, it's time to return back home.
With us, Rhonda said, reaching out to Devin. He jumped back, mouth gaping open. Go back? He said. But we're Rhodi.
Rhodi?
Keaton's eyes narrowed in confusion.
What is that?
I believe it might be best if we have you sit down and listen to the whole story, Tavanna said, offering a chair. All of it, Dylan, she said, glancing down at her student. So it began. They told everything, leaving nothing out. Dylan chose to tell her story, the worst part, which got the worst reaction. When it was over, Keaton got up.
So it's settled. All I can see is you've been putting these kids in danger ever since you've met them. And Dylan, if your father was alive, he'd be shocked. There's no argument. You're coming home with us.
No! Dylan knocked her chair to the floor when she jumped to her feet. You can't make us leave. You're not meant to be a Rhodi, honey. It was a valiant effort, but sometimes we can't always achieve our dreams. Rhonda tried to put her hand on Dylan's shoulder, but she drew it sharply away. I'm with my cousins on this. They deserve to stay here. Tristan spoke for the first time, his voice hard.
You have no say in this, son. You always put yourself in the most terrible circumstances,
Keaton said in a patronizing tone. Only because you never let me do anything, and ever since the accident, you've become 10 times worse. You wouldn't let Susan go to university because you were scared that it was too far away, and you wouldn't let me go to school because you think I won't be able to handle it. You've already crushed my dreams. Why do you have to crush theirs by acting like super control freaks? Tristan yelled back. Tristan! You know better than to talk to your father like that, Rhonda said harshly. Tristan lowered his head, though his face still burned.
We won't go. You can't make us, Dylan said, her orange eyes alight with fury. I'll fight you. No matter what, I won't go with you.
Tadan took her hand gently.
Dylan, he said quietly, sometimes you have to do what is right.
You don't mean that, she said, backing away from her master.
You don't mean it at all.
You have to listen to your relatives, darling, no matter what they tell you. We're no longer your legal guardians. Tadan said it as calmly as she could, though the sparkle had died out of her eyes, and her voice was broken.
We've lived here for a year, and it's become our life,
Devin said, pleading with all his heart.
If you take us away, it'll just make things worse.
We've got to keep you safe. Think about what your parents wanted, Rhonda said.
That's a lie,
Devin snapped, now losing his patience.
Mom and Dad always wanted us to be happy. This is our dream now. You know they would never make us leave. If you do take us away, it may put us in even more danger because the Hunters Guild is after us. You can't protect us from them.
No, but we can take you somewhere where they'll never find you, Keaton said.
Don't you understand? The Hunters Guild is everywhere. You can't hide from them. You could crawl into a hole at the end of the earth and they'd still find you.
Devin snapped. Then we'll hire protection, Keaton put in. Dylan shook, her hands balled up so tightly that her nails bit into her skin. You don't get it. They've got thousands of people out there who are trying to kill us. My masters are the only ones who can protect us, and I'll be damned if I put myself in danger just because you think you can keep me safe. Dylan ran upstairs. Devin followed her, going to her room and slamming the door so hard the house quivered. Rhonda sighed, taking her husband's hand. I hope you understand. We just want to keep them alive. Tadan was too upset to speak, so Tadan did for him. She has a point. The Hunters Guild is extremely dangerous. I'm not sure going into hiding will do any good.
It would be better than staying here, Keaton said sharply in response. Though I suppose that the twins have grown very close to you since they arrived here, I would hate for Dylan and Devin to go through any more pain. If you can prove to me that these children are safe, then I can give them permission to stay.
Tadan shot right out of his chair, shaking Keaton's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Evers. We can promise you that by tonight, we'll be able to prove to you that Dylan and Devin are safe here.
Keaton stood up from his chair.
For your sake, I hope so.
He turned to his wife.
We'll be back tonight to give the twins some time to cool off. Tristan, I suppose you want to stay here with your cousins?
It would be much better than staying with you,
Tristan snapped.
Now, if you'd like to excuse me, I wish to see my cousins.
Tadan took the boy's arm and began leading him gently up the stairs. Keaton looked at Tadan and said,
You have until tonight. If I think that these children are in danger in any way, they will be going with us. I can promise you that.
A few hours later, the Rhodi gathered together on the training field, questioning what was to be done.
What can we do to prove to your guardians that you're safe here?
Tadan said, pacing back and forth.
There has to be something. There's nothing you can do,
Tristan said.
I know how my parents are. They want to take Dylan and Devin away, and they'll do whatever it takes to get what they want. You could wrap my cousins in a bubble, and it still wouldn't be good enough for my parents.
Yolanda's veil still works, Devin chipped in. There's no place they could take us that would hide us better than that. But Saffron can break through it, Dylan said.
We don't have to tell them that,
Devin snapped at his sister. We aren't going to lie, Tadan said quietly. Devin strode up to her and said,
What do you want us to do? Because telling them the truth isn't going to convince them.
Tadan rubbed at her eyes. We should really just try to get some sleep. We've been up all night, and it's not doing us any good going around in circles.
Sure, whatever you say,
Devin said, stomping past her and into the house. Devin sighed, shaking her head and going after him. Tristan simply shrugged and went to sit down on a bench nearby, acting as if the whole thing was pointless. Dylan slumped to the ground, and Tadan came up to her. "Don't give up hope yet," he said. "They could change their mind." "They won't," Dylan said. "I know them. They were always really strict on their kids, and now that our parents are dead, they're going to want to be 10 times harder on us because they want to protect us." She sighed. "But I know that if I'm forced into their version of protection, I'm going to die like that. Tigresses don't do well inside cages." "They don't, do they?" Tadan said with a soft, sad smile. Dylan got to her feet and began walking toward the forest, and Tadan followed her. She climbed over a hill from which you could see everything. The lights of Aros were dim, unable to be compared to the beauty of the land around her. She shivered a bit in her t-shirt and shorts as the wind passed her by, looking down into the house, her home, below her. Tadan came walking quietly behind her. "You shouldn't be out here, especially dressed like that. You'll catch a cold." "I don't care. It doesn't matter anymore," she protested. Tadan took off his own coat and put it around her shoulders gently, giving a weak smile as he did so. "Thank you," she said. He smiled at her, and they gazed down at the pasture. The horses began to frolic, galloping and kicking around, and Dylan sighed. "I never got to ride a horse."
I'm sorry. We got so busy with everything else we never fitted in. I was going to give you your first lesson this week."
"That's all right," she said. Tadan turned around and said, "Come with me." He crept down the hill and went to the gate, calling the horses by name.
"Go get a helmet on. You're going to ride."
She ran to the stable and got her riding helmet, and Tadan's also. He had fitted the bridles on them already, but there were no saddles. "How do I ride without a saddle?" Dylan asked, fitting the helmet on her head. Tadan smiled once more.
"In my opinion, the best way to ride is bareback. You can ride Moth. She rarely spooks at anything and is as gentle as a lamb. Now get on." He gave her a boost. Dylan sat upon Moth, taking the reins in hand. Tadan got up on Sugarfoot. 3 fingers on the reins. Stop leaning forward so much. Sit up and tighten your thighs on her. That's better."
They began to walk, him giving her directions on how to ride, and Dylan following the commands.
"You'll be a talented rider someday, I can say that,"
Tadan approved as they moved into a slow trot. Dylan asked for a halt and laid her head on Moth's head. Moth brought her head around to touch her nose to Dylan's shoulder. "I'll never get near a horse again if my aunt and uncle have their way," she said sadly. They didn't speak any more on the subject. When they had ridden for hours, Tadan said, "Okay, I think you may have gotten the hang of it. Want to canter?" "You bet I do. It's my only chance." She squeezed her upper legs tightly against Moth and put her shoulders back to keep herself in place.
"Then ask her. After a bit of coaxing, she'll go into it."
Dylan did so, Moth's trot picking up faster and faster. It would seem that Moth wanted to keep Dylan safe. Dylan yelled, "Go on!" and tapped her heels on the mare's sides. Dylan let out a whoop of joy as the horse began to canter.
"That's my girl!"
Tadan cried out, Sugarfoot cantering beside her. It seemed unearthly, and with the clouds up above them, she felt one with the whole world. She wondered if Moth could rise up on silver wings and carry her into the sky itself. Moth came down to a trot, her rider breathless. Dylan laughed out loud and said, "It's wonderful! It feels like flying!"
"Glad you like it."
Tadan nodded. They did this several times until the horses seemed tired. Then they got off and cooled them down before finally releasing them back into the pasture. Tadan and Dylan leaned against the barn, watching the horses graze. She noticed her master staring at her and turned her head away. Tadan sighed tiredly and said, "Dylan, look at me." She did so, and he said, "I know you think you can protect yourself by pulling away from me, but it's not going to work. We've been through this before." "I know." Her voice was curiously flat. There's just so many things I'm going to miss about this place.
Don't give up yet. I know you think it won't hurt if you give up now, but you have to keep fighting.
But if we do have to go, leaving you guys is going to be so hard.
The life of a Rhodi is never easy.
What's the point, then? Is life worth fighting for if you're just going to lose everything? Dylan said. It seems like the Hunters Guild always gets their way, and they hardly have to put any effort into it. Doing bad things is simple, and doing the right thing is painful.
Not always, Tadan said. That's what the Hunters Guild doesn't understand, Thunderbolt. Things worth fighting for are never easy. It takes patience to wait for what you work so hard for, and faith to believe that it'll happen.
I love this place. It's my home. She kicked at the ground. It's not the only thing I love. You know that. She leaned against her master.
Love always demands we do the right thing, and you know that going with your family is the right thing to do, Tadan said. You care about them.
But I care about you too,
she burst. But you don't understand how dangerous it is for you to be here. We're not strong enough to protect you, not really, he said. Not without numbers and Rachel's whole gang on our tail. It's better if you go into hiding. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you stay here. He sighed. But I'm not so sure it's the best thing for you. And though I know I'm not your father, I still feel like your dad. Being a dad means I have to put what my kid needs over what I want. It doesn't matter how much I'm going to miss you, because keeping you safe is more important.
Dylan bit her lip and looked away. When my parents died, my world was ripped apart. And then I came here, and everything was okay again. I can't uproot myself because someone else wants me to.
You can if it's going to keep you alive.
Dylan said nothing. Tadan put his arm around her and drew her close, and she put her head against his chest. This was the man who was not only her teacher, but in her eyes, her father. Tadan sighed and said, "Are you all right?" Both of them knew that it was an irrelevant question to ask, but he asked it anyway. She shook her head. "Everything's going to fall apart. All I know is that I'm going to make life as miserable for them as I can." "Dylan!" he said in surprise, and she pulled out of his arms. "You know better. You're not acting like a Rhodi at all." "It won't matter, because after tonight, I won't be a Rhodi," Dylan said. She sat on the ground, pulling up her legs and setting her chin upon them.
"Is that what you think?"
Tadan asked incredulously.
"Dylan, just because you won't be here with us doesn't mean you won't be a Rhodi. Training continues throughout life. Nobody will ever be able to take that away. Once a Rhodi, always a Rhodi."
"But how do we know this is going to work out? I'm still hurting on the inside, and I don't know if I'll relapse without you and the others there. What if I start hurting myself again?"
"I want you to make me a promise, Dylan," Tadan said. "Though I know that it's a promise you won't always be able to keep, I want you to make it anyway. For me."
He gazed deeply into her eyes, and Dylan felt their crafts bounce against each other, her orange fire merging with his blue glow. He was telling her to make the connection, teaching her how. Tadan opened the door to his consciousness, and her aura came inside. She felt no other Rhodi in his mind, as if Tadan had sectioned off this part of his mind for privacy.
"Promise me," he said,
amethyst eyes shining in pride and sadness.
"Promise me that whatever happens, you will do your best to not hurt yourself. Promise me to watch out for your brother, as I asked him to do for you. Promise that you won't give your aunt or uncle grief. And above all, please, please, keep yourselves safe from the Hunters Guild."
"I will try my hardest," she said. "Except I'm not sure how we're going to be safe from the guild." Tadan smiled. He broke the connection and laid a hand on his stomach. He drew it away a few seconds later, and Dylan stared in awe at Taladin's craft. It was a bright, shining orb of blue radiance, his character and laugh wrapped within it. She saw that it was intermingled with many colors: April May's yellow, Odon's gray, Yolanda's auburn, and Devin's jade. But these were slight streaks. Dylan saw within his craft her orange blaze sparked bigger than the rest. Most noticeable of all was Tavanna's pink hue, which had half of Taladin's craft to itself, molding together with his. The colors faded and were overwhelmed with blue again, though if she looked closely, she saw the streaks flash and twist inside. She didn't have to peer to see her orange or Tavanna's pink. They were as plain as day. "This is for you," he said, holding it out to her. "You can store it inside of you, next to your craft. If you are ever in any danger, you can use the extra energy to boost your craft and escape." "I'm afraid I'll lose it," Dylan whispered, her eyes alight with its glow. Taladin laughed. "You can't. Watch." He threw the ball of magic as far away from him as he could, so it nearly sank over the other side of the pasture. Dylan gasped, but seconds later, it came whizzing back, settling in front of Dylan's face. Taladin beamed and said, "See? It knows that it's yours now." Dylan reached out her hand and touched it with one finger. The light hummed, buzzing around like a little bee. She grabbed it and held it in her hand. It glowed brighter before it vanished, and Dylan didn't need to ask where it was. It had combined with her own craft and was floating inside of her, though unlike her orange light, Taladin's craft was easy to find. Instantly, the world became sharper. Scents, sounds, and sight became better. "I get a part of your craft too?" she asked, dazzled by her better senses. "Only a little. It's terrible compared to mine." "I wouldn't say that," she said, noticing more smells on the air than she ever had before. "All you have to do is call for it, and it will come into your hand. This way you will always have a part." Taladin swallowed, re-entering her mind. "A part of me," he finished. "Can I give you some of my craft?" she asked, knowing that if she spoke, she would cry. "No," he said immediately. "You're too young. It could hurt you." "Then how will you have a part of me?" she speculated. He put his arm around her. "When you truly love someone, they stay in your heart forever and never go away." "Won't I be able to use the mind speak with you?" she asked. He shook his head. "You'll be too far away. It doesn't work over long distances." So I guess it's really goodbye then." Her echoing voice came down to a whisper. "No, never goodbye." He leaned in to give her a warm embrace. She clung to him tightly. This was going to be so hard. She hoped, more than anything, that her aunt and uncle would change their minds. If she had to lose another father, it would kill her. She didn't notice that Tavanna was behind her, her wings brightly reflecting the radiance of the sun. Taladin and Dylan separated, and out came her brother, who was holding a pink, glowing orb in his palm. "You got one too?" Dylan said in excitement. She brought out Taladin's gift, cradling it in her hands. The orbs seemed to squeak at each other's arrival and jumped out of their palms to twist together in the air. "Yup," Devin said proudly, "and now I'm faster than ever before." Tavanna ruffled her wings, tucking them closely behind her back until they vanished from sight. "Taladin and I decided to give you two a small parting gift." "I wouldn't call it small," Dylan said. "It's amazing." Then she dropped her gaze. "But I really wish we didn't have to go." "We don't know if we have to go yet," Devin said. "Maybe they won't make us leave." "Whatever happens, we're all going through it together," Taladin said, "and that's what really matters." Tavanna came forward, unfolding a small piece of parchment. "We want you two to have this," she said. Yolanda and Odon found it long ago. It's a letter in ancient Rhodian. We've been trying for years to read it, but we have no idea how.
Odon thinks that the secret to defeating the Hunters Guild is in there, Tadan said, rolling his eyes. But so far, we've got nothing.
Maybe you'll have better luck with it than we have, Tadan said, handing the letter to Devin. Thank you, he said, looking up at his master. We won't let you down. Brother, sister, April May whispered in all their heads. They are here. Chapter 15. Unknown Future. The Rhodi returned to the house to find Keaton and Rhonda waiting on the porch, Tristan behind them. The twins looked at their uncle in anticipation, and Keaton cleared his throat. Rhonda and I have discussed it, he said, and she convinced me that if both of you are happy here, then it's important that you stay. Are you serious? Dylan said, her face lighting up. Yes, honey, Rhonda said. What Devin said made sense. Killam wouldn't have wanted her children to be unhappy, and we both agree that this is the best place for you. I can't believe it, Tristan said, his voice tinged with disbelief. You changed your mind. How come I can't get you to do that? This is incredible, Devin whooped. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Tadan said, her face alight with joy. You have no idea what this means. Tadan looked at Dylan. He appeared like he wanted to burst out laughing or crying or possibly both. Looks like we have all the time in the world to annoy each other, Thunderbolt. Looks like it. She could barely believe it herself. This was amazing. She thought for sure that her aunt and uncle would have made her leave. Tadan stepped forward, shaking Keaton's hand. Let's all have dinner together. To celebrate. I want to assure you that your niece and nephew are safe in our hands. Keaton went to respond, but before he did, the sunlight vanished and the sky went dark. The wind picked up, and Dylan glanced toward the sky at the light rain that was beginning to fall. Was it supposed to storm today? She asked the group at large. They stared back at her cluelessly. Brother, sister, watch out! April May cried, slamming the door open with Odon and Yolanda behind her. The veil! The Rhodi glanced upward in horror, and just like that, what had previously been invisible appeared as a thin auburn glow, white cracks rippling across the veil quickly. Get down! Tadan yelled, and everyone on the porch ducked as shards of the veil, sharp and shining like glass, slammed into the house as the shield broke completely. Dylan looked up to see the Red Huntress standing there, dozens of followers dressed in black by her side. An eagle's cry pierced the air, and there was Saffron, flying through the skies in that half-griffin, half-girl form. The veil is broken, mistress! Saffron cried energetically through the air. Finally, after all these years, it's time to end the Rhodi once and for all, the Red Huntress said, her lips forming a red smile. She turned to her followers. Take the queen and her siblings, Rachel screamed. Leave no one else alive. The two of you need to take your family and go, Tadan said to the twins, grabbing her staff from its small compartment on her leg. Tadan brought out his knife. April May joined him, her body stretched thin and lithe as she prepared to pounce, her body serving as her only weapon. We're not leaving you, Devin protested. You'll do as I say, Tadan snapped. Run! Tadan and April May charged into the fray, taking on multiple hunters at once. Tadan went straight to the Red Huntress and began to fight once more, their battle seemingly picking up from the same place it left off. Keaton and Rhonda had fled toward their car, dragging their son behind him. Devin and Dylan went to follow, but before they could, Saffron blocked Dylan's path, fluttering her eyelashes tauntingly. Hello, tigress, she said. Want to play? Dylan glared at her enemy, gritting her teeth. Let me go, Saffron, or else. Saffron charged at her, her beak flying toward Dylan's throat. Dylan sidestepped her charge and the tigress was back, molding until she was just as dangerous as Saffron, her tail lashing behind her and her fangs glinting menacingly. The girls began clawing at each other. Saffron aimed for the eyes, while Dylan sunk her fangs deeply into Saffron's shoulder. The griffin cried out in pain, grabbing Dylan with her talons and throwing her against the car. "Finally," Saffron whispered, crouching along the ground. Dylan looked around for her brother, but he had his own problems, using his super speed to fight off 2 hunters at once. "You don't want to do this, Saffron," she said. "You know I can beat you." "Prove it," Saffron hissed, and they flew at each other again. The girls rolled over and over, each trying to get the upper hand. Saffron sunk her talons into Dylan's arm and pulled her into the sky, planning to drop her to her death. Dylan raked her claws over Saffron's leg, and the griffin let go with a cry of pain, spiraling down to earth. Dylan landed on her feet and then jumped to catch Saffron, grabbing her leg with her fangs and slamming her into the ground. Saffron batted her away with one wing, and Dylan went stumbling backward. Unable to hold onto her craft, Dylan morphed into a girl. She backed away in horror as Saffron advanced on her, her beak dripping with Dylan's blood. "Familiar sight, tigress?" Saffron laughed. "You like looking at your own blood, twisted little kitty." She laughed louder, with more cruelty and hatred than ever before. "No," Dylan said weakly. "Liar," Saffron snarled. "You can't be a warrior with scars on your arms." "You're wrong," Dylan said, and she thought of Tadan, strong and brave. She remembered everything her master had taught her. "I'm special. I'm worthy of being a Rhodi, and I was already worthy just as I am. I'm stronger than I know and worth more than I realize." From these words, a great strength rose within her, and with all the fury she could muster, she attacked Saffron, punching her so hard in the face that the griffin was flung to the ground. "This is my home!" Dylan yelled. She picked Saffron up and threw her across the yard, roaring her fury. "And nobody is going to take it from me!" Saffron dodged her next attack, sliding quickly out of the way. "Really, tigress? You are going to defend your home and your master? You and your scars?" She gave a smug smile. "I am worthy, and I am brave, even with my battle scars," Dylan said. "I'm going to show you, and more importantly, I'm going to show myself." Dylan began changing once more, her fingers becoming claws and her teeth lengthening to fangs. She let out a fierce growl, and the girl was once again half tigress, her eyes gleaming with the fury of her craft. Saffron took to the sky, hovering above Dylan. "So the tigress has some newfound self-confidence. I can fix that." The girls once again collided. Dylan fought Saffron with all her might, knowing that no matter what the outcome was, she couldn't die here and let her masters be taken by the Red Huntress. With her paw, she batted Saffron as hard as she could across the head, stunning her. Dylan glanced around the battlefield. Yolanda was down, and Odon was struggling to get her back up while a group of hunters closed in. April, Tavanna, and Tadan were all too busy with their own enemies to help. Dylan knew that unless Yolanda managed to get the veil back up, it would be all over. "Devin!" she cried out. Her brother effectively knocked out a hunter and spun around, running to his sister's side. "We need to help Yolanda and get the veil back up." "I'm on it!" Devin cried. Brother and sister ran over to the elders and began taking each hunter down one by one, a fierce gleam in both their eyes. "Did you forget something?" Saffron asked behind them. Dylan turned to see her talons at Yolanda's throat. The girl raised her hand to strike, but Dylan pounced and grabbed Saffron by the wings, catapulting her several feet away and into a group of hunters. With Saffron distracted, Yolanda got up off the ground shakily, grabbing onto Odon and drawing from his strength. A bright auburn shield began growing around her, suddenly expanding over the Rhodi and around the house. The hunters began to scream as the veil touched their skin, setting them aflame. Rachel stepped back from it, avoiding its perimeters, her face snarling with rage as she saw her minions were unable to cross it.
"Saffron, break the veil!"
the Red Huntress screamed. Saffron closed her eyes, her whole form shaking with the effort. Panic began to show on her face, and she said shakily, "I can't, mistress. I can cross it, but you can't. I don't have enough of my magic left for everyone to break through."
"Try again, or I'll make it so not even your craft can save you,"
Rachel screamed, and her cry echoed through the trees. Saffron tried again, but she fell to the ground, unable to keep up her strength. "Mistress, I'm sorry," she said, recoiling in fear against the ground. "The veil is too strong." Rachel gave a cry of fury, turning on the spot to glare at Devin.
"You,"
she hissed, pointing to the queen.
"I'll have you one day."
"You treat your students with fear, not love, Rachel," Devin said, and she smiled triumphantly behind the veil. "And that is why you will lose today." Rachel's mouth rose up into a snarl. She strode over to Saffron and shouted,
"Make it work! Break the veil, or I shall break your bones!"
She hit Saffron across the face, and the girl went flying to the ground, letting out a loud cry. The Red Huntress grabbed Saffron by her hair and pulled the girl to her feet, grabbing her throat.
"Break it! Rachel, stop!"
Tadan cried in horror, but the Red Huntress ignored his pleas. She hit Saffron again, harder this time, and they heard the crunching of bone as her nose broke. Saffron began crying. "Mistress, I can't, mistress!"
"Useless creature,"
Rachel cried. She threw Saffron to the ground, slamming her foot into Saffron's leg. There was another crack that rang throughout the sky, and Saffron began crying harder. "Rachel, end this," Devin ordered. She stood so tall, so regal and commanding in her stance, that it was impossible for anyone to disbelieve she ruled over all. This, over anything else, caught Rachel's attention.
"You order me? You, Desmidandre, little princess of nothing?"
Rachel cried. Her expression turned from angry to hateful, and she gave a small curtsy before she raised her eyes to meet Tavanna's.
"As the queen wishes."
She raised her hand, fingers curling into a spiteful position. Saffron rose off the ground, and a red glow surrounded her as her body began twitching. Saffron opened her mouth, crying out in the utmost agony. The screams that emitted from her came from a primal place, a place of suffering of the ultimate kind. Rachel grinned as she tortured Saffron, letting out a maniacal laugh. Dylan felt sick to her stomach. Saffron was her rival and her enemy, but watching her be tortured like this was unbearable. Rachel finally let Saffron drop to the ground. The teenager curled up in a ball, crying softly. Rachel turned to Devin, who had a look of pure revulsion on her face.
"Should I do it again? Only if my lady requests it."
The Red Huntress raised her arm once more, and Dylan tried not to throw up as the Red Huntress prepared to torture Saffron a second time. "Leave me alone!" Saffron screamed. Her craft seemed to burst from her, and she transformed into a fully fledged griffin, with the haunches of a lion and the face of a falcon, her dark beak opening wide in fury. She was a combination of brown and black colors, feathers melding intricately into fur. Her wings blocked out the sun as she rose up on her hind legs, slashing the Red Huntress across the face with her talons and knocking her backwards. Rachel went flying several feet into a tree, and Griffin became girl once more as she was unable to hold onto her fully formed craft. "Mistress," Saffron said, and she instantly dropped to her knees. "I'm sorry."
"You girl have just made the biggest mistake of your life," Rachel said, wiping the blood from her face.
"No, mistress, please,"
Saffron pleaded, looking up at Rachel in fear.
I didn't mean it."
"You are hereby banished from the guild,"
Rachel hissed.
"I cannot have a student who attacks her master."
"You can't banish me! I have nowhere to go!" Saffron screeched. "Mistress, I'll do anything!"
"You should have thought of that before you attacked me,"
Rachel said cruelly, turning her back on the girl. Saffron looked around, her insane gaze watching the Rhodi with terror. Then her sharp eyes caught Dylan's, and they narrowed in rage.
"You!"
Saffron hissed, transforming once more. Dylan heard Saffron's voice vibrate loudly in her head as the teenager screamed,
"You made me lose everything!"
The griffin sprung past the veil, tackling Dylan to the ground. Dylan put her arm up to block the attack, but Saffron's leap was so powerful it broke the bone. She screamed in pain, kicking Saffron off of her to cling to her injured arm. "You've run out of craft, tigress," Saffron said as she molded back into her girl form, her face speaking nothing but revenge. "And since fair is fair, I'll rip you apart with my bare hands." Saffron reached her hand toward Dylan's throat, squeezing the air from her lungs inch by inch. Dylan tried to pry the girl's hand away, but she found Saffron's grip to be too strong, and the world started turning black. "Not if I can help it," her brother snarled behind her. Devin grabbed Saffron and tore her off his sister, throwing her as hard as he could beyond the perimeters of the veil and into Rachel's clutches. Saffron hadn't hit the ground before Rachel strode up to her, swooping her black cloak behind her mercilessly. Saffron gazed up at her master, sinking against the ground. "You failed me," the Red Huntress hissed. "You couldn't break the veil, and you couldn't even kill a little child." Her eyes narrowed. "And you repay my teachings with betrayal by attacking me when I show discipline."
"Please, mistress, I didn't mean to harm you. I swear I won't do it again,"
Saffron screamed, true fear in her eyes.
"You're finished, girl,"
the Red Huntress said, dragging Saffron up by her shirt.
"And for your treachery, I'll make sure everyone in the guild can hear you scream."
Saffron's eyes contracted, and magic began to crackle around Rachel and the other hunters. The Red Huntress and her minions vanished from the spot, taking Saffron with them. Dylan clumsily got to her feet, crying out in pain and holding her broken arm. Tadan was instantly at her side, holding it up gingerly.
"Odon!"
her master cried. The old man shuffled over to them as quickly as he could and laid a hand on the fracture, his eyes closed in concentration. Within moments, her arm was back to normal. "Thank you," she gasped. She looked around. The training arena was ruined. Several windows were broken in the house, and the siding had several long cracks in it from the veil splitting.
"Are you all right?"
Tadan asked. He was bleeding from a long cut on the head, but otherwise appeared fine, while Tavanna and April May seemed untouched. "I'm okay," she said, grabbing his arm to steady herself. She looked at Odon and Yolanda, who were definitely the worse for wear. The old couple was covered in bruises and cuts, and Dylan realized that the days of battle for the elders had passed long ago.
"Well, I can see I have my answer,"
Keaton said, climbing out of the now-destroyed car with a face of stone.
"You've just proven to me just how dangerous being here is for these children."
"What are you talking about? We defended ourselves just fine," Dylan shouted.
"Yeah, in fact, if it weren't for us, you'd be dead right now,"
Devin said back.
"We're leaving immediately, Dylan. No exceptions,"
Keaton told her.
"We were the only ones who were able to help Yolanda get the veil back up,"
Dylan said, turning to each Rhodi in turn. "We deserve to be here. Tadan put a hand on her shoulder. He guided his student several feet away, dropping his voice so only she could hear. Dylan, you need to go with them. Her stomach dropped. Stumbling through her words, she said, But why? Why would you send me away? Rachel will be back, he said tiredly. Again and again and again. And now I realize we can't do this anymore. We can't continue to put you in danger. How can you say that? Dylan said, furious tears streaming down her face. When we just fought like that, fought for you. You and Devin fought beautifully, Tadan said. But when I was your age, I had time to grow, time to learn how to fight before I entered the battlefield. You and Devin just aren't ready, and it's not worth training you further if you're only going to get killed. You need to go into hiding. Is it because I wasn't good enough for you? She asked cruelly. Am I not the daughter you wanted? This isn't about how I feel, Diliana, Tadan snapped, his temper breaking. Don't ask me to stand by and watch my daughter die because I won't. I'll sacrifice anything as long as I get to stay with you, Dylan pleaded. Even if it means dying. Once a Rhodi, always a Rhodi. Tadan swallowed at the old words, placing a hand on her back. No, Thunderbolt, but I won't let you do that. Not all of Crescentia is worth losing you. Taladin's face fell, and Dylan looked up in terror at her master. Nothing was more frightening to her than to see him defeated. Now, come on. I'll help you pack. Afterward. Sunrise the next day came all too quickly for Devin. It didn't matter that he hadn't gotten any sleep. He was wide awake. Dylan was packing the rest of her things. Devin was too heartsick to help her. He took a last walk in the forest outside their home, just one more time, to try and embellish in his memory each and every part of it until the land had sunken into his soul. He wouldn't leave forever. He couldn't. He would convince his aunt and uncle to bring them back, first for a visit and then for good. He was smart. He had figured his way out of tighter situations than this. The problem would be keeping himself sane beforehand. He sighed, taking a deep breath. He found himself only slightly surprised when he saw Nellie standing there, clumsily dressed with her hair windswept. Did she run all the way here? He would, too, if he had found out something like this, and Nellie loved to run almost as much as he did. Her eyes were large and watery, and she clenched a note in her palm. You thought this would be enough for me? She whispered. Sending a letter? Grow up. She crumpled it into a ball and threw it at him, devastated. It bounced off his chest and landed on the ground. Devin looked at it and said, I'm so sorry, Nellie. Devin and Nellie stood there, soaking in each other. Without warning, Nellie strode forward and wrapped her friend in a tight hug. You're gonna come back, okay? Nellie whispered. You're gonna come back. I can't promise that, he said sadly. Yes, you can. She broke out of the embrace and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him as hard as she could. You guys are my only friends. My stupid cancers kept me away from everyone else. You're the only person I know who actually looks at me like I'm a human being and not just some sick kid. You can't leave forever. I promise I won't leave forever if you do. Nellie bit her lip. So what? Are we making a pact or something? You fight for me, and I'll fight for you, Devin said, nodding his head. We're best friends. You try to get better, and I'll try to come back as soon as I can. Nellie sniffed. This world is hard, Devin. It's just so... What are we going to do? We'll do what we can, Devin said. We'll just have to keep laughing and believing that things can't be like this forever. Just keep singing Make My Hips Sway, huh? Nellie said with a teary smile. You bet. Twirling, dancing, shaking, or however the hell that dumb song goes. He gave a teary laugh. So, I guess I'll see you later then, Nellie hushed, beginning to back away.
Yeah, see you later,
Devin said, finishing with the goodbye that they always used with each other. She waved. I'll keep smiling if you will, she said. He waved back, trying to tell himself that it was okay, that everything was all right, even though watching her leave broke his heart in half. Nellie, Devin said before she left, catching her at the last minute. She whipped around and he said, You do whatever it takes to beat it and stay alive, okay? Whatever it takes. She caught his eyes, and he saw that she was scared. She nodded, and then Devin did what he had to do and let her go. Or rather, she let him go. Tristan was waiting in the car, along with the rest of the family. The only thing left to do now was leave. Dylan and Devin watched as their uncle and aunt exchanged final pleasantries with Odon, April May, and Yolanda. As Dylan waited from inside the car, she felt like this was pure torture. Nothing was worse than being torn away from your home and the people you loved. She'd experienced it so many times, and it was happening yet again. She'd made sure to pack their uniforms when her masters weren't paying attention. Wherever they were going, no matter how much attention it brought them, she and her brother would at least look like Rhodi. She was determined to at least have that. Unable to take it anymore, Dylan glanced out the window and saw the assured pain in Taladin's eyes. She burst out the car door, charging toward her master. Rhonda cried, Dylan, but she didn't pay any attention. Devin followed her. She ran at full speed, not feeling anything but love, not seeing anything but her master, and jumped into Taladin's astounded arms. They both closed their eyes tightly and hugged until their arms were sore and her scars hurt. Next to her, Devin was clinging to Tavanna. After several long seconds to everyone else but a short moment for Dylan, she felt Taladin pry her away from him. Please, no, she yelped. Please, no, Taladin, don't let them take me away. Devin grabbed her and began dragging her back to the car, a visible lump in his throat. Taladin's arms were still outstretched, and his face seemed broken as he watched his student be torn from his grasp. Dylan's throat was tight and tears were forming in her eyes. She gulped and thought, I'm a Rhodi. I have to be strong. We're on our own now. She took a seat next to her cousin and watched out the back window as they drove away from everything they loved. Devin's face was heavy, haggard. The Rhodi weren't the only ones he had left behind. Dylan knew he was thinking of Nellie. Dylan, don't ever forget, a voice sounded in her head. I love you. Dylan choked back a sob. I love you too, Daddy. Then he was gone. The absence of Taladin from her mind was unbearable. Unable to look her brother in the eye, she turned to stare out the window. What she saw was Tito standing by the side of the road, his face full of horror. They'd never gotten the chance to say goodbye to each other. In the immense loss of losing Taladin, she'd forgotten to reach out to her friend. Dylan clenched her fists, quivering with rage. She may have been forced to leave her home, but she was a Rhodi, and she'd figure out a way to find her way back to her masters and friends, no matter what happened. They couldn't keep her locked up forever. No one could imprison a tigress. The brown creature flew so high above the car that if anyone looked up, she would be mistaken for an eagle. The griffin climbed through the air tenderly, each gust of wind hurting her wings and aggravating her injuries. She'd barely escaped the Red Huntress alive. But Saffron never gave up, and she knew the only reason Rachel hadn't killed her that night was because she was still useful. Saffron had held on to that fact no matter what it took, and she would have her revenge on the Rhodi. Now she was kicked out of the guild, outcasted, and ashamed. She'd been chosen to be Rachel's second in command, the new heir, and now she was nothing. Nothing because of the girl. Saffron smiled wickedly, and her heart burst with rage as she trailed her rival, thinking only of blood on her talons and the girl's screams ringing through the night. You can run and you can hide, but I'll find you soon enough, tigress, Saffron hissed. Someday when we meet, it'll be you and me. Then we'll see who will survive. The end. Dylan and Devin's journey continues in Rhodi Rising, the Rhodi Saga, Book 2. This has been Rhodi's Light, the Rhodi Saga, Book 1. Written by Megan Linski, music by Avi Gale. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Copyright 2013 by Megan Linski. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linski.